So, good morning, everybody. Uh, so, we are on the third day, and I hope that this has been a very enthusiastic and very learning experience in these last 2 days. As of these 2 days, we also have very exciting and learning episodes today. We have uh, today the second lecture. What we have today is we are going to have it at the first. So it's my pleasure and honor to introduce to you Mr. Saurabh Bhattacharjee, who is a nutrition specialist at UNICEF with more than 25 years of professional experience in maternal and child nutrition, public health, and large-scale community-based program management. He has served the UNICEF, CARE, and government agencies where he has successfully led multidisciplinary teams, influenced policies and budgets, and delivered impactful results through multi-sectoral approaches. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Bhattacharjee has extensive expertise in program design, policy advocacy, proposal development, and post-disaster health and nutrition interventions. He has also made significant contributions in emergency contexts, most notably by supporting the UNICEF's Syria country office during the L3 earthquake emergency. His outstanding work in infant and child nutrition was recognized with the Dr. N.B. Kumta Award 2014, and he is also a fellow of the 21st Century Trust London. Throughout his career, Mr. Bhattacharjee has been known as a strategic thinker and visionary leader dedicated to improving maternal and child nutrition and strengthening child survival outcomes globally. So with this, I welcome Mr. Bhattacharjee here on stage. So please give him a round of applause. So with this, I would request him to take this stage. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and good morning to all of you. এটা হচ্ছে কি তোমার স্টাডি গিয়ে মাইকটা সেই মাইকটা আমি ইউজ করি এটা সেটি ঠিয়া হয়ে কি করে না thank you so much, and good morning again. I prefer to actually walk up to the participants and discuss. I don't want to stand here behind the flowers because our journey is not actually it's not a bed of roses. Those of you in public health nutrition, you know the challenges in the field and what we are grappling with. What I'll do is I will give you some snapshots of the policies related to nutrition, giving a bit of science behind those policies. But what I would want is a kind of a dialogue discussion. I want you to ask questions and raise issues, and we will see if we can solve them, because some of the problems probably are even beyond the scope of being solved in this room. But we can all kind of have a very fruitful interaction, and I hope you will think more, because I have not generally what happens, some of the presentations that I attend, people read out from PowerPoint presentations, which is actually a strictly no-no. Those of you, many of you are going to become academicians, going to work in public health nutrition field. So please avoid this mistake. First mistake, people write too much on a slide and they read out the slides. Both of which are professional harikiris. You know what is a harikiri? Self-suicide. You don't do that. So I have kept my slides to the minimal, but what I want is to ignite a discussion and debate. And we would also, because how much time would I have? Ketne samay achi? Is session ta ketne samay ra? 1.5 hours. So 1.5 hours, I'll actually speak little, and I would want you to speak lots. Okay, so we will do a nutrition policy analysis for India. We would look at some of the progress. We would look at a lot of challenges. and we would kind of have a dialogue about what can policy directions, which angle can they take, and what we can do in our own field, academicians or policy researchers or even implementers. Some of you may also be getting into implementation, what each one of us can do to better the lives of the people that we are serving. Okay. So these are some of the givens, and all of you would know it. First point is nutrition is a key determinant of health, productivity, and development. All of you agree with this? Is it a fact or it is wrong? Because simple, and I would show you later that even a little bit of money invested in nutrition gives a very long and a lot of results. You know, the cost benefit is very high. But the challenge in nutrition generally is it is not visible immediately. So ऐसा नहीं होता है कि आप आज अच्छे खाना खिला दोगे, कल ही सब आपका डेवलपमेंट पैरामीटर्स इंप्रूव कर जाएगा. Even for anemia, we have seen that a proper intervention of anemia takes minimum of 2 to 3 months to take effect if it is very severe grades of anemia. The moderate and the mild grades of anemia, उसको ठीक करने के लिए बहुत साल लग जाता है. एक नंबर. दूसरा है, it also has intergenerational aspects. कि ऐसा नहीं है कि मैंने जस्ट बच्चे का एनीमिया है, it would actually be perpetuating through the generations. The mother would be having, the child would be having. If it is a woman, she would again, if it is a girl, she would grow up into a anemic individual and then become, if she tries, if she thinks that she would become, go the family way, then the child again has anemia. Second point is, do you agree to this? That India has the largest and probably the best designed nutrition programs. Do you agree? What are some of the nutrition programs, large scale programs? What is the biggest nutrition program in the country? ICDS. Because portion is related to ICDS, Integrated Child Development Scheme. सबसे largest in the country. So I was actually, and देखे होंगे, I have also served in a lot of other countries. While they have mentioned Syria, I have also worked a little bit in Nepal. The interesting part about India is ये जो nutrition service providers है. We have health service providers, we have ASHAs and ANMs. All of you are aware of these terminologies? ASHAs, ANMs. Huh? ASHA is auxiliary accredited social health activists. So they are called activists. But so they are not paid a salary. But they are given incentives for various deliveries. तो वो एक्चुअली सैलरी से भी ज्यादा हो जाता है. That's a different story altogether. जितना प्रोग्राम आप ऐड करोगे उतना उतना आशा के लिए इंसेंटिव बढ़ रहा है. Second is ANM. What is ANM? Full form? Auxiliary Nurse Midwife. These are the health service providers at the village level. We have a nutrition service provider also. उनका नाम क्या है? आंगनवाड़ी वर्कर. इंटरेस्टिंगली आंगनवाड़ी वर्कर कोई देश में न्यूट्रिशन सर्विस प्रोवाइडर वर्किंग इन कन्वर्जेंस विथ हेल्थ नहीं होता है. जनरली बाकी सारे देश में न्यूट्रिशन इज प्रोवाइडेड थ्रू द ओवरऑल अम्ब्रेला ऑफ हेल्थ. ये अलग बात है कि न्यूट्रिशन और हेल्थ में हमारा हमेशा झगड़ा चलते रहता है कि हु इज मोर सुपीरियर, कौन किसके अंदर में आता है. हेल्थ न्यूट्रिशन का पार्ट है ना, न्यूट्रिशन हेल्थ का पार्ट है. ये आप लोग अगर पब्लिक हेल्थ न्यूट्रिशनिस्ट से बात करोगे, डॉक्टर से बात करोगे, यही बात करते रहता है. एंड वन ऑफ द बिगेस्ट चैलेंज दैट वी फेस, अभी तो धीरे धीरे उसकी इंप्रूवमेंट हो रहा है, कि डॉक्टर्स, मेडिकल प्रोफेशनल्स रेयरली डू दे स्पीक अबाउट न्यूट्रिशन. व्हाट दे डू इज, डिजीज हो रहा है, मेडिसिन दो, ठीक कर दो. बट डिजीज क्यों हुआ है? बिकॉज ऑफ पोअर, एंड वो भी हम दिखाएंगे कि मेजोरिटी of the diseases have nutrition as an underlying. Poor nutrition practices, poor nutrition uptake, poor nutrition service delivery is one of the major reasons कि स्वास्थ्य में हमें कमी आ रहा है. People get ill again and again. Third is how have this policy, आप लोग पोषण अभियान के बारे में, पोषण के बारे में, पोषण 2.0 के बारे में बात किए. तो ये जो पॉलिसी लैंडस्केप है अराउंड न्यूट्रिशन, इट इज shaped by constitutional mandates, because nutrition increasingly is being seen as a child's rights issue. Even though it is not mentioned upfront, but it is seen as a child rights issue. So right to nutrition is also a basic human right. ठीक है? SDGs, what is SDG? एंड कितना कौन सा सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल में न्यूट्रिशन इन्वॉल्व है? हाँ, हेल्थ तो है, न्यूट्रिशन किस में बोलते हैं, कौन सा एसडीजी में, किस में, व्हाट इज द नंबर? थर्ड, सेकेंड, फोर्थ बोलो, फिफ्थ बोलो, वन में, ए 1 to 17 किसी में भी है। एक्चुअली जीरो हंगर है, बट अगर न्यूट्रिशन का पूरा न्यूट्रिशन अगर आप लोग समझना चाहोगे, वो बहुत सारे एसडीजीज में वो इंटीग्रेटेड है। इवन हाँ, पॉवर्टी वाले में है, इवन क्लीन एनर्जी में है, वॉश में है, क्लीन एनर्जी में है, हेल्थ में है। सिंपली मैंने जैसे बताया, हेल्थ क्यों खराब होता है, वन ऑफ द मेजर रीजंस हेल्थ खराब होने का ये होता है कि बॉडी में इम्यूनिटी या रोग प्रतिशत जो क्षमता है, फाइटिंग इलनेसेस, वो कम हो जाता है। एंड व्हाट गिव्स अस दैट स्ट्रेंथ टू फाइट इलनेस? सर, व्हाट गिव्स अस द स्ट्रेंथ टू फाइट इलनेस? Why are you hale and hearty and you are sitting here while some of you may be having fever, may be having a running nose? Q. What is protecting you? Your immunity is protecting you, and immunity mainly is a factorial of good nutrition and its reactions within the body. वो लड़ाई करने का क्षमता हमें देते हैं। एसडीजीज एंड नेशनल प्रायोरिटीज, ठीक है? ओके, दिस इज द SDG 2 and the core targets by 2030. So SDGs 2030, SDGs have actually followed the MDGs. What is MDG? What was MDG? The Millennium Development Goal, and we never achieved the Millennium Development Goal. So अभी हम लोग SDG लाए हैं, उसमें हम बोल रहे हैं 2030, 2030, ठीक है? By 2030, what we are expecting to achieve? Ending hunger. Hunger means absolute food deprivation. Ensuring access by all people. If you remember Shubhendu's presentation on day one, he did mention about access. Access becomes difficult for several communities because of several reasons. What can be some of the reasons, sir, that communities may be denied access to nutritious food? Think about it. Anyone else? आप सोचिए. You can give one point. Anyone else? Why would communities be having less access to nutritious food? परचेजिंग कैपेसिटी से एक्सेस डिपेंड करेगा ना अवेलेबिलिटी डिपेंड करेगा? एक्सेस या अवेलेबिलिटी डिपेंड करेगा? लैक ऑफ अवेयरनेस हो सकता है, देयर मे बी सोशल कॉजेस ऑल्सो, देयर मे बी सम कम्युनिटीज groups in the society who will not be having access because of certain social reasons to those food. घर में महिला, जैसे आपने बताया कि यू स्पोक अबाउट, व्हाट डिड यू स्पीक, कि लैक ऑफ अवेयरनेस, घर में महिलाएं, कल yesterday I attended a very interesting meeting on anemia prevention, ठीक है? So they were planning to introduce iron ascorbate instead of iron sulfate for treatment of anemia. The challenge is iron ascorbate immediately price हिसाब से it will cost the government 100 crore rupees per year just for 2 groups, और सारे ग्रुप्स को इंक्लूड कर दोगे तो पता नहीं कितना करोड़ में जाएगा। तो उसमें एक चीज बता रहे हैं, देखो आयरन एब्जॉर्प्शन का एक मेजर चीज है, आयरन हमारे सारे सारे शरीर में रहता है। It is only about the good quality of proteins which binds the iron in and makes it bioavailable. Unfortunately, what some gynecologists told us is that women, specifically adolescent girls, they are very averse to eating good quality proteins. They don't want to eat proteins. तो अगर प्रोटीन नहीं खाओगे, आप कितना भी करोड़ों रुपया खर्च करो एनीमिया का, तो वैसे का वैसे रहेगा। आयरन विल नेवर गेट एब्सॉर्ब, आप कितना भी फोर्स करो, हाँ आयरन खा लो, एटसेट्रा एटसेट्रा। Uh, in particular, poor people and people in vulnerable situations. Who are the people in vulnerable situations? Think about what Shubhendu presented. Again, I'm drawing your attention to that. It is socially excluded groups, scheduled tribes, scheduled castes. In Uttar Pradesh, we have seen several groups who are so socially excluded. So exclusion can be either geographical exclusion or social exclusion. So there would be people who are socially excluded who will not be able to um, uh, be able to end their hunger. ठीक है. उसके साथ इन्फेंट्स इसीलिए वल्नरेबल है बिकॉज इन्फेंट्स कैनॉट स्पीक. someone needs to take care of them. So infant hunger cues जो होता है बहुत अलग होता है. जनरली एक मिसनोमर है, छोटा सा फील्ड एग्जांपल दे रहा हूं. जनरली मिसनोमर है, बच्चा जब रोता है, जो बच्चे दूध पी रहे हैं, माँ का दूध पी रहे हैं, सो ब्रेस्ट फीडिंग इन्फेंट्स जब भी रोते हैं, द मदर थिंक्स दैट द चाइल्ड्स टमी इज नॉट फुल. Do you think that crying of an infant is just because its tummy is not full? What can be some of the reasons? Common reasons? Common reasons? Indigestion, हाँ? और और क्या? कॉमन रीजन क्या है? क्या भाई तुम लोग रिसर्चर हो, कहाँ कहाँ पहुंच जा रहे हो? कॉमन रीजन क्या है? डायपर नैपी जो है वो गीला है. इट्स जस्ट दैट. कॉमन रीजन. हाँ, तो रिसर्च जब कर रहे हो करो रिसर्च, बट थोड़ा सा कॉमन सेंस भी रखो. ठीक है. तो इसीलिए इन्फेंट्स आर अ वेरी स्पेशल वल्नरेबल ग्रुप्स. एंड ग्लोबली ये देखा गया कि जो इन्फेंट्स होता है खास करके 0 to 6 months, दे आर मोस्ट वल्नरेबल. Infant deaths जो है it follows the rules of 1/3, meaning thereby that under 5 mortality का 1/3 happens within 1 year. That's called infant mortality. That happens, 1/3 happens within 6 months. 1/3 of that happens within 1/3 of what is happening in 6 months happens in 1 month, and that 1/3 of that happens in 1 week and 1 day. It is like that. So most vulnerable infants immediately born. ठीक है. नियोनेटल मॉर्टेलिटी जिसको हम बोलते हैं 28 डेज में. उसके बाद है 1 महीने में सबसे ज्यादा बच्चे मरते हैं, देन 6 महीना, देन 1 साल, देन 5 साल. तो जो वल्नरेबल पीरियड है उसको हमें बहुत अच्छे से एड्रेस करना पड़ेगा. उसके लिए डिफरेंट स्कीम्स होता है, जैसे होम बेस्ड यंग न्यूबॉर्न केयर होता है. उसमें बच्चे को 3 मेजर कारण से बच्चों का डेथ्स होता है. एक होता है सेप्सिस या इन्फेक्शन. दूसरा होता है प्रीमेच्योरिटी, माने वेरी वेरी अर्ली बर्थ, बीइंग बोर्न मोर देन 1 month फ्रॉम द एक्सपेक्टेड डेट ऑफ डिलीवरी. थर्ड है एस्फेक्सिया. बर्थ एस्फेक्सिया बहुत कारण से हो सकता है. Again, 2.2 it says it ends all form of malnutrition including achieving international agreed targets of stunting and wasting. दो टर्म यहाँ पर इंट्रोड्यूस किया गया. स्टंटिंग एक एंड वेस्टिंग सेकेंड. व्हाट इज स्टंटिंग एंड व्हाट इज वेस्टिंग? What is that? Height for age is stunting. And what about if the child is not able to stand? So what do you call? It's called height or length for age. Okay. Sometimes you take the child's length also. And sometimes if the child is able to stand, you take the child's height. Huh. What is wasting? हाँ हाँ बोलो बोलो, ठीक बोल रहे हो. मैं जस्ट ऐसे करिए तो यू गेट कंफ्यूज. नहीं, यू शुड नॉट गेट कंफ्यूज. हाँ, वेट फॉर एज. हाँ, व्हाट इज वेट फॉर एज? Is wasting. Wait for age is wasting. अच्छा, how many of you agree that wait for age is wasting? हाथ उठाओ जल्दी जल्दी. अरे तुम अकेले हो. अरे लोगों को बोलो सपोर्ट करने के लिए. इसको सपोर्ट कर. कौन कौन सपोर्ट कर रहा है इसको? व्हाट इज योर नेम? प्रीति को कौन कौन सपोर्ट कर रहा है? अब प्रीति को प्रीति फ्रेंड इज सपोर्टिंग. यस प्रीति, पुट अप योर हैंड. यू आर नॉट गेटिंग सपोर्ट. पॉपुलर सपोर्ट नहीं मिल रहा है तुम्हें. सो इट्स बेसिकली वेट फॉर एज इज इट्स बेसिकली अ वेरी कॉम्पोजिट फॉर्म ऑफ malnutrition. It's underweight we call it. But to a point, you are actually slightly correct because जब बहुत छोटे बच्चे होते हैं उसको I don't know whether you have heard a term called severe acute malnutrition. SAM सुने हो? So wasting and SAM is almost it's same, but globally अभी wasting बोलते हैं, severe wasting बोलते हैं. जो बहुत छोटे बच्चे होते हैं उनका हाइट या लेंथ लेने का प्रॉब्लम के हिसाब से उसका वल्नरेबिलिटी severe wasting vulnerability is not enhanced among children लेस देन 6 months ऑफ एज. तो ग्लोबली अभी बोल रहा है 6 months ऑफ एज में वल्नरेबिलिटी डिटरमिन करने का क्राइटेरिया है वेट लेना लेस देन 6 months. बट लॉट ऑफ रिसर्च इज स्टिल बीइंग डन, इट इज बीइंग इवॉल्व्ड. ठीक है. Adolescents, girls, pregnant and lactating women and older persons. Very good. So how is India's position, kind of, how is it being uh, in terms of the human development, how is nutrition shaping India's position? Do you agree to the first point that if a child is undernourished, we use the word undernourished now. You know what is the difference between malnourishment and undernourishment? What is the difference? Same? क्या difference है? No sir, तो बताओ. हाँ.
Defining undernutrition as well as obesity and overweight.
Overnutrition. So malnutrition includes both undernutrition and overnutrition. But when I'm using undernutrition, I'm just meaning the minus, the negative. So nutrition deprivation, it leaves children weak and tired, lower their IQ, so they perform poorly in school. Do you agree to it? बट पुअरली परफॉर्म करने के लिए तो आप लोग स्कूल में जब एसेस करते बोलते हो टीचर लोग पढ़ाते नहीं है, तो बदमाश है गवर्नमेंट टीचर्स लोग छुट्टी लेते हैं. आज ही मैं पढ़ रहा था कोई स्कूल में एक टीचर 75 days लीव में चले गए, उसको सस्पेंड किया, देन शीयस और कुछ बहाना देके करे. तो ये जनरल परसेप्शन है ना, टीचर नहीं पढ़ा रहे इसलिए बच्चे, या बच्चे का बहुत बहुत बार ये होता है विटामिन ए डेफिशिएंसी से आंख इफेक्ट करता है. ठीक है. बच्चा अगर चुप करके शाम को बैठते हैं, बोलते हैं बच्चा अनसोशल है, मिलना मिलनसार नहीं है, इट्स नॉट विलिंग टू, बट deficiency is somewhere else. Similarly, IQ deficiency is largely caused because of nutritional deprivation. इसमें assessment भी हुआ है. There has been a UNICEF Government of India survey called Comprehensive National Nutrition Survey CNNS. कुछ साल पहले हुआ था. They looked at nutritional deprivation, खास करके micronutrient malnutrition deprivation, कुछ and they kind of linked it with school age performance. हमारे साथ एसआर बोल के एक संस्था है which basically assesses educational performance. एसआर. ठीक है. ये देखा गया कि हर क्लास का, जैसे 7th का एजुकेशनल अचीवमेंट is 2 years less. माने a child who is studying in 7th cannot do mathematics and reading that is expected of a child studying in class 5. Similarly, class 5 में जो पढ़ रहा है cannot do that who is studying in class 3. ठीक है. ये है एजुकेशनल अचीवमेंट में देयर इज अ चैलेंज, एंड मेजॉरिटी ऑफ इट हैपनिंग बिकॉज ऑफ न्यूट्रिशनल डिप्राइवेशन, खास करके माइक्रोन्यूट्रिएंट malnutrition और हिडन हंगर. एज एडल्ट्स दे आर लेस प्रोडक्टिव एंड अर्न लेस देन देयर हेल्दी पीयर्स. ये हम कभी नहीं देखते हैं. हम हमेशा पर्सन अर्निंग लेस, लेबर इसमें है जो है, एंड अनफॉर्चुनेटली ये पर्टिकुलर चीज, ये जो है ना, दिस इज ऑल्सो अ काइंड ऑफ अ साइक्लिकल डिप्राइवेशन. कि अगर पिताजी कोई लोअर लेवल का काम कर रहा है, कोई मिनियल वर्क कर रहा है, उसका बेटा भी एक्सपेक्टेड, सोसाइटी में ऐसे एक्सपेक्टेशन है कि वो भी वही काम करेगा. उसको तोड़ के निकालने के लिए क्या करना चाहिए? वन ऑफ द along with other empowerment measure, one of the thing is that child should be given good sumptuous nutrition. थर्ड पॉइंट इज, ये एग्री करते हैं ये जो मैंने अभी बताया, साइकिल ऑफ अंडर न्यूट्रिशन एंड पॉवर्टी इट परपेचुएट्स जनरेशन बाय जनरेशन. इट एक्चुअली इज अ साइक्लिकल प्रोसेस and it greatly impedes socio-economic development and potential. Do you agree that बहुत सारे स्टडीज हुआ है, you would have seen वर्ल्ड बैंक असेसमेंट, वर्ल्ड बैंक स्टडीज, जहां पर ये बताया है कि पुअर न्यूट्रिशनल स्टेटस एक्चुअली leads to a lot of loss of our gross development product. ये देखो, This is a child. This is the frontal part. This is the back part. ठीक है? These are the temporal lobes. You see यहाँ पर it is fully populated, the temporal lobes. Look at a stunted child. इसका ब्रेन डेवलपमेंट देखो कितना हैम्पर हुआ है. ये दिखता है हमें खुली खुली आंखों से दिखेगा. Will you be able to see this with open eyes? So स्टंटिंग में तुम क्या देख रहे हो? केवल तुम उसका हाइट या लेंथ देख रहे हो. But this is what is happening in the child's brain. This in effect means that stunting or interventions to reduce stunting will also enable us to improve the IQ of the general population or the population that we are serving. So it is early years, they basically set lifelong foundation for human capital. And what is that time period called? Have you heard the term called first 1,000 days? What is first 1,000 days? Calculation बताओ कैसे? हाँ 280 बताओ. हाँ तो बताओ कैलकुलेशन बताओ. अरे मोबाइल लग रहा है कैलकुलेशन करने के लिए. बताओ बताओ जल्दी बताओ. 2 years की 365 into 2 730 and the period from conception till 270 270 दिन प्लस माइनस होता है रफली 270 प्लस 730 टोटल कितना होता है. नो कैलकुलेटर्स फटाफट हिसाब करो. मैडम लिख के कर रहे हो. मेंटल मैथ्स का क्या हो गया. हाँ 1,000 हो रहे राइट. हाँ हाँ आप दिखा ना. हाँ गुड. So socio-emotional skills, it predicts future success and productivity. These are all very very interesting things, but इसको कभी इस एंगल से हम लोग नहीं देखते हैं. Third is well nourished healthy workforce is a precondition to sustainable development. Agree? Is this agreed? अभी with the kind of war, the tariff wars that is going on, ये और कौन हमें ज्यादा समझाए. प्रोडक्टिविटी हमारे देश में प्रोडक्टिविटी बढ़ाना है, हमारा जीडीपी बढ़ाना है. ये चीज मैंने पहले ही बताया. द इशू इज व्हाई इज न्यूट्रिशन सो इंपॉर्टेंट. बिकॉज 45% ऑफ all child deaths by child deaths I mean under 5 deaths. ठीक है. 45% globally and in some settings जैसे कि तुम्हारा जिस सेटिंग में शुभेंदु बताया ना, जो बच्चों का बार बार बीमार हो रहे हैं, बुखार आ रहा है विदाउट एनी विजिबल कॉज, दैट इन इफेक्ट मींस अंदर में इन्फ्लेमेशन है. सो क्रॉनिक अंदर में क्रॉनिक क्या बोलते हैं इन्फेक्शंस है. ठीक है. वो कंडीशन में प्रोबेबली 45 कैन इवन गो अप टू 77 और 75%. All the under 5 days underlying cause is poor nutrition. What is this? Again, this is a very conceptual framework that I am trying to tell you. It is about intergenerational cycle of growth failure. So nutrition, it basically affects all the life stages. कैसे? Let us look at again, because we started and Odisha, जैसे Professor Ota ने बताया, it is probably has around 23, it used to have 23%, currently it is around 26% of the population who are tribals. Early pregnancy is a sure shot example for Odisha, simply because Odisha में early childhood marriage is close to 23%. आप लोग कभी स्टेट्स में जहां से आप लोग आए हो, where have you come from? Which state? Madhya Pradesh. What is a early childhood marriage there? Madam, where have you come from? Odisha. Okay, 23%. All Odisha? Oh, you don't know about Madhya Pradesh. Good. Okay, ठीक है. बताओ. Odisha? Anyone from other states? Sir. Madhya Pradesh. So please help her. What is the early childhood marriage prevalence in Madhya Pradesh? In your?
Nowadays, there is no early
No early childhood marriage? Everyone agrees with him? Huh? Everyone agrees with him? So this brings me to Shubhendu's second point. How do you learn? What did he say? What are the two aspects, two ways that you can learn? And travel to the field. तो ये दोनों चीज आपको और ज्यादा करना पड़ेगा. You have to travel to the field. There are a lot of child marriages which are also not reported because of reasons of, because उसमें there are also legal repercussions can lead to arrest and all those things. ठीक है. Madhya Pradesh has pretty high proportion of childhood marriage. ठीक है. So early childhood marriage होने से क्या होगा? You will, the woman gets exposed to uh, uh, becoming or bearing an early child. न उसमें और भी क्या होता है challenges की intrapartum gap जो होता है. You know what is intrapartum gap? हाँ सर? Yes, intrapartum gap माने दो बच्चे के बीच में जो gap रहना चाहिए. That also reduces. बार बार they become pregnant. Tribal areas में we have seen that women having 6-7 kids is very very common. ठीक है. So early pregnancy होने से क्या होगा? Risk of low birth weight increases. Low birth weight से क्या होगा? Child growth failure. What is child growth failure? हाँ, स्टंटिंग हो सकता है. मैंने ग्रोथ फेलियर, मैंने स्टंटिंग हो सकता है, वेस्टिंग हो सकता है, अंडरवेट हो सकता है, पुअर ब्रेन डेवलपमेंट हो सकता है, कॉग्निटिव डेवलपमेंट कम हो सकता है. लो वेट एंड हाइट इन एडोलेसेंट्स बिकॉज दे डोंट ग्रो प्रॉपरली. क्या हो सकता है? स्मॉल एडल्ट वुमेन. इसमें अगर मेन होगा तो दे विल बी आउट ऑफ द साइकिल, बट द चैलेंज इज दे विल नॉट बी एबल टू कंट्रीब्यूट टू द कंट्रीज जीडीपी. ये भी चीज होता है. Diabetes, hypertension, or poor intelligence because of nutritional deprivation. And this way the cycle totally perpetuates. The good part is that जो मैंने बताया under 5 deaths are preventable among by very very simple interventions. So what are the interventions? बताओ क्या क्या लिखा है? What is the first intervention? प्रेगनेंसी में जो मैलेरिया एंडेमिक एरिया होता है वहां एंटी मैलेरिया दिया जाता है. सेकेंड, एंटीबायोटिक्स फॉर व्हाट इज पीआरएम? यस. थर्ड, और भी है एक्चुअली, और भी 2-3 चीजें. टिटेनस टॉक्साइड, विटामिन ए, क्लीन वाटर, सैनिटेशन, हाइजीन, क्लीन डिलीवरी, कॉम्प्लीमेंट्री फीडिंग, ब्रेस्ट फीडिंग. यहाँ पर देखो दो रेड में दिया हुआ है. ये दोनों टोटल करने से कितना होता है? ब्रेस्ट फीडिंग, कॉम्प्लीमेंट्री फीडिंग 13 + 7 20%. So nutrition interventions, हाँ 13 + 7. What is this? Breastfeeding क्या कितना है? हाँ, और ये कितना है? 6 मैंने वो 6 यहाँ लिखा है. इट इज 6 पॉइंट समथिंग. ठीक है. तो दोनों मिला के अराउंड रफली अराउंड 20%. ठीक है. मैंने 1/5 ऑफ infant deaths can just be protected with very simple doable nutrition interventions. So why do you think we should be actually investing in nutrition? And this brings us to the policy angles. Do you think investing in nutrition should be a policy dialogue? You think so? Yes, why? देखो, हर चीज करने के लिए पैसा का जरूरत होता है. ये एक बहुत गलत फहमी है कि केवल वैक्सीन देने के लिए, मेडिसिन देने के लिए इन्वेस्टमेंट का जरूरत है. न्यूट्रिशन प्रमोशन के लिए भी इन्वेस्टमेंट का जरूरत है. व्हाट आर सम ऑफ द थिंग्स सर? न्यूट्रिशन प्रमोशन के लिए क्या क्या इन्वेस्टमेंट, क्यों इन्वेस्टमेंट चाहिए? बताइए. हाँ, मैन पावर टू डू व्हाट? मैन पावर टू डू व्हाट अगेन? काउंसलिंग बोलते हैं. अरे आप लोग तो बोलना चाहिए. IEC BCC is a prehistoric term. They don't no longer call it IEC and BCC. Yes, because IEC is posters, जिसको देख के हर जगह पोस्टर लगा रहते हैं. पोस्टर ये जो पीछे लिखा है, कितना लोग पढ़े हो? हाथ उठाओ. अभी देख के क्यों बोल रहे हो? पढ़े हो? क्या है बताओ क्या? हाँ. ओके. ओके. अब सब देख रहा है पीछे मुड़ मुड़ के. Good. So you have the knack of reading posters. How many of you have knack of reading posters? You have the knack of. So दो. कितना लोग हैं? अच्छा ये क्या है? माने है या नहीं है? So generally क्या होता है? IEC and IEC is basically that. IEC is posters which uses a lot of money without any results. So we are now calling it social behavior change communication, which is more context specific. जो चीज community को चाहिए उस हिसाब से हम लोग use करते हैं. So why do we think? And one of the major thing is counseling. Nutrition behaviors change करने के लिए it needs a lot of counseling, and these should be policy level actions to increase investment for counseling. क्योंकि counseling is one of the most neglected subjects of nutrition promotion. काउंसलिंग के लिए कोई सोचते नहीं है. लोग सोचते हैं कि दो बात कर देने का मतलब है काउंसलिंग, दो मैसेजेस देने का मतलब है काउंसलिंग. कितने लोगों को यहाँ काउंसलिंग के बारे में पता है? हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू नो अबाउट काउंसलिंग हियर? हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू हैव डन काउंसलिंग? यस मैडम, यू हैव डन काउंसलिंग. ओके, व्हाट इज योर बैकग्राउंड? यू आर इनटू. Okay, wonderful. So one, and what is the difference between message giving and counseling? Hmm. Hmm. Right. So basically, counseling is more contextualized to the need of the individual. Message generally, what frontline workers do is they just give messages and come back. उससे behavior change नहीं हो रहा है, नहीं होता है. ठीक है. So one of the major action points is investing in nutrition. It builds human capital and boosts national prosperity. Early childhood programs can increase school completion by 1 year. अर्ली चाइल्डहुड इंटरवेंशन में जिसको हम ईसीडी या अर्ली चाइल्डहुड डेवलपमेंट के बारे में बोल के जानते हैं. यू नो अबाउट ईसीडी, अर्ली चाइल्डहुड डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम्स, जो पहले पहले दिन जो राजी प्रेजेंट की फ्रॉम महाराष्ट्र. आरंभ, एग्जांपल ऑफ आरंभ. आरंभ इज बेसिकली अ अर्ली चाइल्डहुड डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम. ठीक है. इट कैन इंक्रीज एडल्ट वेजेस बाय 5 to 50%. Very, very critical. Children are prevented, who are prevented from becoming stunted, at 33% more likely to come out of poverty as adults. Reduction in stunting can increase GDP by 4 to 11%. And World Bank estimates that preventing malnutrition delivers $16 to $1 spent. आप $1 spend करोगे on nutrition promotion, nutrition actions, उसका results होता है $16. But unfortunately, क्यों policy level में इसका translate नहीं होता है? Simply because improvements in nutrition are often intergenerational. अब अभी इम्पैक्ट इंटरवेन करोगे तो आपका नेक्स्ट जनरेशन में उसका रिजल्ट देखेगा. इसीलिए जनरली उसको पॉलिसी एक्शंस में उसको ट्रांसफर नहीं होता है. Investing in child nutrition now is an investment in the growth and social and economic development of India. ये देखो, यही वाला चीज जो है इसी को ही समझाना पड़ेगा. Policy actions, these are huge policy gaps. Everyone wants a quick result. जो पहले दिन even Suparna was telling. Everyone wants a quick result. कि आज मैं इन्वेस्ट किया, कल मेरे को रिजल्ट चाहिए, परसों मेरे को रिजल्ट चाहिए. नहीं होता है. You need to have patience to invest in nutrition, and this is one of the major, I would say, nuggets of knowledge for policy influencing. जब influence करने जाओगे, when you will be speaking to a policy makers, that इसमें we need more money. She will ask you why, or he will ask you why. क्यों चाहिए ज्यादा पैसा? इसलिए चाहिए तुम्हें ये समझाना पड़ेगा कि आप आज इन्वेस्ट करेंगे तो कल आपको रिजल्ट नहीं मिलेगा, लेकिन आपको 1 साल बाद उसका रिजल्ट मिलेगा. Again, impact of investing in nutrition, it is one of the greatest opportunity for social and economic change. It boosts GDP by 11%. Africa and Asia में देखा गया. These are all World Bank studies, by the way. It prevents nearly half of child mortality, जो पहले ही बताया. Child mortality का 45 to 75% in various contexts is because of malnutrition as an underlying cause. Increases school attainment, ये हमने बताया already. Boosts wage rates by 5 to 50%. Why? Huh? Work is more efficient and generally ये देखा गया जो people who are not well nourished, they generally don't, they end up doing menial works, repetitive and menial work. ऐसा नहीं कि वो खराब, मैं ये नहीं बोल रहा हूँ खराब है, but repetitive and menial work करने से उसका earning is also reduced. जब वो अच्छा खाना खाएगा तब वो अच्छा उसका कॉग्निटिव डेवलपमेंट होगा. दे विल रीड मोर, दे विल स्टडी मोर, दे विल बिकम मोर एफ्लुएंट. सी, ऑल ऑफ यू आर सिटिंग हियर because your early childhood was well nourished. Don't forget that. There would be many like you who probably will be equally talented, but because their early childhood has been so undernourished that they didn't get that opportunity to come up to these particular group. And then make children 33% more likely to escape poverty as adults. ये already हम बात कर चुके हैं. So this is what I have already shown. This is shown in pictorial form here, that the $1 for every dollar invested, it is $16 return. Okay, so if we look at the burden of malnutrition in India, what has happened? Currently, around 1/3 of our children less than 5 years are stunted in India. This is NFHS 5. NFHS 6 is, we do not know what the figure will show. NFHS 6 has been completed but not yet released. Wasting is around 19%. Underweight is 32%. And anemia is 57%. What is the poverty rate of India? कितना है? हाँ? 29-30%. Okay. And what is the anemia level? So does it follow the trajectory? And anemia is a nutrition challenge. Okay. Does it follow the trajectory ki people are more malnourished because they are poor? It doesn't. This brings me to the last point. Double burden. You know what is double burden of malnutrition? Any idea? What is double burden? हाँ बोलो. बताओ. हाँ? Underweight and obesity is double burden. मान लो तुम्हारे घर में एक अंडरवेट बच्चा है, उसका घर में एक ओबीस बच्चा है. सो हाउ इज इट अ डबल बर्डन? बताओ बताओ बताओ. हाँ हाँ. हाँ हाँ हाँ. स्टंटिंग एंड ओवरवेट. ओके. तुम्हारे घर में स्टंटिंग है, उसका घर में एक ओवरवेट है. हाउ इज इट रिलेटेड? इन 1%? ना ना, हो सकता है, सही बोल रही है, हो सकता है, वो भी हो सकता है. सो इट इज अ कंडीशन ऑफ को एग्जिस्टेंस ऑफ ओवर एंड अंडर न्यूट्रिशन, either within a person, within a family, within a community, within a country. Different levels. So basically the coexistence of over and under nutrition is called double burden. Abhi, there is a new concept which has come in, is called triple burden of malnutrition. What is that? उसके साथ साथ micronutrient deficiencies भी has come as a menace, because you see anemia क्या है? Anemia is 57%, and this has increased from the last NFHS. So let us now have a look at कि हमारा न्यूट्रिशन पॉलिसीज जो है इंडिया में, इसके इवोल्यूशन कैसे हुआ. What are some of the timelines of national nutrition policies? 1975 में इंटीग्रेटेड चाइल्ड डेवलपमेंट सर्विस, ऑल एग्री? सो कितना साल हुआ आईसीडीएस का? 50 साल हो गया. What have been the results? No, no, no. ऐसे generic मत बोलो. If you know, please tell. What exactly are the challenges? What are the challenges in ICDS? जानते हो ICDS स्कीम है बोल के एक? जानते हो? कितना लोग नहीं जानते हैं ICDS के बारे में? कितना लोग नहीं जानते हो ICDS के बारे में? सब जानते हो? सब जानते हो? अच्छा, ग्रुप्स क्या क्या है? कौन कौन सा ग्रुप्स को सर्विस देते हैं आईसीडीएस में? बताओ. हाँ, जोर से बोलो. चिल्ड्रन एंड वुमेन, ऐसे सब चिल्ड्रन सब वुमेन. व्हाट इज द डेफिनेशन ऑफ चिल्ड्रन? बताओ. अंडर 5. हाँ. अंडर 12. 12 या 14? 12 है या 14 है? कंफ्यूजन है. क्या कंफ्यूजन है? 14 है. अच्छा, और एनी डेफिनेशन? और एनी डेफिनेशन? सर, क्या कितना है? 14 बताया, कोई 18 बताया, कोई 5 बताया. बताओ. 3. बताओ.
Then early childhood between 1 to 12 years, and then 12 to 18 years is adult. So ICD is working at different stages.
यूनाइटेड नेशंस डेफिनेशन क्या है चिल्ड्रन का? व्हाट इज द ग्लोबल डेफिनेशन ऑफ चिल्ड्रन? 18 साल से कम जितने हैं उसको चिल्ड्रन बोला जाता है. तुम्हें पता था तो बोले क्यों नहीं? हाँ, मुझे बोलना है. अच्छा, इसको पता है, ऐसे मुंडी हिला रहे तो पता होगा जरूर. हाँ. सो अंडर 5 इज बेसिकली फॉर हेल्थ पर्पसेस, दे आर मोर वल्नरेबल ग्रुप. तो इसीलिए हम अंडर 5 के बारे में बातचीत करते हैं. ठीक है. हाँ, तो किन कौन चिल्ड्रन एंड वीमेन बताया, बहुत जेनेरिक. एनी स्पेसिफिक ग्रुप्स? विमेन ऑफ रिप्रोडक्टिव एज, लैक्टेटिंग प्रेग्नेंट विमेन, एंड चिल्ड्रन में? हाँ, एडोलेसेंट गर्ल्स. हाँ, और बच्चों में? अंडर 5 चिल्ड्रन. अंडर 5, 6 to 12. हे भगवान. हाँ, बताओ. बताओ 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 जल्दी. चिल्ड्रन फ्रॉम 0 to 3, चिल्ड्रन फ्रॉम 3 to 6. अच्छा, और? अच्छा, ओके. Adolescent girls not going to school and women of reproductive age क्या सेवा देते हैं WRA को आईसीडीएस में? women of reproductive age को क्या सर्विसेज देते हैं आईसीडीएस में? सर, मध्य प्रदेश में क्या देते हैं? आप पढ़ रहे हो, काम कर रहे हो? व्हाट आर यू डूइंग? यू आर रिसर्चर. अच्छा, किस चीज पे रिसर्च कर रहे हो? हेलो, यहाँ एक जगह बात कर. हाँ, बोलो. न्यूट्रिशन पे अच्छा, सोचे हो रिसर्च करोगे? अच्छा, तो न्यूट्रिशन, ये सब न्यूट्रिशन का ही प्रश्न है, न्यूट्रिशन का बाहर का नहीं है. थोड़ा सा लिटरेचर रिव्यू करके देखो ये क्या है. सो यस, ऑल द एज ग्रुप्स आर कवर्ड, बट सप्लीमेंट्री न्यूट्रिशन 0 to 6 years को दिया जाता है. 0 to डिफरेंट फॉर्म में दिया जाता है, 0 to 3 and 3 to 6. देन ग्रोथ मॉनिटरिंग होता है 0 to 5, 0 to 6 नहीं. ठीक है. एडolescents को भी सेवाएं दिया जाता है डिफरेंट. स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स एडिशनल देता है. देयर इज अ स्कीम फॉर एडolescent गर्ल्स जिसमें किशोरी बालिकाओं को डिफरेंट काउंसलिंग एंड अदर रिलेटेड सर्विसेज दिया जाता है, फूड भी दिया जाता है. ठीक है. एंड प्रेग्नेंट एंड लैक्टेटिंग को काउंसलिंग, हेल्थ सर्विसेज कन्वर्जेंस में दिया जाता है. उसके साथ साथ उनको खाद्य भी दिया जाता है, सप्लीमेंट्री न्यूट्रिशन. ठीक है. अच्छा, 1993 में नेशनल न्यूट्रिशन पॉलिसी आया. सो इंडिया हैज अ नेशनल न्यूट्रिशन पॉलिसी 1993. उसके बाद उसका और कुछ हुआ नहीं. So it policies dated at 1993. 1995 में नेशनल न्यूट्रिशन मिशन का कंसेप्ट सेटअप हुआ. नेशनल न्यूट्रिशन मिशन 2018 में इट वाज सेटअप बाय द ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर ऑफ इंडिया इन राजस्थान झुंझुनू. जानते हैं उसका जेनेसिस? नेशनल न्यूट्रिशन मिशन, हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू नो अबाउट नेशनल न्यूट्रिशन मिशन? क्या है मैडम, बताओ, नाम बताओ, तुम्हारा नाम क्या है? अच्छा बैनर्जी, बताओ. हाँ, व्हाट इज इट? पोषण अभियान है, हाँ. पोषण अभियान नेशनल न्यूट्रिशन मिशन है. स्टेट न्यूट्रिशन अवेयरनेस, व्हाट एल्स? बस, बस, एग्रीड. यस सर, टेल मी.
Yes, so आंगनवाड़ी and आशा वर्कर
एनएचएम, नेशनल हेल्थ मिशन. अच्छा, नेशनल हेल्थ मिशन में आंगनवाड़ी वर्कर को लिंक करके होता है. अच्छा, होता है. नेशनल हेल्थ मिशन में आंगनवाड़ी को लिंक करके काम होता है? हाँ, नहीं ना. Okay. So it is National Nutrition Mission is set up under the Women and Child Development Department. उसमें different action points, different उसका they have set out ambitious targets. Reduction of undernutrition is definitely one. उसके साथ साथ they are looking at low birth weight. They're looking at anemia in convergence with health. ठीक है. तो ये सारे बहुत सारे उसका इंडिकेटर्स है. न्यूट्रिशन इज सच अ वास्ट एरिया दैट उसमें काफी इंटरलिंकेजेस है. देन 2021 में व्हाट दे हैव डन इज दे हैव रिवैम्प्ड द नेशनल न्यूट्रिशन मिशन और पोषण टू पोषण 2.0 and Saksham Anganwadi, which basically looks at how do you strengthen service delivery in Anganwadi centers. How do you make Anganwadi centers more child friendly? So I was a part of the national discourse on making Anganwadi centers child friendly. ठीक है, but again it's a policy gap. Policy में है, but उसका implementation is pretty skewed. Some states like Gujarat have done a lot of work. Odisha have done some work. Some states have done some work. Some states use CSR funds to better the infrastructure provision in Anganwadis. बट उसको भी कैसे चैलेंज है देखो. आई रिसेंटली वेंट टू एन आंगनबाड़ी फॉलोइंग what Shubhendu says that you learn more when you go to the field. So I went and I saw a lot of resources which has been given by one CSR to Anganwadis. क्या किया है, विदाउट प्लानिंग, विदाउट सोचे समझे रिसोर्स देने का है. वो आंगनवाड़ी में एक बहुत बड़ा अलमीरा दे दिया, वुडन अलमीरा, which actually has covered half of the Anganwadi space. Movement has become restricted and आंगनवाड़ी में you need to teach students जो ईसीसी होता है, यू नीड टू प्रोवाइड देम फूड, जो मिड डे मील खाते हैं. महिलाओं का मीटिंग होना चाहिए वहां पर. मदर्स कम, देयर आर मदर कमिटी मीटिंग, जो एसएचजी एंड अदर्स जो क्वालिटी ऑफ फूड आंगनवाड़ी का जो डेली प्रोग्राम से उसको रिव्यू करते हैं. देयर इज नो स्पेस टू मूव. So that is the reason I said we have a lot of very good policies, but policies are never contextualized. What kind of policy actions do we need to ensure that Anganwadis in remote tribal areas or in PVTG pockets, which he does his research in, are more contextualized and require and fulfill the requirements for the need of the people there? ये वन साइज फिट्स ऑल अप्रोच में नहीं होता. ये कॉन्टेक्चुअलाइज करने का बहुत जरूरत है. So what are the current policy framework? Very quickly, Poshan Abhiyan. So Poshan Abhiyan is your nutrition mission, and what does it ride mainly on is convergence. And why convergence? Because nutrition as a intervention or nutrition as a theme is, it is very convergent. Nutrition does not only mean provision of food. It requires safe drinking water. सेफ ड्रिंकिंग वाटर नहीं होने से न्यूट्रिशन डिप्राइवेशन कैसे होगा? एनी आइडिया? इफ यू डू नॉट प्रोवाइड सेफ ड्रिंकिंग वाटर टू अ कम्युनिटी एंड जस्ट कीप ऑन प्रोवाइडिंग फूड, What are the dangers there? हाँ, मैं ये पूछ रहा हूं कि केवल खाना देने से, खाना पूर्ति करने से पोषण जो स्तर है वो इम्प्रूव करेगा? अगर सेफ ड्रिंकिंग वाटर वहां अवेलेबल नहीं है तो क्या हो सकता है? पानी से न्यूट्रिएंट होता है? पानी में न्यूट्रिएंट होता है? पानी में ये जो जो बॉटल आता है ना, उसके ऊपर मत जाओ। उसमें काफी घपला लिखा रहता है, टैप वाटर भर के देता है तुम्हें। देख रहे हैं, देख 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 ले, अच्छे से देखो। कुछ दिखा? हाँ, बस वही वही हो रहता है, इट इज हाइड्रोजन एंड ऑक्सीजन। सो बेसिकली पानी कंटेमिनेटेड होने से इट रिस्क्स अ लॉट, डायरिया एपिसोड्स बढ़ जाएगा। डायरिया होने से शरीर में जो न्यूट्रिएंट का स्तर है वो कम होते जाएगा। देयर वुड बी लॉट ऑफ यू नो बॉडी से निकल जाएगा बहुत सारे न्यूट्रिएंट्स। उसके साथ साथ देयर हैज बीन ग्लोबल रिसर्च व्हिच हैज शोन दैट unhealthy environment it actually exacerbates stunting. So जॉन ड्रीस का स्टडी है कि इन इंडिया districts having larger proportion of open defecation have also larger proportion of stunted children, and that is through a condition called environmental enteropathy or leaky gut. ठीक है? बेसिक फंडा इज कि जब बॉडी में इंफेक्शन कॉन्स्टेंटली, जो शुभेंदु ने बताया ना कि ही सेड ना कि देयर आर कम्युनिटीज व्हिच हैव एक्सटर्नल मैनिफेस्टेशन नहीं है, कुछ और नहीं है, देयर इज अ इनहेरेंट कांस्टेंट इन्फ्लेमेशन इनसाइड, बार बार बीमार पड़ रहा है। इसका सिंपल है कि अंदर में इंफेक्शन रह रहा है, देयर इज अ हिडन इन्फेक्शन इनसाइड, एंड बिकॉज ऑफ दैट बॉडी energy resources can either help the body to grow or help the body to fight infection. Constant infection होने से majority of that body का जो energy resource है that goes in fighting the infection. As a result, the body does not grow properly. ठीक है? Next is ICT based monitoring. So the Poshan Abhiyan has introduced a concept जो second में है Poshan tracker. So it's basically a mobile based system to do its future will probably be doing live tracking, but currently what it does is it tracks the weight, height and other vital parameters, weight, height and other information in terms of service delivery for each individual child, and puts it on a system which is activated on their mobile. So each of the Anganwadi workers have been given a mobile, and then their growth is tracked on a real time basis. Saksham Anganwadi is basically जो मैंने बताया infrastructure. It looks at child friendly Anganwadi centers. One of the very interesting child friendly Anganwadi center practices is where you put the blackboards for children to scribble. अगर मैं यहां पर blackboard लगाऊं, will children be able to scribble? हाँ, यस, यस बोल रहे हो? कहाँ लगाना चाहिए ब्लैक बोर्ड? कहाँ लगाना चाहिए? कहाँ लगाना चाहिए? नीचे। देन दे यूज, जो मैंने उस समय छत्तीसगढ़, आई वाज वर्किंग इन छत्तीसगढ़, जो मैंने गवर्नमेंट ऑफ छत्तीसगढ़ और विन्यास बोल के एक संस्था है हु इज ऑल्सो कंसल्टेंट टू द मिनिस्ट्री, उसके साथ जब मैं डिजाइन करने लगा, दे ऑल्सो यूज लॉट ऑफ लोकली अवेलेबल मटेरियल्स फॉर टॉयज, चिल्ड्रंस टॉयज। क्या होता है, जो बाहर से टॉयज लाया जाता है ना, वो आंगनबाड़ी वर्कर से बांध के ऊपर रख देती है फॉर द फियर कि वो खराब कर देगा। हैव एनीवन ऑफ यू विजिटेड आंगनबाड़ी सेंटर? गए हो, देखे हो टॉयज? देखे हो कहाँ रखते हैं? ऊपर चढ़ा के रखते हैं। पूछोगे तो बोलते हैं बच्चे लेके चला जाएगा। उसका भी डर है, बिकॉज उसके लिए फिक्स पैसा आता है ना, इतना ही पैसा में भाई तुम्हें चलाना है तुम्हारा केंद्र, और वो कम हो जाएगा तो फिर क्या करेंगे? तो इसीलिए लोकली अवेलेबल मटेरियल से हाउ डू यू मेक टॉयज, एंड बच्चों का व्हेन यू गिव दोस टॉयज व्हाट हैपेंस इज देयर stimulation. It is about different kinds of motor reflexes which increases coordination increase. So we started using locally available materials for um, making the children play and learn. ठीक है? And interestingly, बहुत सारे देशों में अर्ली चाइल्डहुड एडुकेशन जो है ना, दैट इज डन कंप्लीटली थ्रू अ प्लेवे मेथड। उसमें बैठ के अक्षर सिखाया नहीं जाता है टिल अ सर्टेन एज. And this actually increases and enhances because ultimately everything तुम्हारा learning is totally dependent on your cognitive ability and skills. तो cognitive ability develop करना बहुत जरूरी होता है. So this basically Saksham Anganwadi talks about infrastructure quality EC. What is EC? What is EC? Sir, what is EC? हाँ सर, आप ही को पूछ रहा हूँ. EC क्या है? और न्यूट्रिशन में कौन कौन रिसर्च कर रहे हो? हाथ उठाओ. आप कोई नहीं उठाएगा. हाँ, इसी क्या है बताओ. बताओ बताओ बताओ, इसी क्या है बताओ. नो आइडिया. न्यूट्रिशन तो ई क्यों लिखा है? इसलिए मना करते हैं गूगल मत देखो. जल्दी जल्दी में गूगल देख के क्या गड़बड़ कर दे रहे. अर्ली चाइल्डहुड एजुकेशन, ईसीई. ठीक है. एंड न्यूट्रिशन, ऑब्वियसली बच्चों को न्यूट्रिशन दिया जाता है बहुत सारे स्टेट्स में. ये न्यूट्रिशन में बहुत सारे इनोवेशन क्या है, ठीक है, क्या देना चाहिए बच्चों को, एडिशनल क्या देना चाहिए. गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया कॉस्ट नॉर्म बांध दिया है. बहुत सारे स्टेट उस कॉस्ट नॉर्म के ऊपर भी एक्स्ट्रा कुछ देते हैं बच्चों को. ठीक है. देन लिंक्ड विथ नेशनल हेल्थ मिशन. आपने बताया नेशनल हेल्थ मिशन. व्हाई इज न्यूट्रिशन लिंक्ड विथ नेशनल हेल्थ मिशन? व्हाट आर द न्यूट्रिशन सर्विसेज प्रोवाइडेड थ्रू नेशनल हेल्थ मिशन? What are the nutrition services provided through National Health Mission? बताओ, quick. I don't have all day. जल्दी बोलो. अरे as researchers you should be doing some kind of literature review ना. हाँ बोलो. आयरन टेबलेट्स देते हैं और बस. और क्या देते हैं प्रेग्नेंट को? और क्या क्या माइक्रोन्यूट्रिएंट देते हैं? और क्या देते हैं? चना देते हैं, वो टैबलेट है. अरे भाई टैबलेट के बारे में बोल रहे हो. गुड़ चना, हाँ बहुत सारे मैंने बताया जो एडिशनल बहुत सारे ये दिया जाता है. कौन सा मेडिसिन देते हैं? हाँ, विटामिन डी एंड कैल्शियम. कैल्शियम देते हैं, राइट. और एल्बेंडाजोल देते हैं. एल्बेंडाजोल क्यों देते हैं? वो क्या होता है? उसको कॉमन लैंग्वेज में क्या बोलते हैं? डीवर्मिंग. वही प्रॉब्लम होता है. वो जो स्पेशलिस्ट होता है ना, वो केवल 7th फ्लोर से नीचे गिरने तक ट्रीट कर सकता है. अगर 5th फ्लोर से गिर गया फिर वो नहीं है. डीवर्मिंग, सिंपल लैंग्वेज. It is linked with National Health Mission. जैसे you are saying, it has so many micronutrient being provided. उसके साथ साथ infant and young child feeding (IYCF) is now a major component under National Health Mission. उसके साथ साथ HBYC Home Based Young Child Care, HBNC Home Based Newborn Care, IMNCI Integrated Management of Neonatal Childhood Illnesses. All of these are programs of National Mission which are very strong collaborations and complementarity with nutrition. And then Anemia Mukh Bharat, all of you know this. This is basically an anemia prevention in Odisha. जो लोग उड़ीसा में है उन लोग का बेनिफिट के लिए मैं बता दूं, इसको हम लोग अम्लान बोलते हैं. It's called Amlan. The Anemia Mukh Bharat is called Amlan in Odisha. It has some additional components. Okay, next. So let us see. Stunting has declined over time. ठीक है. बिटवीन सेवरल एनएफएचएस वी आर सीइंग दैट स्टंटिंग हैज डिक्लाइन. डेफिनेटली जो सरकार ने जो कर रहा है, जो डिफरेंट पॉलिसी इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स है, जो प्रोग्राम्स है, दोज आर वर्किंग. ऐसा नहीं कि एवरीथिंग इज वेरी ग्लूमी, दोज आर वर्किंग. ठीक है. व्हाट इज आईसीडीएस कवरेज? 13.8 lakh आंगनवाड़ी सेंटर्स. ह्यूज इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर. जो मैंने बताया, India is the only country to have dedicated nutrition workforce and centers at community level. No other country has this. So it is a responsibility of all of us to make this entire infrastructure more vibrant. जो policy gaps है उसमें we need to ask questions, we need to do research and tell the policy makers इसमें ये gap है. So sir, what is your name sir? Yes sir. So Suryakant, we are actually hoping that people like you can do your research to find out some of the gaps in policy implementations and guide policy actions. So it is a huge infrastructure and a network, 13.8 lakhs आंगनवाड़ी सेंटर्स अक्रॉस द कंट्री. देन ये मैं ऑलरेडी बताया 48 से 31% रिडक्शन हुआ है स्टंटिंग का. एंड बिलीव मी, स्टंटिंग इज प्रोबेबली वन ऑफ द मोस्ट डिफिकल्ट न्यूट्रिशन पैरामीटर्स टू रिड्यूस because of its cross linkages to so many things. In Odisha, we did a study using data from what we called RSOC, Rapid Survey on Children, 2000 I think 13, 14, 14, 15, I'm forgetting the year, जो Minister of Women and Child के साथ we did, and we found that one of the major drivers of stunting in Odisha, guess करो क्या हो सकता है? Guess, any guesses? Any guesses, sir? क्या हो सकता है? What could we have found out? Just a wild guess. I'll tell you, it was nothing to do with nutrition, it was something else. What could it be? Yes, madam, what could it be? Early childhood marriage. Because it's a tribal state, मैं पहले ही बताया, tribal state. Early childhood marriage was major contributor to childhood stunting in Odisha. And I'm sure that would be the case with several other states which have high tribal population. Go to your state and do your research, sir. Madhya Pradesh would be having similar, Jharkhand would be having similar, several other states would be having similar, other than the Schedule 6 states, which are largely, they have, you know what is the difference between Schedule 5 and Schedule 6? Huh? No? Schedule 6 are those northeastern states which have sizable tribal population, and Schedule 5 are those other states like Odisha, Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, West Bengal, Telangana, Andhra Pradesh. ठीक है? And institutional delivery has also improved. It is more than 90% now, institutional delivery. ठीक है. So एक चीज वेरी वेरी कॉमन, अगेन वेरी कॉमन सेंसिकल क्वेश्चन, अगर इंस्टीट्यूशनल डिलीवरी बढ़ रहा है, व्हाट वी कैन एक्सपेक्ट इन टर्म्स ऑफ न्यूट्रिशन, क्या और बढ़ सकता है इंस्टीट्यूशनल डिलीवरी के साथ साथ? अर्ली इनिशिएशन ऑफ ब्रेस्ट फीडिंग, जो तुरंत स्तनपान के बारे में बोल रहा है, बट वो नहीं बढ़ रहा है, वहां पर चैलेंजेस है. क्या, क्यों नहीं बढ़ रहा है? हाँ
Sir,
हाँ
yes,
बताओ.
sometimes community, like their superstitions, community superstition, and sometimes institutional barriers. Like NICU, if a baby is in NICU, it's also increased, or if it is a induced delivery, then it also.
और क्या? ओके, व्हाट एल्स? एक जो वेरी ऑब्वियस है, वन ऑफ द मेजर रीजन कि ये क्यों नहीं बढ़ रहा है, वो कोई नहीं बोल रहे हो. अगेन रिसर्चर सिंड्रोम, बताओ. हाँ हाँ, अलग रखते हैं. यस यस. सीजरियन सेक्शन क्यों बढ़ रहा है? इतना बढ़ना चाहिए कैसे? आई टोल्ड यू आई विल स्पीक लेस, यू गाइस आर गोइंग टू स्पीक मोर. बढ़ना चाहिए क्या? हाँ, क्यों बढ़ रहा है? क्यों बढ़ रहा है? व्हाट इज कंट्रीब्यूटिंग टू इंक्रीज इन सीजरियन डिलीवरीज? सर, रिसर्चर सर, ये and this is also causing damage to your early initiation of breastfeeding. Go to out to any hospital, you will see baby food displayed prominently in all places. And invariably, बहुत nicely, जो दाई होते हैं हॉस्पिटल में भी एक आध रहता है, आया रहता है, आके माँ का कान में बोलती है, आपका बच्चा ठीक से नहीं पी पा रहे, बाहर वो मेडिसिन शॉप है, शी ऑल्सो गेट्स हर कमीशन फ्रॉम दैट मेडिसिन शॉप. यस, प्रीलैक्टियल फीड्स. ठीक है. तो ये भी हमें देखना पड़ेगा. वी ऑल नीड टू लुक एट दीज. बट देखो, पॉलिसीज इंस्ट्रूमेंट नहीं है बताई ना वो पहले दिन, वो सुपर्णा बताई ना आईएमएस एक्ट के बारे में. punitive measures है, IMS Act, if anyone prescribes anything other than breast milk will be punished, license cancel हो सकता है, ये हो सकता है, वो हो सकता है, बट इतना faulty policy है. एक pediatrician को बोल रहा है ऐसे ये होगा तो 5,000 रुपया फाइन करेगा, वो तो 5,000 ऐसे निकाल के दे देगा. 5,000 दिन में अच्छे पेडियाट्रिशियन होता है तो दिन का इनकम कितना होता है अच्छा पेडियाट्रिशियन का? हाँ, हाँ, 50 to 60 वो गांव में, शहर में और ज्यादा होता है. ठीक है, तो 5,000 रुपया पेनल्टी फाइन है, तो नो वन एक्चुअली केयर्स. तो ये पॉलिसी है, बट इंप्लीमेंटेशन में देखो कितना बड़ा गैप है, चैलेंज क्या है. एंड पोषण ट्रैकर में रियल टाइम डेटा ट्रैकिंग होता है. अगेन दिस इज अ बिग चैलेंज. हैज एनीवन ऑफ यू गॉट होल्ड ऑफ एनी पोषण ट्रैकर डेटा? देखे हो? हाँ सर, पोषण ट्रैकर में क्या चैलेंजेस आप देखे? ओके.
When they put the data in Ocean Tracker and if wrong data fed, they are not able to change it until or unless supervisors.
रॉन्ग डाटा क्यों डालते हैं? क्यों डालते हैं?
The data.
टाइम. सर मैं पहले बताया, आई एम गोइंग टू स्पीक अ वेरी लेमन्स लैंग्वेज. मैनिपुलेट इसीलिए करते हैं क्योंकि उन लोग को लगता है अगर मैनिपुलेट नहीं करेगा, सही फिगर्स दिखाया जाएगा, देन दे विल बी पेनलाइज्ड. वो गलत है. डेलिबरेटली दे रिड्यूस अंडर न्यूट्रिशन लेवल्स. उसमें वो सारे गलती करता है. कैसे गलती करता है? वेस्टिंग मान लो मुझे कम करना पड़ेगा. आई नीड टू रिड्यूस, आई नीड टू डू एन आर्टिफिशियल रिडक्शन इन वेस्टिंग, नॉट इंटरवेंशन वाइज. मैं क्या करूंगा? वेस्टिंग कैसे मेजर होता है? वेट फॉर हाइट. तो मैं इधर वेट बढ़ाऊंगा या हाइट घटाऊंगा? हाइट घटाने से क्या होगा? क्या बढ़ेगा? हाइट घटाने से क्या बढ़ेगा? स्टंटिंग बढ़ जाएगा. कुछ कुछ ऐसे राज्य है. अगेन आप कौन सा, मध्य प्रदेश कौन सा राज्य? राजस्थान. प्लीज लुक एट योर पोषण ट्रैकर डेटा इन राजस्थान. यू वुड सी एन एबनॉर्मल इंक्रीज इन स्टंटिंग. स्टंटिंग एंड सीवियर स्टंटिंग. मध्य प्रदेश में देखो, सारे स्टेट्स में देखो. या वेट बढ़ाने से क्या हो जाएगा? ओबेसिटी बढ़ेगा. बच्चों में इतना ओवरवेट ओबेसिटी नहीं है जितना हमारा पोषण ट्रैकर दिखाता है. अगेन पॉलिसी है. वी आर लुकिंग नाउ थ्रू आवर Saksham Anganwadi, through our Poshan 2.0, we are saying we are tracking, doing live tracking of all children. But what are we tracking? Are we tracking the real things? These are the challenges. These have to be pointed out. 0 to 5. So what are the policy gaps and challenges? Number one, persistent anemia among women and children. मैंने बताया भी, anemia has actually increased. Anemia, NFHS 4 से, अच्छा NFHS, all of you have seen NFHS data, right? हाँ, देखे हो NFHS? क्वेश्चन पूछने से जवाब दे पाओगे? देखो तुम लोग रिसर्चर हो, मेरे से तो ज्यादा ही जानते हो, मैं वो मान के चल रहा हूँ. ऑल ऑफ यू नो मोर देन मी. मैडम, am I wrong? You know more than me, yes. So have you seen NFHS? NFHS डेटा देखे हो? एनालिसिस की हो? यूनिट लेवल डेटा है? थोड़ा थोड़ा मतलब? Very safe answer. Okay, so anemia levels have actually increased, but the challenge in NFHS is what they have done is they have used finger prick method, which is doesn't give a very good assessment of anemia. Generally, it is supposed to be done using venous blood, but वो capillary blood में बहुत अच्छा result नहीं आता है. इसीलिए NFHS 6 has dropped anemia from the NFHS survey. ग्लोबली डीएचएस, ग्लोबली बहुत सारे देशों में, इफ यू आर लुकिंग एट डीएचएस इन यूनिट लेवल डेटा, दे हैव ड्रॉप्ड एनीमिया. नाउ व्हाट इज डेफिनेशन ऑफ ट्रिपल बर्डन ऑफ मेल न्यूट्रिशन? कहां से मिलेगा डेटा? कंपेयर कैसे करोगे? एक साइड में तुम्हारा अंडरवेट डेटा मिल रहा है, दूसरा सर्वे में जो डैब्स कर रहे हैं डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ बायोटेक्नोलॉजी, उसमें तुम्हें एनीमिया डेटा मिलेगा. दोनों को मिला के ट्रिपल बर्डन कैसे निकालोगे? until and unless you actually do small assessments on your own. Country level assessment of triple burden almost have become impossible now after NFHS 6. बहुत सारे देशों में DHS has dropped because of these major problem. अगर venous blood draw करके इतना बड़ा सैंपल में करना है तो just imagine the cost which you will incur, number one. Number two, the time that it will take. And उतना टेक्नीशियन चाहिए फील्ड लेवल में और डेटा कलेक्ट करने के लिए. So persistent anemia, and one of the major reason why anemia is still persisting, because iron folic acid to दिया जाता है, but children and women do not consume that tablet. Number one, because of various myths and misconceptions. What are some of the myths and misconceptions? बताओ. Yes. हाँ. ये एक्चुअली लोधा वुमेन नहीं है, ये काफी जगह में बहुत सारे महिलाओं के साथ जब हम बात करते हैं हम सुने हैं कि देयर चिल्ड्रन विल बिकम बिगर, इसलिए डिलीवरी में तकलीफ होगा, इट दे विल एंड अप हैविंग सिजेरियन डिलीवरी, सो डोंट कंज्यूम. और क्या क्या है मिसकंसेप्शन? काला हो जाएगा बच्चा. यस. थर्ड है ब्लैक स्टूल जो है, दे थिंक ब्लैक स्टूल बहुत सारे कारण से हो सकता है. इट कैन ऑल्सो हैपन बिकॉज इफ ब्लड गेट्स मिक्स्ड विद द स्टूल बिकॉज ऑफ सम कहीं से लीक, कोई ब्लड वेसल से लीक होगा, बट दिस इज बिकॉज द एलिमेंटल आयरन एक्सक्रीट होता है, इसीलिए वो स्टूल ब्लैक होता है. एंड उसको समझाना है कि भाई स्टूल ब्लैक है बट द बेनिफिट्स फार आउटवे द रिस्क्स. टेस्ट में कुछ चेंजेस हो सकता है. आजकल तो तेलंगाना में they have started giving iron ascorbate as well, which have more bioavailability than iron sulfate. Even though बहुत ज्यादा इसमें फर्क नहीं होता है, एनीमिया रिडक्शन में बहुत ज्यादा फर्क नहीं होता. वन ऑफ द अदर मेजर रीजन इज जो कैल्शियम हमने बताया ना, समन टोल कैल्शियम दिया जाता है प्रेग्नेंट वुमेन को. सो कैल्शियम और आयरन दे फाइट अगेंस्ट ईच अदर. उसको एक साथ नहीं खाना चाहिए. बहुत सारे महिलाएं गलती से इकट्ठे खा लेते हैं, गैप रहना चाहिए दोनों में. Fifth is the quality of proteins which needs to be consumed for the iron in the body to become bioavailable. शरीर में एक बार आयरन एंटर होता है, doesn't get, ऐसे निकल नहीं जाते हैं, आयरन में रहता है, बॉडी में रहता है, ठीक है. तो उसको बायोअवेलेबल करने के लिए गुड क्वालिटी प्रोटीन्स नीड्स टू बी कंज्यूम्ड. With the food inflation, is any one of you here doing any kind of research on food inflation, nutrition economics, food inflation? No one. So food inflation basically has put very common items out of the reach of common man. And what are they fulfilling those needs with? प्रोटीन तो खाना तो खाना है, क्या सप्लीमेंट कर रहे हैं? कॉस्टली खाना छोड़ के क्या ले रहे हैं? HFSS ले रहे हैं. हेल्दी डाइट्स छोड़ के दे हैव टू फिल द स्टमक, तो फिल करना पड़ेगा, पैसा नहीं है, क्या करेंगे? दे विल रिजॉर्ट टू चीपर ऑल्टरनेटिव्स. Quality of service delivery in Anganwadis. Let us hear what are the challenges in quality of service delivery in Anganwadis. पीछे जो बैठे हैं वो लोग भी बोल सकते हैं. You are not away from the group. You can also contribute. बताओ. What are some of the challenges in quality of service delivery in Anganwadis? देखिए वो आंगनवाड़ी सेंटर कैसे दिखता है? नो, देखे नहीं हो? देखे हो कैसे दिखता है? छोटा सा रूम होता है और उसमें क्या होता है? हाँ, देखे हो तो इंटरव्यू में एक बहुत हम लोग हमेशा देते हैं, अगर नहीं देखे हो नहीं जानते हो तो कभी बोलना मत देखे हो जानता हूं, क्योंकि फिर इंटरव्यूअर घुसते जाएगा पूछते जाएगा. हैव यू सीन एन आंगनवाड़ी? व्हाट इज देयर? क्या होता है आंगनवाड़ी में? वेरी गुड. चिल्ड्रन. क्वालिटी. सो बहुत सारे, इफ यू फॉलो न्यूज़पेपर आर्टिकल्स, बहुत सारे न्यूज़पेपर आर्टिकल देखोगे, खाने में क्या निकला? कॉकरोच, कीड़ा, काला हो गया है. एंड ऐसे भी देखा है उसमें से वो जो हाउस लिजर्ड, वो सब निकल रहा है. तो क्वालिटी एंड फूड सेफ्टी इज वन ऑफ द मेजर चैलेंजेस इन आंगनवाड़ी फीडिंग सिस्टम. बहुत सारे लोग कर रहे हैं, अच्छा कर रहे हैं, और भी अच्छा इसमें हमें करना पड़ेगा. और क्या क्या क्वालिटी इश्यूज है? Poor infrastructure. कैसे? How?
that is working so that the Anganwadis are on these and the rooms are like smaller than this table.
Very good. One of the major challenges is many of the Anganwadis are actually running on hired basis. Yeah, running in the house of the Anganwadi worker themselves. Yeah, running in such small premises that you do not have a separate kitchen and a separate sitting for the children. What happens? The children are exposed to the fumes and उसमें भी even though अभी क्या बोला गया, क्या देते हैं आंगनवाड़ी में? उज्ज्वला स्कीम के बारे में सुने हो? What is उज्ज्वला स्कीम? पॉलिसी पढ़ने आए हो तो पॉलिसी का ज्ञान होना बहुत जरूरी है. सो गैस देना चाहिए. अनफॉर्चुनेट बहुत केसेस ऐसे हम लोग देखे हैं जहां पर वो गैस सिलेंडर आंगनवाड़ी केंद्र में नहीं रहता है, किसी का घर में रहता है, कोई किसी का घर में खाना बनता है उससे. एंड आंगनवाड़ी स्टिल कंटिन्यूज टू यूज द ट्रेडिशनल फ्यूल विच रिलीजेस अ लॉट ऑफ स्मोक. Has any one of you again, has any one of you done or doing research on smoke, indoor smoke pollution? Indoor pollution you have done? You, sir, what are the challenges? कि अगर they are exposed to those fumes, क्या challenge हो सकता है? Watering of eyes हो सकता है. Yes, 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 yes. And बच्चों में भी similar, बच्चे तो और भी vulnerable होगा, at least वो adult है, even though vulnerable pregnant women है. तो yes, yes. And I believe, Binayak, please correct me if I'm wrong, there is some of your friends who have done on how it also relates to childhood undernutrition, pollution and childhood undernutrition, isn't it? Huh. So it has a huge repercussion. The other challenge is about the Anganwadi किस लिए है? For children to play and learn. That entire service is very, very poorly delivered in the Anganwadi center. The ECCE component, Early Childhood Care and Education component, is very poorly developed, designed poorly. Many states have done their own innovations and interventions, but overall, that needs a lot of ground to strengthen. Even जो existing policies है, existing instruments है, you can do a research कि उसमें gaps क्या है, challenges क्या है, and then inform the policy makers. These are the gaps. This is what needs to be done. Next is fragmented interdepartmental coordination. Very, very critical because as I mentioned, nutrition is a multidisciplinary, requires lot of coordination. But generally our departments, last just like several of us, love to operate in silos. Which department do you belong to? Huh? You have a nutrition department also in your institute? और कौन-कौन सा department है? Social sciences department है. How often do you interact with your social sciences counterparts, friends? हाँ, interdisciplinary researches होता है? होता है? ऐसे you're not very convincing in your response. Which department do you study? Community medicine. Community medicine. How often do you interact with your pediatric colleagues? Madam? आप फूड एंड न्यूट्रिशन और कौन कौन सा विद्यासागर यूनिवर्सिटी ना कौन सा? Okay, so you have other departments in your institute. Which are the other departments? Okay. How many times you met with your human development colleagues? Frequent. मिल के प्लानिंग करते हो? इंटरडिसिप्लिनरी रिसर्च होता है? न्यूट्रिशन में उसका रूट गोज इनटू की प्रिवेंशन ऑफ चाइल्डहुड मैरिज, अर्ली चाइल्डहुड मैरिज, जो न्यूट्रिशन का पॉलिसी भी नहीं है. एक दैट इज अ पॉलिसी ऑफ गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया की अर्ली प्रिवेंशन ऑफ अर्ली चाइल्डहुड मैरिज कॉल I'm forgetting the name. So basically, there's a policy that early childhood marriage should be prevented, but nutrition and that department does not work together. These particular intervention is dealt even within women and child. वो सोशल वेलफेयर डिपार्टमेंट डील करता है, ये पोषण या आईसीडीएस डिपार्टमेंट डील करते हैं. हेल्थ और न्यूट्रिशन के साथ तो दूर दूर तक कन्वर्जेंस है. हेल्थ मिनिस्ट्री में देखोगे, देयर आर टू डिविजन्स, maternal health, child health. They don't speak to each other. है क्या? है. They don't speak to each other. So convergence is so critical because nutrition say even so many things are required to ensure good nutrition for the child. But unfortunately, Poshan Abhiyan may be, even though it speaks about convergent action plan, देखोगे, there's a provision for doing what is called CAP, convergent action plan, जो district level से बन के आता है. But वो plan में भी शुरू में होता था. Departments used to sit together, input. अभी increasingly हम देख रहे हैं वो department नीचे से बन के ऊपर sign होके आ जाता है. And जैसे हम वो जो खाना पूर्ति हो जाता है, लिख देते हैं. बट एक्चुअल मायने में जो कन्वर्जेंस जरूरत है टू डिलीवर द सर्विसेज वो बहुत पुअर है. एनीमिया, क्लासिक एग्जांपल, एनीमिया इज अ मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी चैलेंज, मल्टी डिपार्टमेंटल चैलेंज. उसमें स्कूल मास एजुकेशन डिपार्टमेंट, शेड्यूल्ड ट्राइब्स डिपार्टमेंट, वुमेन एंड चाइल्ड वेलफेयर डिपार्टमेंट, हेल्थ डिपार्टमेंट, सारे को मिलके काम करना चाहिए. But because the tablet is provided by the health department, no other department actually is very keen to collaborate and converge. हाँ, मीटिंग्स होगा, जहां पर मीडिया आएगा वहां पर जरूर हो जाएगा, बट एक्चुअल लेवल में कन्वर्जेंस करना बहुत चैलेंजिंग है. इसीलिए क्वालिटी फ्रैगमेंटेड इंटर डिपार्टमेंटल कन्वर्जेंस, देन एम्फेसिस, ओवर एम्फेसिस ऑन फूड सप्लीमेंटेशन वर्सेस डाइटरी डाइवर्सिटी. देखो हमारा जितना पॉलिसीज है, प्रोग्राम्स है, जो सप्लीमेंट्री न्यूट्रिशन प्रोग्राम है, उसमें सप्लीमेंटरी फूड के ऊपर बहुत ज्यादा फोकस है. बट आर वी स्पीकिंग विद दैट सेम फोकस एंड सेम अटेंशन ऑन डायटरी डाइवर्सिटी व्हिच एक्चुअली प्रोवाइड्स यू द वेरियस न्यूट्रिशनल कंपोनेंट्स टू द चाइल्ड एंड द वुमन? Are we looking at MDD, minimum dietary diversity? How many of you know the definition of minimum dietary diversity? Nutrition, no nutrition here. MDD. Do you know? Are you sure? So if you are not sure, don't say. MDD. What is MAD? Minimum acceptable diet. क्या है? So basically, dietary diversity is basically how diverse your food plate is. Simple language. Minimum acceptable diet is basically कितना frequency and quantity में हमें खाना लेना जरूरी होता है. बट इसके ऊपर फोकस नहीं होता है. So what we have started doing community level में, we are talking about a thali which has all the colors of your Indian flag. You should have green, you should have saffron or orange, you should have white, and you should have blue is the clean drinking water. Then regional disparities. Do you think this is very critical? Regional disparities. Why? Why? So, why is this so critical? Regional disparities, tribal and remote areas. क्या challenge होता है tribal and suppose I say जो पोषण अभियान है, right? पोषण अभियान, पोषण 2.0. What are the challenge of implementing पोषण 2.0 in a tribal area? Madam, accessibility, okay. Many people are not accessing the services. What else? Where do you come from, madam? Tamil Nadu, okay. Tamil Nadu is a good, nutritionally good state. You have TNIP and all those. Yeah. But still, I have worked in Tamil Nadu for some time post your floods. Batao. Food taboos. Okay. Yes. Yes. So, usme we actually need to write. There are several other things also. Accessibility is one of the major challenge. Food taboos are there. Then बहुत समय जो खाना दिया जाता है आईसीडीएस सिस्टम में, कोई भी लार्ज स्केल फीडिंग प्रोग्राम के तहत, that may not be liked by those communities. They may not be liked. Uptake, madam, it's not accessibility. हाँ, basically the uptake component of food security. They don't like, so they won't consume. I have heard that in many tribal areas they don't like to consume milk, animal milk. हाँ, ऐसा है क्या? Did you find out? What is the reason? culturally. Okay. So these are the regional disparities. Hence, हम तो पॉलिसी में बोल दिए हैं, तो पॉलिसी में उसका भी हमें इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स रहना चाहिए to be able to address those specific or region specific nuances, especially looking at equity perspective in nutrition. Okay, so what are the policy analysis? If you do a SWOT analysis, what are the strength? It's a large scale coverage. I showed you the number of Anganwadi that we are covering. Then it has a strong political backing. Who launched the National Nutrition Mission? Our Prime Minister of India, the highest political entity of this country. Each year that is being launched by him during his Independence Day speeches, he is mentioning about portion and nutrition. What are the weaknesses? Weaknesses is implementation gaps. इतना सारे हम लोग बताए implementation gaps. इतना सारे implementation gaps बताए. What else? Limited dietary diversity. Our policy माने large scale public policies which govern our feeding programs, they actually do not have the scope of providing dietary diversity. Several states are now trying to bring that up. For example, in Odisha, they are looking at revising the menu which will be provided to adolescent girls or young children or pregnant lactating. क्या दिया जाएगा? जैसे Odisha has introduced कि eggs. This is one of my points whenever I speak to senior policymakers. I said, Madam, sirs, please do not do away with the eggs because several states have stopped giving eggs, right? Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, they are vegetarian states, so they have stopped giving eggs. So, uska alternative, shayad Rajasthan has started giving milk now. But you know, these are the things which needs to be looked at when we look at what are the gaps. Policy to itna acha hai. We have such lovely policies, but what are some of the gaps? Then opportunities, digital tools. Is digital tool portion tracker मैंने बताया? It is probably उसका जो number of data है, and if it is a good tool, if it is actually implemented in the right way, then it will give some wonderful data to for policy actions. Then private sector. Now, Poshan through Poshan 2.0, they have also started inviting private sector to invest in nutrition. Several private sectors have started investing in nutrition. They have started doing programs. They have started providing funds. You have your Tata Trust, you have your BMGFs, you have your uh, Piramal Foundation. So many agencies are actually working in this field. What are the opportunities? Digital tools. So when we are writing digital tools, we actually uh, need to strengthen this. These are the opportunities. We have gone up to a level we need to increase, and fortified foods increasingly. So the fortified food environment in the country is being governed by an agency called FSSAI. Do you know FSSAI? Anyone doing any kind of actions, research, or understanding on Food Safety Standards Authority of India, which basically looks at the quality of foods being provided not only on the private front, but also on public feeding programs. So they are governing what kind of fortified foods needs to be provided and what are the fortificants that needs to be provided in terms of किस चीज से fortified होगा. What are the threats? Climate change. And this is one of the major challenges in states like Odisha. Jo har saal we are hit by cyclones, floods. None of the large scale nutrition policies has any scope of addressing that. So if there is a cyclone which hits, if there's a flood which hits, and there's a huge loss in infrastructure, who refurbishes those Anganwadis or who refurbishes those food components? Nothing is mentioned in our policies. It is still governed by the SRC Act, which is State Relief Commission. They have some funds and they provide those funds for refurbishment. But then those laws, those policies are also pretty dated. We need, so climate change is one of the major threat in terms of any public nutrition policy. Urbanization. Have any one of you noticed any difference between urban Anganwadi center and rural or tribal Anganwadi center? Urban Anganwadi में कितना लोग visit किए हो? क्या difference है बताओ? Okay, urban में it's more fancy. That's what you mean. Service delivery कहाँ better है?
Like they are better way instead of urban region because I have always seen that that is they have poor infrastructure as I said before.
कहाँ अर्बन में ना रूरल में? हाँ.
But in rural, the infrastructure is large. They have open areas to play in ground level.
So he is right. To an extent, there may be some fancy Anganwadis in urban centers, but generally urban service delivery is slightly, it has challenges. Rural and tribal are much more because that system is better developed. उसके साथ साथ और एक चैलेंज है जब रैपिड अर्बनाइजेशन होता है एंड प्लीज करेक्ट मी इफ आई एम रॉन्ग सिंस यू हैव डन लॉट ऑफ रिसर्च इन पीवीटीजीज एंड ट्राइबल्स देयर इज अ लॉट ऑफ इन्फ्लक्स ऑफ ट्राइबल पॉपुलेशन इनटू अर्बन एरियाज वो लोग आ जाते हैं जब यहाँ आते हैं उनका नेम तो रजिस्टर में नहीं है देर आर प्रोविजंस की जहां से आता है वहां से काट के यहाँ एंट्री करो देर आर प्रोविजंस इन दैट पोर्शन ट्रैकर बट वो बहुत समय नहीं होता है वो चैलेंजेस होता है तो जब रैपिड अर्बनाइजेशन होता है एक तो सर्विस डिलीवरी क्वालिटी पहले से ही थोड़ा सा वीक है देन द सर्विस डिलीवरी क्वालिटी ऑफ and then food insecurity. Why is food insecurity such a challenge? Food insecurity इतने challenge कहीं की? Why is food insecurity such a challenge? So food insecurity is a challenge because sometimes in remote tribal areas, these Anganwadi food becomes the only source of sustenance for those communities. These MDMs become the only source of food for the adolescent girls coming to school. You should see some of those girls who come, they come pretty hungry early morning. भूखे पेट आते हैं and यहाँ school में खाना मिलता है, तो yes, it increases school attendance, but the concept of supplementary feeding is it is supposed to supplement what is being provided at home, what is being taken at home. If that doesn't, nothing is provided because of severe food insecurity, then this food will not yield the desired nutritional results जो हम चाह रहे हैं. So food insecurity is also a challenge and a threat to achievement of nutritional outcomes. And उसको address करने के लिए currently policy instruments या programs नहीं है. So what are some of the policy recommendations? And I would actually love if someone of you can actually do some research, some reading, some in-depth analysis on this. Number one is strengthen dietary diversity and food systems approach. How can it be done? Any example? Any one of you who have done any small project on dietary diversity and food systems? Anyone? Hitishri? Any work on dietary diversity and food systems? Anyone sitting at the back? No? So basically what you need to do is we need to ensure that our policies and programs capture very strong components how to improve dietary diversity. जो मैंने बताया, the Tiranga Bhojan, and looking at wherever it is available, looking at millet-based recipes wherever it is available, tribals, they kind of ensuring that they are provided those kind of food through the public feeding programs which is more locally available. And food systems approach is basically looking at how just a health systems hota hai, how does food systems actually, how it ensures reaching even to the most vulnerable, to the most remote place, and ensures that the individual is fully nourished. That is in very brief about the food systems approach. There are various pillars you can read. The food systems approach is a very interesting read. I mean, after this, you can go back and actually do your research on food systems approach. Scale up anemia interventions beyond supplementation. क्या क्या हो सकता है? What are the other key anemia, key interventions other than supplementation? बताओ क्या हो सकता है? Other than supplementation, what can be some of the other anemia interventions? Green leafy vegetables, okay. So food-based approaches, what else? Food-based approaches, snacks and other things will come like that. उसके साथ और क्या? बताओ. Anything else? No? बताओ जल्दी. Fortification. So there are three approaches towards addressing anemia. One is your food-based approach, the other is supplementation, and third is fortification. Basically ensuring iron fortification in daily staples. Invest in behavior change communication. Why is it so critical? Behavior change communication. Behavior change communication is critical because उसको nutrition literacy भी हम बोलते हैं simply because lot of these nutrition behaviors require very simple counseling and communication skills. क्योंकि जैसे मान लो breastfeeding या complementary feeding, this don't need any fancy intervention. This just requires that the mother should be convinced and should be able to feed the child. Then improving monitoring and accountability at lower level. How do you improve monitoring? Monitoring कैसे improve करेंगे? So how do you do it? How do you improve monitoring? By? Yes. What are they doing? They are providing what? Um, so Monitoring is basically doing where you go to the field and you ensure that whatever is supposed to be done for that program is being actually done. Monitoring is done by not the function is delivering the services, but their supervisors. And also digital monitoring can be done. जो पोषण tracker है उसमें they have introduced a supervisory module in the portion tracker which basically looks the quality of data which is currently being collected. Accountability, how do you improve accountability at local level? बताओ. How do you do improve accountability? Accountability कैसे improve करोगे? What are some of the tools to improve accountability? How is it done? Yes. Like what? Have you heard of the term called social audit? सुने हो social audit? Huh? No? So basically communities are involved communities are involved in जैसे बताया that's the principle. Communities are involved in monitoring the delivery of services. There are mothers committee in Anganwadi centers. There are parent teachers associations, PTS in the schools to look at the quality of the nutrition, quality of education, quality of the meals being served. So all of these are accountability. So basically the communities hold the service providers accountable for providing the services. Next is focused action for high burden states and tribal population. Any high burden intervention currently ongoing in India? Any example that you know of? हेल्थ में दो है, बताओ क्या है? क्या है जल्दी? हाँ हाँ, डायबिटीज. एस्पिरेशनल ब्लॉक्स, एस्पिरेशनल डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स प्रोग्राम कोई सुने नहीं हो? हाँ सुने हो. व्हाट इज एस्पिरेशनल डिस्ट्रिक्ट प्रोग्राम? हाँ हाँ. तो उसका एस्पिरेशनल क्यों बोलते हैं? Why is it called aspirational? Yeah, you are right. So I asked twice, you will say no, you are wrong. You will start thinking you are wrong. You are right. Yeah. So aspirational district and aspirational blocks program is basically those districts which are performing poorly than the national average and their aspiration to improve. Okay. So there are several indicators which spans across a host of sectors. उसमें सबसे largest proportion is contributed by nutrition. Nutrition है, health है, education है, ऐसे करके बहुत सारे indicators हैं. Very, very interesting programs, very, very interesting policy, and it has lot of scope for improving nutrition. ठीक है, you can have a look at those interventions. So what are some of the essential nutrition actions? We'll go through this very quickly because we have already completed this. So first is care for women before and during pregnancy. It includes about improvement of adolescents, nutrition for adolescents and women. It talks about services, health and nutrition services for newlyweds, breastfeeding mothers, then infant and young child feeding. It talks about initiation of breastfeeding within 1 hour, exclusive breastfeeding, timely introduction of complementary foods and feeding at 6 months, and age appropriate feeding, then access to healthy services and healthy environment. It talks about vitamin A, deworming, जो बताया तुमने, एंटी हेलमिंथिस प्रोग्राम, deworming, then appropriate feeding for children during and after illness, therapeutic feeding for children with severe acute malnutrition, and finally improving access to safe drinking water and sanitation commodities. बहुत साल ये तो अभी न्यूट्रिशन इंटरवेंशन में वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट हेल्दी सर्विसेज, हेल्दी एनवायरनमेंट. बहुत सारे जगह में ये पहले नहीं हुआ करता था. So if you remember, I was talking, nutrition is actually requires nutrition improvement के लिए it requires a plethora of convergent services. So what is the conclusion? Conclusion is India has made substantial progress. Agreed? Yes or no? But challenges are there. We need to have a multi-sectoral and an equity-focused approach. जो मैं already बताया, equity in nutrition is such critical क्योंकि there are so much variations and nutrition must integrate, ये मैं already बताया, with health, agriculture, wash and social protection to be able to achieve its results. Thank you. हाँ बताओ. गवर्नमेंट काम क्यों नहीं कर रहा? देखो, thank you, very good question. The issue is it is very difficult until and unless it is exclusively mentioned in your policy statement to address nuances. जो खाना देते हैं, जो कॉस्ट नॉर्म्स होता है, वो यूनिफॉर्म अक्रॉस द कंट्री होता है. Until and unless you as researchers or someone in the community can highlight that this community needs something else, cost norms way, staying within cost norms, who will inform the government? Are there adequate researches being done into nutrition and health policies, challenges? Kahan par where the shoe? We are just stating, for example, that suddenly we are seeing elevated LDL levels within tribal communities. Yes, true. What has caused it? कहाँ गैप्स है, वो भी पता करना बहुत जरूरी है. वो अगर नहीं हम पता करेंगे, वी विल नॉट बी एबल टू इन्फॉर्म. एंड ऐसा नहीं कि गवर्नमेंट इज नॉट विलिंग टू लिसन. गवर्नमेंट इज विलिंग टू लिसन प्रोवाइडेड वी गिव देम फिजिबल एंड एक्शनेबल सॉल्यूशंस. बहुत बार मैं मीटिंग में जाता हूं जब ऐसे सॉल्यूशन प्रपोज किया जाता है विच इज वर्चुअली इम्पॉसिबल टू इम्प्लीमेंट. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, ये डाइटरी डाइवर्सिटी करना चाहिए, हम पता है, राइट? अगर हम बोलेंगे कोई डिपार्टमेंट को तो आप हर महीने चेंज कर दो डाइट, इज इट पॉसिबल? लुक एट द नंबर ऑफ आंगनवाड़ी. कितना आंगनवाड़ी? 13 लाख आंगनवाड़ी, 16 लाख आंगनवाड़ी. इज इट पॉसिबल? कर पाएगा कोई? पब्लिक फंडेड प्रोग्राम में एक लिमिटेशन तक होता है, बट वो जो नुआंसेस है, वो जो चैलेंजेस है, छोटा छोटा माइक्रो लेवल डिफरेंसेस है, वो हमें लोकल लेवल में सॉर्ट आउट करना पड़ेगा, प्रोमोट करना पड़ेगा, काउंसलिंग करना पड़ेगा. ठीक है? बिकॉज वी आर नॉट हाईलाइटिंग दिस चैलेंजेस, गवर्नमेंट बहुत समय ये चैलेंजेस पता नहीं चलता है. बिकॉज इट इज लॉ ऑफ एवरेजेस. आपका एवरेज तो अच्छा चल रहा है, आपका ये एरिया में प्रॉब्लम है, कैसे कौन बताएगा? हु विल कम एंड टेल कि ये एरिया में एक्चुअल चैलेंज है, प्रॉब्लम है? सो दैट इज वेरी वेरी क्रिटिकल फॉर ऑल ऑफ अस. एंड इसलिए मैंने पहले ही बताया, इट इज ऑल्सो रेस्ट ऑन अस, द ओनस इज ऑल्सो ऑन अस फॉर highlighting some of those challenges. Any further questions? Are you satisfied? Not satisfied? We can have this debate later. It can go on. Why is government not doing adequate? Huh? Any further questions? Yes, please. नाम थोड़ा सा बताओ बस. माइक थोड़ा सा दो. माइक. हाँ. Yes, please.
हाँ, प्रणाम सर.
हाँ.
एक्चुअली मेरा क्वेश्चन कम है, एक्चुअली मेरा फील्ड ऑब्जर्वेशन ज़्यादा है. फील्ड ऑब्जर्वेशन 2023 अक्टूबर का है. तो उस टाइम पे हम कंधमाल का दारिंगबाड़ी झिमाबाड़ी में गए थे. तो उसमें एक चीज़ मिला, जो कि वो जो पॉपुलेशन है, मैक्सिमम पॉपुलेशन आर फ्रॉम कुई. तो पर्टिकुलर पॉपुलेशन जो है वो, मैं जो बात कर रहा हूँ, मैं फूड प्रिफरेंस एंड रीजनल डिस्पैरिटी के ऊपर मैं बात कर रहा हूँ, जो कि मील कंज्यूम को लेके. वो जो लोग बता रहे थे, एक्चुअली हम ऐसे नहीं है कि हम मतलब मील कंज्यूम नहीं करना चाह रहे थे, लेकिन हमारे पास में वो अवेलेबिलिटी नहीं है, क्योंकि वो ट्राइबल एरिया में फूड का प्राइस थोड़ा ज़्यादा होता है, क्योंकि वहाँ पे जो काउज हैं वो काउज को वो खेत में यूटिलाइज करते हैं, क्योंकि टॉर्मेरी के टाइम पे, क्योंकि वहाँ पे महिंद्रा ट्रैक्टर वैक्टर थोड़ा प्रॉब्लम होगा। तो वो चीज़ वो एक अंकल ने बोले कि हम लोग के पास में अवेलेबिलिटी एसेसिबिलिटी के बाद छोड़ो, ये मतलब मजबूरी है, जो हम करना चाह रहे हैं वो नहीं कर पा रहे हैं, पीडीएस सिस्टम से जो खाना मिल रहा है हम खा रहे हैं, मील कंज्यूम नहीं कर पा रहे हैं, क्योंकि हम वो काव को मील के लिए लगाएंगे तो वो हमारा जो फार्मिंग एक्टिविटी में वो सर्टेज पड़ जाएगा। तो ये सारे चीज जो ग्राउंड लेवल रियलिटी है, समटाइम्स यू नो कि द कंट्रीज लाइक इंडिया जहाँ पे प्रोसेस बिकम पनिशमेंट, तो इस जगह पे हम कैसे उसको टैकल करेंगे सर?
एक तो
Thank you,
I fully agree what you are saying. The challenge, you can sit, बैठ जाओ. Do you have any other question or this is the only question? Okay, thank you. So एक जो चीज मैंने बताया, public funded program में increasingly states have started to diversify, and very interestingly National Food Security NFSA में देखोगे, they are talking about diversifying the programs which provide on such a large scale, PDS, supplementary nutrition. Diversify कर सकते, you can provide different kinds of things. तो एक तो है कि वो जो पीडीएस से जो खा रहे हैं उसमें क्या न्यूट्रिएंट मिल रहा है नहीं मिल रहा है, whether they like it not like it, अगर वो चेंज करना है तो वो पर्टिकुलर चीज हमें we need to put up to the policy makers. Policy instruments need to focus on that, need to promote that actively. खाली लीक देने से कभी पॉलिसी इंप्लीमेंट नहीं होता. हमारे पास we don't have plethora of policies. Wonderful policies are there. The problem is actually at the implementation level. तो वो localized solution हमें लाना पड़ेगा. दूसरा है जो बता रहे हो about milk, I agree. वो that is one of the major reason. I don't know the solution, but probably what we have seen in some states, what they have started doing, they have started providing milk as public funded distribution systems. For example, आंगनवाड़ी में milk देते हैं, flavored milk देते हैं, schools में flavored milk देते हैं. छत्तीसगढ़ में I have heard that they have started giving, but it is also to do a lot with individual behaviors. And I'll tell you why I say this. Constantly उसको जो बोला है I agree, but उसको पूरा believe मत करो, because I have seen that in even remote tribal areas in Odisha, they grow probably the best quality of fruits and vegetables. But when we go and ask them, do you consume? They say, no, we don't consume, we sell it. So the behavior change communication needs to focus on that, that if you are growing, if you have something good, please keep some for yourself and sell the rest. Not everything is about economics. Because वो link करना अभी तक उनको ठीक जहन में नहीं बैठा. उसको क्यों बोलेंगे? हमारे बहुत सारे और दूसरे एरिया में भी सेम प्रॉब्लम हम देखने को मिल रहा है. Anyone else? Yes, please. Yes, take the mic.
Sir, I'm pursuing PhD now on reproductive health, and I'm doing a comparative study among the Lodhas and Santal communities.
Right.
Sir, I have observed that in case of institutional delivery and home delivery, I collected data. So in their MCH card, जो maternal health card होता है, तो
What card is that?
Sir,
There's no maternal health card. What
जो
card is called?
हाँ,
That's called the
Sir.
MCP card. हाँ, बोलो.
तो institutional delivery लिखा होता है. For I asked them, but they said that they have home delivery and they don't code the umbilical cord, and in this situation they go to the hospital. Because if they code this umbilical cord, they will not get the cash amount. So there is a mismatch between the government data and actual data.
There's a match.
Yes sir. Actually home delivery हुआ है, पर उनका कार्ड में जो institutional delivery लिखा हुआ है.
हाँ. Right. But देखो, ये you are right. ऐसे definitely हो रहा होगा. हाँ.
Lodha community में भी पाया कि after before minarchy they got married also.
Yes.
But if they will not increase their age, they will also not get the amount.
Mamata benefits. Mamata benefits, right? Yes, these are the gaps. I fully agree. देखो, institutional delivery बढ़ाने के लिए government has started what is called मा गृहस, maternity waiting halls. from hard to reach areas, what they do is a woman, if the expected date of delivery is known, then they bring that woman down to from very remote area, they bring the woman down to a place which is more accessible and has connectivity with the 108 ambulance. From there, they ferry the woman down to the hospital. The woman is expected to stay in the hospital for some duration to get after the delivery and then go back. But majority time में this system doesn't work. एक तो डिलीवरी माँ गृह में आएगा, डिलीवरी भी होगा, उसके बाद तुरंत वापस चली जाती है. She doesn't want to stay in the institutional premises for long. दूसरा है वी नो ऑफ दोस चैलेंजेस कि ममता कार्ड में ये नहीं लिखते हैं तो उसका जो जननी सुरक्षा योजना का 1400 रुपया है वो नहीं मिलेगा, राइट? इसलिए लिखते हैं. बट वी हैव सीन इन कम्युनिटीज, इन जुआंगा कम्युनिटीज इन नगड़ा. You know Nagada? Recently it was in news for some child deaths. We went there. We asked the women, why don't you have institutional deliveries? First of all, used to be a connectivity issue because वो आने के लिए पहाड़ के थ्रू में आना पड़ता था. ठीक है? But what we found out, number one is they didn't want to have institutional deliveries because the doctors who used to do the deliveries or who does the deliveries are men. That is one of the reason. Very surprisingly, when we went and interacted with them, we found men sitting this way, the women turning and facing the wall. They don't face the men within their community. When we asked them, they said it is like that. Then in tribal communities, the delivery they prefer in a sitting down position, not in a supine position. In your institutes, the delivery generally happens in a elevated sleeping position. So these are some of the reasons, but things are changing. ऐसा नहीं कि change नहीं हो रहा है, things are changing, and institutional delivery is always a safe delivery. ये community का हिसाब से भी जैसे problem है, सर्विस प्रोवाइडर्स के हिसाब से भी प्रॉब्लम है, बिकॉज सर्विस प्रोवाइडर्स बोलते हैं हम तो बोल रहे हैं, वो हमारा बात नहीं सुन रहा है. इनवेरिएबली वन ऑफ द मेजर रीजन व्हाई यू व्हेन यू गो टू द फील्ड एंड आस्क ये क्यों नहीं हो रहा है, द फर्स्ट थिंग इज हम तो बोलते हैं वो सुनते नहीं है, ये लोग गंवार है. But they do not have lot of insights into what is the community preferences. Neither do communities understand the importance of an institutional delivery. Another example, when we went to Nagara the first time, our jeep went, fortunately उस समय थोड़ा बहुत रास्ता बन गया था. We found the entire women of the village running up the hill, and the poor Asha worker, she is a local worker there, running after them. Guess करो क्यों? Why were the women running up the hill? क्यों हो सकता है, क्यों हो रहा था? Vaccination. The levels of unvaccinated women children was very high. Malaria was very high. They never used to sleep under the mosquito nets. तो ये सारे जो बिहेवियर चेंज है ये धीरे धीरे होगा. कम्युनिटी पर्सपेक्टिव से उसको अंडरस्टैंड करके उसको हमें बताना पड़ेगा, अदरवाइज दिस विल रिमेन अ चैलेंज. अभी तक इतना साल इंडिपेंडेंस के बाद इट विल रिमेन अ चैलेंज एंड अ ड्रीम. से प्रोबेबली नेक्स्ट टाइम व्हेन यू कम 7 years or 10 years down, when you conduct a similar seminar in your institute, you will be hearing the same things which some of your resource persons or your participants will be telling.
Be brief. So as she said, ki like she has faced a different scenario. Similarly, in Rajasthan, Asha worker, what they did, they during the pregnancy when a lady goes to hospital, they gave asked ANM to give injections of oxytocin or something else so that they induce the labor, and after delivery they put the in register that is not a normal delivery, it is induced, but they write normal delivery. So is it, I asked some ANM and ASHA workers why they are doing this. तो they said कि गवर्नमेंट से इतना इनिशिएटिव नहीं मिल, उनसे पैसे नहीं मिलते, तो हम जैसे कि ममता कार्ड में पैसे आते हैं उनसे हम पार्टिसिपेंट मदर से लिया जाता है. तो डज दिस वी कैन गवर्नमेंट हेल्प अस, हाउ वी कैन इंक्रीज द चांसेस ऑफ.
I mean, I don't have a ready-made answer. I actually don't have a ready-made answer to it. इसीलिए policies are there. Policy documents में भी clearly सब लिखा है. but the challenge is in the implementation and the interpretation of the policies. Interpretation क्या है? For example, I एक छोटा सा example देना चाहता हूँ, calcium tablets. तो कुछ कैल्शियम और आयरन टैबलेट इकट्ठे नहीं खाना चाहिए था, हम लोग बोले थे. तो the way how it was told, it everyone were actually taking both the tablets together. ठीक है, उसको बोला था दोनों का बीच में गैप होना चाहिए, बट द वे आई एम नॉट एग्जैक्टली रिकॉलिंग, जिस हिसाब से वो मैसेज कन्वे हुआ था, एवरीवन स्टार्टेड टेकिंग कैल्शियम एंड आयरन टैबलेट्स टुगेदर, which reduces the impact of both the calcium and the iron tablets. So policies are there, वो इंजेक्शन देगा नहीं देगा, what is the economic incentive that they are seeing, वो भी बहुत सारे हैं. फॉर एग्जाम्पल आशा को इंसेंटिव मिलता है फॉर टेस्टिंग आयोडाइज सॉल्ट, जो रेयरली होता है, बट बिकॉज मिलता है, वो होता है, होना चाहिए, रिपोर्टिंग हो रहा है. तो अगर रिपोर्ट देखोगे, इट विल बी प्रोबेबली ऑल सॉल्ट आर बीइंग टेस्टेड, बट एक्चुअली व्हेन यू गो एंड लुक एट व्हाट इज हैपनिंग, देयर विल बी अ बिग गैप.
I think this session is coming to end, and just to supplement, sir, with respect to various aspects you people have put as in the towards the end, I would say one or 2 points. Like, if you see the system, we usually we say that why government is not doing this, why government is not doing that. Who is government? It is not that you have a 140 billion people and 140 crores people, and you see such a big population everywhere, we are so crowded, and we think that everything will come from up down. So we as the citizen, we have to also contribute that how I do not say that uh, the problem is one side, we have to get in, but at the same time when policy implementation is happening, there is one point. If you see, the community wisdom is many times lacking. We do not take the community wisdom, and it particularly happens when the community is a marginalized group. Their voice is not represented in the policy system. I give you one example. When we talk about adolescents problem, when we looked into the adolescent research recently, how many times we have consulted the adolescents when we are talking about their issues? Many people who are in the policy board, they do not understand that various terms nowadays is going around among the adolescents regarding various aspects. So if I do not understand you and I create policy for you, that I know more than you. So there the problem happens, right? In anthropology, there is we call it emic and etic approach. Okay. So the emic is taking the perspective of the community, and etic is the outsider perspective. So it is more nowadays the etic, and we are slowly forgetting the emic. Right. So when it will be a partnership, it's a paradox. In Indian scenario, you will find it's a paradox. It is only because if you see the the system is so vast and the management is so much not in the frame. So in this place, you people's role are very important. As researchers, we have to bring evidence to the system. सिस्टम को कहाँ से मिलेगा इनपुट? हम लोगों से मिलेगा ना. तो हम बड़ा काम नहीं करना चाहिए. कर पाओगे तो बहुत बड़ी बात है. If you come up with a small problem with very good explanation, as you say, you are talking about Lodha, he is in Haryana, talking something, and he worked in some Kandha tribe in Odisha. So these type of observation when come to the system will very much acceptance level is there in the system. We are finding some single percentage prevalence comes, they become alert all of the time. What happened? It becomes a big issue. Right. So that way we have to complement each other, I think, and that way we will grow. The pace of growth is slow in India, but we have to accelerate it. Recently, if you see last 10, 15 years, it has a really a big changing scenario in the whole country. So let us hope for the best and put our best efforts. So okay, so by the time sir comes and we shall felicitate sir for the thing. So I'll go to certain things in your hostel. So all fine in yesterday's your ILS, IMMT, food, everything? whatever the, sir, please, what are the publications, what are the findings you people are getting? Just remember one thing, publish it. Don't keep, the problem in researchers is they do not publish. They have a huge this level of data, findings, everything they do not publish, or they publish in very unknown journals where people do not, people do which don't read. Okay, learn to write good papers and publishing in what you call these impacted journals or peer-reviewed journals. It is helpful to you, it is helpful to the system. It's a both-way support. Okay, don't keep your data. I will not share with anyone. Okay, I will not publish, but I will not share. Okay, at least worst case, you put your data in one place, give how to refer this data, put your name and make it publicly available. People will read, people will definitely recognize you that the data has been taken from reference X, this unpublished study. Now people have become very, very ethical in their way. Some people will take your data, that always happens. Even you publish in a big journal, people will take their portion and put it in their own name, right? But try to get published. That is very much important. That way we will definitely support the system. So sir, yeah. So coming to the end of this session, sir is both a host and a what you call guest for this session. Sir is the chair of this session, and I think sir has already been introduced. Still, let me tell few words. He has been a what you call a very strong support for this whole workshop, without whom we could not think of in this big way. And a big credit goes to sir. He, in imagining, making it big, ensuring things happen. So bringing whole UNICEF team for our learning, they were there in the first half, and many a way sir has supported us. So sir, thank you so much for being here and helping every way. And you people, we shall make a WhatsApp group before we close this workshop. You people can always, we will also put our experts in that group with their permissions, and wherever you are having any questions or anything, we can, you can, people can keep on sharing for next whatever the time we can continue it. Okay, so to felicitate sir, I invite our esteemed Professor Kaushik Bose sir. Sir, please. Huh? You people, it is almost 12:05. So we shall again gather at 12:20. So please have your tea, and then we shall have Dr. Raghavendra is already here. We shall go for the next session. Yeah, attention please. So all are tea takers. At least coffee. I mean, some are there who do not even take coffee or tea, na? How many are there who do not take coffee or tea? Oh, only very few. Then our plan is going in the right way. Oh, she is the host is also telling that I am not taking. Uh, okay, so just to make things a little understanding with each other, what are the difficulties you people till now finding in this whole thing? I'm not going to what are the good thing, because good thing is up to you. Difficulties are for me. I must understand. So what are the problems or difficulties, or the point where you think that things are not uh, means I'm not reaching to the where I want to be or wanted to be. Okay, Kichi? Anyone has any point to make? Yeah, please, madam.
Lecture will be in English, that will be better for us. And the rest of the participants also will ask in English the questions. Yeah.
I
Yeah.
will tell that, but that comes with a rider. So we shall. Anyone else? No. So what madam say? As she feels lecture we can ensure, but the talks is like as you find English is better for you. So some are from right. We'll try to make it in English so that uh, uh, we do that. But yesterday, I to point just to supplement. Yesterday in Bhubaneswar, there is a forum was going on with respect to literature. Okay, so it is about translation of. We are now doing various novels, books. They are being translated from other language to our language to other language, so that we read more and know more other literature. So one of the very well-known professor from Odisha, he told that when we are interested to translate it Tamil literature to Odia, we have to first need to do it English. Means we think it in English, then we make it in Odia. Right? This is like this. It is not straight. Why it is not happening from Tamil to Odia? Okay, but in that case, the person has to also know Tamil as well as Odia, right? So it's the same thing here. So some of we are in our own mother tongue comfortable, and some are in other mother tongue, and English is a common point where we meet, but English is not our very native one. So with respect to your communication, I think it is fine to go with wherever, whatever the way you express, because you should be comfortable to express yourself so that the expert can explain you, right? But what you ma'am say, we will do it for the experts. We will request them. Okay. So any input from anyone, so that I think where you think that I'm facing some difficulties, or I'm unable to catch, or the things that are being above my or my means I'm unable to catch the points. Anyone, any input? Please.
सर लगभग पहले दिन से मैं ये ऑब्जर्व कर रहा हूँ यहाँ पे कि हम जो बात कर रहे हैं वो एनएफएचएस के बेस पे लगभग सारी बातें हुई हैं। मैंने एनएफएचएस में काम किया हुआ है सर लगभग 3 महीने, और एनएफएचएस का जो सिस्टम है मुझे नहीं लगता कि वो जो न्यूट्रिशन के लेवल पे है वो ठीक है सर। क्यों नहीं सर, मैं थोड़ा लेट आया सर। वो
I don't think the whole thing is going in anything. Two of the topics have been related to it. Rather than you see, if you talk about the nutrition UNICEF group, they have brought their whole experience from very typical states. Similarly, for 6 years, talking about whole different role. So NFHS has been very, I think, I don't know if you or not, NFHS has been a very small part of the whole discussion. People will give a reference because that's the biggest data available in the state. We understand that NFS data has been over a period of time if there are difficulties, but still that's the available data in India. So people will refer that. So if we say that this is not this, this is not that, but you have to go with some reference. since you see this fight made with a lot of, I think people will be there, they will anything else you want to make? No. So anyone else? I would like to, acha, any experiences you want to share? That, sir, I think this is not this. Why I am putting this session, we could have gone to Dr. Raghavendra. I just wanted to know, make you people just open up. I don't have, by this session, I am not getting any additional thing. You people have so many experiences last 3 days. You have made friends, you have started to know each other. I stayed in a hostel. Some of you might not have ever stayed in hostel, and you have started to stay in a hostel with an unknown friend sharing. Okay, so these are very nuances in our life we share with each other. So how the whole of your journey here being in last 3 days, is it how you think, how you feel? That can be a beautiful experience which you would like to know. So if you do not think and do not come up to open up, then my 50% of my efforts are going to in vain. It's not of any use. Please start to speak. That is the main thing in life. Whole life ऐसे ही पीछे रह जाएंगे आप. You'll never come forward. Yeah.
Sir, how can we get that techniques of nutritional assessment, a practical manual that was launched on the inaugural day? Can we get a copy?
Which one?
A tools and techniques of nutritional assessment, a practical manual.
Training, right?
Okay.
So we have trainers from NIM, and that will be there, and those things will also be. We'll try to make it share with all of you. But we'll have live manual here. The live manuals we have. They are the experienced most best possible trainers we can have from all there from NIM, very senior people, scientists and technical people. So it will be very nice. We will also go to the field, or as it is running, we will plan something where we can take people whom we do not know. If you are going to field and doing a nutritional food profile and food frequency, then the same scenario we shall create here with a big 5-10 family like a household, and we shall do that. Okay, we are trying to do that also. And anthropometry we shall also do with the people who are not from anyone else. What happens when the participant understand that what you want to do, then when you go anthropometry, then वो ऐसे करके खड़ा हो जाएगा, ले लो जो मैं ये. So we are not going in that way. We will find people who do not understand. Okay, तुमको ऐसे घुमाना पड़ेगा, ऐसे घूम जाओ, ये हाथ ऊपर करो, वो हाथ ऊपर, वो बंद करना पड़ेगा. So we are just making things little that way. We shall do. Anything else? Yeah, you have something? You people don't have stories in life. Seriously.
Yeah, hello everybody. So I come from a clinical background. So I am mostly, it's very brainstorming sessions. A lot of perspectives coming from different places, and it's good to interact with people. And I've been, interacting. I'm staying here only in the campus, so it's good to go on the walks. And it's like these 3 days up till now have been a difference, in completely change of routine. So I am constantly checking my phone कि कोई patient ने message किया या नहीं. But actually, it's like we're learning different topics. A lot of speakers are coming up with different things, and it actually puts in a lot of perspective where we're understanding, okay, where are the gaps coming in and how we can actually implement the things that are being discussed over here. And it's not only about the tribal population. We are seeing the minorities and people who are actually vulnerable. We're learning more about them, but on the ground reality, how much of it is being implemented is something that is a takeaway. And I know the sessions are mostly, we're just sitting and imbibing, but I feel if we implement those things once we are on the fields and, when we are doing our work, that would be more helpful. Yeah, so this is my takeaway.
Yeah. Anyone else? How it feels to be whole day without using your mobile? you can make a story out of that, you know. So still means you should have these experiences at least. And if you cannot make a story of these 2 3 days you have, then you have so many anthropologists here, and I don't find any so-called anthropological approach. uh, so I don't find that. You should have, when usually those people who go to the field, they always are with a lot of stuffs to share, and that's a skill develops with over a period of time. But I don't know what is happening with our people. So, anyone else, sir, you would like to share something with your experience last few days? Now you are not telling anyone, so I'll go to each other. Would you like to tell? No, nothing. So, are you? Means, do you think that it's being very useful to you? No, that's the why you came to. But do you think that is up to you, or whatever the things that are being of your use? You see, why I am asking all these things, because your inputs, your views, it may be critical, it may be good. I do not want to listen only good things, right? It will help us also learn how to, next time we shall improve upon, and what are the expectations of the participants, right? So अगर आप लोग नहीं, if you people do not open up and don't tell, no one is going to feel bad, right? So how can the system, हम दूसरी तरह से बोलें, system is not improving, right? So somewhere we have to come up. अगर आपको, if you think that something can be shared, it will be very nice to, yeah.
Basically, this is most of the part is just a lecture type. So workshop means कि hands-on वाला part missing है.
We are starting that from tomorrow. In fact, first we have to first give the broader picture of the thing, and from tomorrow whole day it will be hands-on. Next day also it will be hands-on. Okay, it's all about last 2 days, because we have to also come up some theoretical dimension. That is why we thought of. But once again, I actually tried to make from every participant, when a resource person, to do that, but it takes a lot of effort to make a lecture both side. Largely the people are particular, they are like classroom like people. So when you have to reformulate your lecture, you have how I'll put the people into act. That's a very big thing. It's not very easy way to be a good communicator, right? So anyone else? आप तीनों जो you 3 people are taking what do you call this, notes. What is your experience of taking notes? Great experience. That's it. Oh, great.
Was a it was a very new experience to get everyone's perspective and what are the challenges in the field they are facing. And I got to know a lot of things, nutritional programs, like everything.
So it is going in learning. And what is the what is happening which you think could have been improved? जो कि जिसके ऊपर हम थोड़ा बेटर कर सकते हैं, जैसे सर बोले कि हैंडसम थोड़ा होना चाहिए था, वैसे हाँ, वो कल से शुरू होगा. ओके, सो एनीवन एल्स? हाँ हाँ, या प्लीज. He was my lab junior. You know, in Delhi, we at the same time, wow, we worked together in the same lab. He is with a different supervisor and I was in a different. You know what happens in PhD when you are in the same lab with 2 different supervisors? You meet outside only.
we get outside the lab. But
Yeah,
that bonding was, it's a very enriching and lifelong bonding, sir. Thank you for that. Sir, I will be very honest with my thought now. When I come here to participate this workshop, I have 2 intentions. First intention is to learn, because I have decided to start my new research journey into nutrition. So I really want to learn, and so far I have been learning much, and now I'm very much willing to go back and start the research work which I have learned here, so that I can implement. So I'm eagerly waiting for my return home and then start the work. This is my honest thought.
So we could have been successful in just tricking you to that जो अंदर में जो बोलते हैं ना जो fire
Fire.
it has
Yes, sir.
started to come up.
Yes, ICMR, this
RMRC.
RMRC Bhubaneswar has really ignited my passion once again.
Okay, that's great. At least that is one way of thing. But we want to see where you find means what you call uh, additional stuffs can be, as sir said, it could have been a hands-on like thing. Similarly, where we will do keep on engaging, right? So similarly, any input you think that which can help improve in the program, we will do hands-on. But the first 2-3 days were largely on theory, because simply if I put into hands-on, it will not help. But at the same time, what usually I understand in workshop, it should happen like the same thing can also be hands-on. हम जो भी लेक्चर कर रहे हैं वो सारे लेक्चर में भी थोड़ा थोड़ा वी कैन कीप एन इंटरेक्टिव सो दैट आप लोग सोएंगे नहीं फर्स्ट. सेकेंड थिंग, वो सीखने में एक अपॉर्चुनिटी आता है. इट्स लाइक ए टू वे कम्युनिकेशन. इट इज नाउ वन वे. वट एवर आई से दैट यू हैव टू लिसन. एंड लास्ट में आपको थोड़ा जो भी समझ में नहीं आया, इफ यू डू नॉट अंडरस्टैंड समथिंग एंड you do not agree to, you share it, right? So I think we shall improve upon it. We are trying to keep this workshop next also, because you will not believe we got more than 400 applications and you people only 40 who have been selected. And we, I don't know if you people know or not, we have shared the link of this YouTube. It is now live, this workshop, right? So all other who have not selected, they are also getting the access to this workshop. So we thought that let us help people to learn. But who have been selected, they have the privilege to be here physically, have this whole thing and get the certificate. We are not giving certificate to the online people. They can learn, right? So I think Dr. Raghavendra, anyone else to add anything?
Just
No.
to
Huh,
add
yeah.
one thing. It's like before we do any exercise, we need warm up. So this is a sort of warm up before the actual hands-on training. I
Yeah,
feel
yeah,
that way.
yeah. It is in that way only. Great.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Yeah. So now we will go to the brief introduction to what you call this hands-on that is going to happen start from tomorrow morning. In the second half, we shall learn regarding implementation. One. Second, we shall, as we are talking about that artificial intelligence. You people are, someone was asking yesterday, can you please, आप बोल रहे थे ना? हाँ. So artificial intelligence, as we are telling, I was telling that Anthropometry, AI Anthropometry, we have been working with that. And it's a very nicely designed study, and it is we are very hopeful that that will come up with that tool where these 15-second video can give you the height and weight for the 0 to 6 years children. It is already in a very good night. So the person who were there initially that design, one of them was Dr. Hertz. So he will be, we made a very short contact with him, that immediately within last 2-3 days we discussed, and we planned him because this perspective can also be there. So that the best and the recent trend that maximum can be done to share knowledge with you, we have tried to in that way. So he will be joining the second half, right? So you people can think, please put some pressure in your mind how artificial intelligence can be used in my study. It's a very, very recent trend. अगर आप लोग last trend में नहीं जाएंगे, extinct हो जाएंगे. ठीक है? Evolution का क्या role है? Survival of the fittest. तो अपने आप को fittest बनना पड़ेगा in academics, right? So how you will be fittest? If you come up with the latest tools, techniques, knowledge, these are the whole thing. So please keep on asking. Questioning का कोई alternative नहीं है knowledge के लिए, ठीक है ना? So now I invite our one of the very experienced and very learned expert, Dr. Raghavendra, please come to the. Please have it. नहीं 89. हाँ. हाँ. So he will only have a very brief. This session will be very brief, 15-20 minutes. We'll just have an introduction. We shall go for the lunch. Then after coming, we shall have a full-fledged thing. So to introduce Dr. Raghavendra, he's a friend of mine first. And Dr. Raghavendra is, we are really privileged to have you again. We have been working together in many things. So he is a scientist, please attention. So he is a scientist, C at a Division of Public Health and Nutrition at ICMR National Institute of Nutrition, Hyderabad. Dr. Raghavendra completed his MD Community Medicine from Siddharth Medical College, Vijayawada, and his MBBS. He completed his MBBS from PES Institute of Medical Science and Research, Kuppam, with expertise in nutritional epidemiology, nutritional surveillance, and field epidemiology. He has been actively involved in several landmark projects, including the Diet and Biomarker Survey of India, that DAPS study that we saw in short, we say, nutrition surveillance system, front of pack nutrition labeling, and outbreak investigations such as Muzaffarpur encephalitis outbreak, and the mysterious illness in Eluru. He also contributed significantly to COVID-19 serosurveillance study across India. Dr. Raghavendra's research has advanced public health nutrition intervention, ranging from developing evidence-based food models for children in Chhattisgarh to evaluating intervention at nutritional rehabilitation centers and studying the efficacy of probiotic cord supplementation in children. He has authored chapters in Nutritional Requirement for Indians 2020 and in the 5th edition of Textbook of Human Nutrition edition edited by Mahtab Bamji. Dr. Raghavendra's contribution extends beyond the research. He has served on expert committee of Codex India, FSSAI, NetCoFan, NCDC, and the Nutrition Society of India, actively shaping policies related to food safety, clinical climate change, and nutritional labeling. He is also a member of prestigious organizations including IPHA, IAPSM, the International Epidemiological Association, and Epidemiological Foundation of India. Currently, Sir is working at NIN and with a strong commitment to improving the population health through evidence-based intervention is his one of the motto. So, sir, I invite you to give a very brief, because I have seen when we are doing that Anthro AI, that AI project we started, he was there to only teach anthropometry for 5 days. Okay, now he has to do the same thing in next 1.5 days. So he is a really expert hand, which we are really happy to have him. Please, we can have some time. Then in second session or from tomorrow, you can go ahead, please.
So, thank you for the nice words, sir. Can I have my slides projected? Good afternoon, everyone. So I actually come from a medical background. I don't know which all backgrounds you come from. Just raise your hands whenever I say. I mean, if you are coming from that particular background, public health, anyone? Anthropology, nutrition, clinical or medical background, Okay, good to see medical people into nutrition. I mean, interested in nutrition, anthropometry, and anthropology. So, what sir was saying about a ecological approach to it. I come from a different approach where we talk about the emetics, or rather the anti-emetics. The ones which we use for uh, vomiting, right? And in our Viva in pharmacology, the standard answer for anything is any side effect. We say nausea, vomiting, as even the non-medical people know. So even for the side effects of what are the side effects of antiemetics, the answer still remains the same: nausea and vomiting. In fact, we use antiemetics for the same thing, right? Jokes apart, I'll just give a very brief about what we are going to do over the next 3 days. We have the sessions planned for today afternoon, the whole day tomorrow, and the first half of fifth, right? And in this particular 15-20 minutes that I've got 28 slides to focus. We'll talk about some basics, very basics of nutrition, because we understand that we come from different fields, but just to have the theoretical background, some basics, then we'll talk about what nutritional surveillance is. How do we assess nutritional status? 1 or 2 slides on that. How is it different from growth monitoring, nutritional surveillance that happens in India? If possible, I'll try to answer one of the questions that was raised about NFHS, and then we'll also try to just a brief about how we plan for nutritional surveillance. So food as such is anything that we eat, any substance that we eat, and it can vary between people, between races, between geographical locations. What is considered very sacred for someone can be food for somebody else, and what evokes, uh, you know, uh, some kind of dissatisfaction. It also can be somebody else's food. So never disrespect somebody's food is something that I have learned in my very short career of being in the National Institute of Nutrition. Fortunately, I've been to more than in the short career of 7 to 8 years in NIN. I'm fortunate to be in almost 13 to 14 states, observing their dietary behaviors. And it is, you will, I mean, you probably know that India's cuisines, India's dietary habits change for every 30 to 50 kilometers, right? And it you will if you go to the eastern part within states also, it differs a lot, right? Even in Odisha, you will observe that, or even in your own state, from wherever you are coming from, it changes between the districts. The recipe making changes, the ingredients, even the kind of um, the sequence in which people eat one after the other also changes, right? So from that, if we look at what nutrition is, it is actually a science, a process of ingestion of food, okay, and then learning about how it is getting digested, how it is getting absorbed, assimilated into the body, and finally the utilization of various nutrients that make up the food. For us, taste is only till taste is the one which actually drives what we eat, right? But uh, the taste actually as a sensation does not last beyond say 5 to 6 centimeters beyond your oropharynx. After that, for the body, it remains a macronutrient or a micronutrient only, or something that is of no use, which will be thrown out eventually. So based on the source of food, of course, it's also a source of, one-upmanship these days, whether you are consuming food from a plant source or an animal source. And then depending upon what function it does, it can be energy giving, like usually the cereals and millets, sugars, oils, etc., which are more energy giving. Some foods we call them as bodybuilding foods, like the animal source foods, the pulses, legumes, and then some of them are called protective foods, especially the vegetables, fruits, and the green leafy vegetables. Again, it doesn't mean that cereals do not do bodybuilding or do not have a protective function. They do, but more so the cereals and millets are expected to be energy giving. Then the nutrients, we have two different kinds. I'm sorry for the selection of colors that I have, but I hope this is visible or at least readable. This is macronutrients and this is micronutrients. The macronutrients include your energy, calories, proteins, and fats, whereas the micronutrients include your vitamins and minerals. These are very basic nutritional knowledge which we all have gained probably from your mid school or high school. Just a very small revision of it before we actually move into the actual nutritional assessment and epidemiology. So, and it is expected that we distribute our energies. This is the ideal scenario. The dietary guidelines also say that we have to get our total calories, around 50 to 60% of it from the carbohydrates, 15 to 20% from protein, and 20 to 30% from fat. And uh, just to mention that fat actually gives 9 kilocalories per gram, whereas protein and carbohydrates give 4 calories per gram. Coming to what is called as malnutrition, we are in a situation called as nutritional transition, wherein our first image when we talk about, or the triggering image that comes in when we speak about malnutrition is probably now we get an image of an African child emaciated totally. We can see the ribs protruding from the within the skin, no muscle mass at all. Okay, so that is the macronutrient deficiency. Okay, you are not even imagining probably a Indian child. The image that comes in probably does not have a Indian child. It probably comes of a African child. That is because probably you have not seen severe forms of malnutrition, so much so in your field experience or on your clinical experience, but uh, it is still quite prevalent. It is not as low as what you are thinking in Indian context. And then, but the term malnutrition actually includes three different subsets. The more common one that comes to your mind is the macronutrient deficiency. The second one is the micronutrient deficiency, also called as hidden hunger. The more common and diseases, disorders include the iron deficiency anemia, vitamin A deficiencies, and iodine deficiency disorders. This I'm talking in terms of in public health perspective. But malnutrition is not just these two deficiencies. Rather, it also encompasses the uh, more important one of for the date that we are in. Uh, I see a lot of policymakers. I see a lot of practitioners of nutrition, public health nutrition here, and the one which is going to be a lot discussed over the next 2 to 3 decades, the one on which you are all going to work more on will be the dietary excesses, that is the overweight and obesity. So the transition here we are talking about in nutritional epidemiology is the picture changing from a more macronutrient deficiencies. From there, we are slowly shifting towards the overweight and obesity. I'll tell you how it is changing in the subsequent slides with my with what numbers actually say. But the problem is that we have not eliminated our deficiencies yet. We are still struggling with the deficiencies. And on top of it, when you see community as a whole, we have got children intermingled, those who are having deficiencies, those who are having the excesses also, overweight and obesity. And this becomes tricky for any programmer, any planner to have, especially in a country like India, where it's all top down approach, it's all one size fits all approach that we have. We do not have, especially in nutrition, at least in nutritional programs, at least we do not have programs that are tailor made for the individual, at least not yet, right? We still see some states, some of the more economically developed states who are trying to make it more personalized, but at program level, still in most states in India, we are still having a one size fits all approach. We'll have the same diet for somebody who is struggling deficient, as well as somebody who is in the borderline overweight or borderline obese also, right? MDM food doesn't change, right? MDM food, the PM portion food, midday meal doesn't change, doesn't change between somebody who is having low BMI or who is having a higher BMI, just to quote as an example. We'll try to see the numbers. I'm sorry if somebody has heard that all the numbers that I'm showing are NFHS based, but we have to understand that NFHS, see, somebody has done 5 rounds. The reports are out for 5 rounds. Sixth round is done. Only the report is pending to be coming out. If it has sustained from 1992, they've been doing something good. Okay, I understand somebody who is within the system, they will be able to see, look, identify the flaws in it. But there is some statistical concept about the error being coming to the mean. Okay, so the errors that happen in data collection, what happens is probably the person who has worked in NFHS, they have seen only till the point of data collection. But a lot of things happen after data collection. There is a lot of data culling. They will filter out a lot of data, whichever is inconsistent. And the report comes out only after a lot of stringent exercises. Understand that any large scale data has its own limitations, its own errors. But yeah, NFHS is a relatively very good source of information that is available for in Indian context. We also have the NNMB reports and various others which will be coming up in the subsequent slides. But if I have to look at the trends, how India has been changing over time, I'll still have to uh, borrow the numbers from NFHS only, because that is the only one which we have been seeing consistently being done over time, right? So over time, underweight, which was almost 53% overall in under 5 children in NFHS 1, okay, it is slowly come down. It has been on a decreasing path, still high enough to be considered as a public health issue. The levels of stunting also have been showing decline, but still not up to the mark, to the levels which we want them to be. Wasting, do not look at the numbers absolutely in isolation. You have to look at the numbers of wasting in comparison with stunting and underweight, because if the levels of stunting are a little high, wasting can show to be a little low. Okay, so read it with caution, but still it is almost at these same levels that we are having it from 1992. The one which I'm interested in is the levels of this is BMI greater than 25, both males and adults, males and females, and the numbers are on a rise from 2005 to 2020. Okay, this has been the uh, steady increase that we are seeing in obesity. Uh, the uh, the factors that we should all be more worried about is that India is rapidly growing economically. People's purchasing power is increasing. They are able to, and they are having, or they're having the excuse that they have limited time for cooking. They are going for more processed and more ultra processed foods, which are again going to, you are going to see a bigger line when the NFHS 6 is finally going to come. And anemia has been a stagnant problem, okay, among adult women. That was among the adult women that we were talking about. And if you see the consumptions of foodstuffs, that is where NFHS definitely has a limitation. The nutrition data in NFHS is very meager, if I have to say. And you will not get any consumption data from NFHS. You might get a little data, not consumptions as such directly, but indirect consumption data you can get from the NSSO surveys. But till date, the only large scale data you can actually rely on about consumptions and intakes still remains the National Nutrition Monitoring Bureau's reports, the last of which was conducted in rural setup in 2012 and in urban setup in 2015. So we can see a lot of, uh, among rural and urban, many of the food groups having lesser and lesser consumptions per capita when we are talking in terms of percentage of recommended daily intakes of particular importance is the milk and milk products, if you see. And see, in the rural side, it is almost half, and it is relatively a little higher in urban side. But what point I want to make here is that the accessibility, okay, the accessibility alone doesn't translate into consumption. Okay. Uh, why, thanks to white revolution, we are now the number one producers of milk and milk products, but unfortunately it is more going uh, you know either as it's being wasted, or it's not being, it's being exported more, and the consumptions unfortunately remain still a lot low. This is a picture from 2016, uh, and if from my observations, these numbers are still low, and probably now today these numbers are still a little lesser than this. And then we move to what is nutritional surveillance that we do as a bigger part of the nutritional assessments. So it is any surveillance, the surveillance cameras that are on your street, on your colonies. What they do, they keep watching over what's happening. In nutritional surveillance, this is a concept wherein we are trying to see what's happening in a specified population, might be the country as such, or your state or district, or a particular population, any vulnerable population that you are interested in, and watching over, making data in such a way that you provide inputs at regular intervals so that any programmatic changes that needs to be done, they can be done. The feedback that you give out of this nutritional surveillance is the one which is helping the policymakers to act upon early and make necessary changes. It's basically to give timely warnings, prevent any short-term crisis, to help long-term programmatic planning in health and development, and also to provide inputs for any programmatic management. This is a slide on which we can talk for at least 20-30 minutes, but paucity of time, I'll skip. Basically, the gist of it is that your nutritional status is multifactorial. It's not just dependent upon you individually or on environment or on community. It has got multiple factors which are having their own effects. And I must say that this slide, these factors are not exclusive. They are not in total. There are many more factors which I could not place them in this slide. For the next 2 days that we are going to be on for the hands-on, we'll be talking about these steps or methods of assessing nutritional status. So anthropometry, biochemical methods, these are the methods that we use, that we have. Anthropometry, biochemical methods, clinical examinations, dietary surveys, ecological factors, looking at the ecological factors, then functional assessments and vital statistics. I guess all the people here coming from all the backgrounds, they all know about these things. And I hope the biochemical methods, clinical assessments have already been discussed previously by our colleague, Dr. Mahesh. We will be focusing more on anthropometry, dietary survey. I'll also have another quick recap of the clinical assessment as well. So the ecological studies, functional assessments, and vital statistics are something which are they are more the ecological factors. Whenever you are doing any surveillance, you have this already built in your questionnaires, where you will be trying to learn what are the factors which are affecting your nutritional status. And functional assessments are very rarely used these days. These are also clubbed with the biochemical methods these days. And vital statistics are more on a larger scale when you want to see how the trends have been changing. And these are indirect indicators only that are going to give you overseeing how the nutritional status has been going on over years in a bigger population. So we have something called as the direct methods, where we do it on individuals with objective criteria to measure. These include the deficiency signs, anthropometry, biochemical methods, biophysical methods, and the dietary assessments. And we also have these indirect methods wherein we use community indicators, which will help us to know what all factors influence the nutritional status. These include the food and nutrition compositions at the country or state levels, household food security or food insecurity, socio-cultural factors, food production, the socio-economic factors which are affecting the nutritional status, and the vital statistics like the infant mortality rate, maternal mortality ratio, child mortality, etc. We all have been to the Anganwadi centers once in our life at least. So where the major part that the major work they are supposed to do is growth monitoring. Unfortunately, the Anganwadi worker is utilized for far more other things than just growth monitoring or the other objectives of ICDS. That is a sad story. They have to do the voter ID corrections, everything. You all know that, right? But the growth monitoring, when you look at vis-a-vis the nutritional surveillance, growth monitoring is more individual centric, whereas nutritional surveillance is more community centric. Here the aim is to preserve normal growth, whereas there we want to detect undernutrition or any malnutrition. In fact, this is more educational, motivational for the mother, for those who care for the child. In nutritional surveillance, the approach is more diagnostic, more interventional. Growth monitoring usually in India is done in all infants, whereas for nutritional surveillance, we'll have to take a representative samples of all age groups. And here the action taken is individual treatment, whereas for nutritional surveillance, we do a programmatic management and what we call it as a community treatment. So somebody's question was if NFHS is the only source of nutritional data in India. No, it is not. But it definitely is a very big data that most of the programmers rely on. Apart from that, there is data from the ICDS CAS system, not frequently relied upon. We have the National Nutrition Monitoring Bureau reports. And then of recent thing is the Sampada or Diet and Biomarkers Survey that is going to come up. The reports are going to come up in the next 12 to 15 months. We also have Food and Nutrition Board surveys, which will tell us about the consumption data. The NSSO economic surveys also. And there was one round of CNNS, which was actually looking at one limitation of NFHS is that it does not have data for children between 5 to 15. So to bridge that gap, the CNNS was done. These are all the additional sources of data that you can look at. So I'll just take 5 more minutes to wind up the other slides. So nutritional surveillance we'll do generally using what is called as an epidemiological approach with a teamwork, because as you have seen, there is anthropometry, there is diet, there is clinical. So it's not a one man's job unless it is a PhD thesis. It is usually a teamwork. You will have multiple people who are specialized in their particular field who will be looking after each of them. The epidemiological approach is about asking questions and making comparisons. These comparisons are usually done with time. That is when we are looking at, when I was talking about how stunting has changed from NFHS 1 to NFHS 5, there we are making comparisons with respect to time. If you can also make comparisons with respect to person, like how much how one tribe is faring with the other tribe, one state with the other state, and also with in terms of time, place and person. Okay, geographical comparisons also you can make. So asking questions is what we do in our survey, and the questions that generally are asked are the answers are sought for what are the specific nutritional problems in the community, why and or how severe are they, who are the people who get affected easily, why is the population affected, where are these people located, what are the probable causes, what are the trends over time, is there any seasonal or time patterns that we can observe, and where to get these data from. Okay, so for this we usually conduct surveys. The steps of it include identifying the population that you are interested in, make clear-cut definition who is in, who is out, inclusion and exclusion criteria, accumulate resources. Nutritional surveillance as such is very resource intensive. You need manpower of different, as I said, in the team you need many people coming together, you need a lot of time, you need technologies also, and of course you need a lot of money and political will to do it. And Then you will write up a methodology just like how you do your PhD thesis dissertations. And once your protocol is done, you're not going to change it for any such purpose. Then you go for data collection, process the data, remove whichever is not favorable to you. No, it's not about that. You remove whichever is not correct. You'll filter it, then make tables, make interpretations, tell the programmers about how to improve it from the data that you are getting, so that further implementation can actually happen. These are our resources. A little few of the resources that NN has it. All of them are free. You can get them all on the website, but the more frequently used resources are our dietary guidelines, the nutritional requirements, the RDA, EAR values, my plate for the day, and IFCT or NVIF also. Recently, we have also launched the Nutritional Atlas. The graphs that I've put up here. You can just ask Nutritional Atlas to generate, and it will generate at state level, at district level also. Try to see our Nutritional Atlas once, and it is a very helpful resource for everyone, especially the students. Thank you. Any questions? Yeah. Yeah, as they say, a hungry man is an angry man. So we will break for lunch.
Not like that. So it is already 1:20. So let's go for the lunch, and we shall again gather at 2 o'clock.
Good afternoon, everybody. So you all had nice lunch. So now it is the session we have. It is my honor to introduce to you Mr. Akshay Kumar Limal. He is a seasoned public health and nutrition expert with more than 20 years of experience in designing, implementing, and evaluating health and nutrition programs. With over 15 years of dedication to monitoring and evaluation, he has been in the forefront of promoting data-driven decision making and program optimization across diverse settings. Mr. Limon has provided technical leadership and capacity building support to leading organizations like UNICEF, Valid International, and the government of Orissa. Notably, during his tenure as project manager at ICMR-RMRC Bhubaneswar, he played a pivotal role in strengthening the ICDS MIS through the Portion Tracker MIS and successfully managed CMAM pilot studies, making significant contribution to child nutrition and public health systems. Ladies and gentlemen, his core competencies are M&E framework design, advanced data analysis using SPSS, GIS, Atlas TI, and developing integrated knowledge management systems. Alongside, he is also having the advanced diploma in GIS and public health nutrition, and he has received specialized training in global monitoring standards, complemented by rich field experience in household surveys, nutrition assessment, and community level data collection. With his proven track record of enhancing program outcomes and fostering evidence based policy making, Mr. Limal continues to be a driving force in advancing maternal and child nutrition through strategic data driven approaches. With this introduction, I welcome him on stage. Please give him a big round of applause. Sir, please. He would be speaking on understanding nutrition program implementation, key strategies, and knowledge management. Sir, the floor is yours now.
Thank you very much for this introductions. So as we have taken a very nice lunch, so probably many might be a little bit dull. So during meantime, I may put one or two simple questions. So please don't hesitate to answer it. As all through this almost 2 days, you have been listening many of the core things. In fact, I was going through this YouTube videos, some of the best experts in the field of nutrition, like from ICMR-RMRC has come. And within these 2-3 days also, you will be learning a lot. But basically, I will be talking about the monitoring strategies, most of this program implementations. So what are the key feature of program implementations? And then basically also putting little bit light on knowledge management. So that will be my core. Now, basically the first question comes to our mind is why nutrition program implementation matters. In fact, those who have attended the first day of the meeting, you might have heard about our additional development commissioner Anugarm, who was talking about implementations. The number one strategy required to roll out a program is implementation. So now with a little bit time, we'll be just discussing about this, why this is important. So now you can see like states like Odisha is developing over NFHS 4 and 5, but there are few pockets, the malnutrition status is growing well. So we need to identify and take appropriate action. So will there be, and the first day also we have been listening about the equity aspects. So how you need to build in all these features in this program implementations. Then second part is nutrition policy and difference between real world status. Because in Odisha or you can see in India, so I have the privilege of working with some of the best global persons across world. But what they have appreciated highly in India is that like a ICDS system. Nowhere in the world the ICDS system exists. There is a dedicated Anganwadi worker at the village level and the whole system is there. But still how? And if you will be like in planning commission document, they've stated that one of the slowest achieved program is your ICDS programs. So now also if you will see the NFHS data, almost like 30% stunted. So all these features, all these programs, so what is lacking? And how as a public health nutrition or a researcher or a student or academician, what you need to do, what are the critical points? So that only I will be touching. Now, the third point is now WHO talks about the nutrition strategy highlighting universal of access to health and diets. But again, here comes the challenges that how we are moving ahead with this undernutrition and overweight or obesity. So that is the key. So the foundational element for a program like successful program will be like evidence-based interventions. So now we have got with our best friends, maybe you have already heard about Madhwani. They are in a very beautiful strategy like how to minimize the error in data capturing. That is the whole of the issues. So evidence, so they have been piloted here in Odisha around 6 districts, collecting data and building AI model that will help. So it should be nutrition because I have already highlighted that these things that has been happening since almost 1975, we have already almost more than 50 years, almost to going to 40 years, but how the status is moving. So for that reason, we need to now think about evidence-based intervention. Then now comes the life cycles. All you already know about this maternal, low birth weight, 1,000 days approach. So that is the approach. Means we cannot, starting from adolescent period, we have to address the issue. So then multi-sectoral collaborations. ICDS or nutrition cannot be dealt with isolations. In fact, the major component like water and sanitations, then diversity now, this growing the thing has come out to be the climatic change. That is influencing a lot. And then, so all these things need to be taken into consideration. So all the policymaker related to health, nutrition, then Panchayati Raj, then your water and sanitation department, everybody needs to come in building this successful program. Then all this need to be integrated approach. So you need to build a integrated approach so that each and everything should talk alongside with each other. Like for a successful program, maybe your quantitative or cross-sectional study will be important, but at that same time, you need to know why it is writing. Maybe there comes the qualitative other parts. So these are the main fundamental elements for successful nutrition program. Now comes this implementation science. So I'm just quoting a beautiful example of what I represent for UNICEF and I was working. So I'm practically will be demonstrating you how the implementations science works behind running out or designing a program. So you need to think about it very meticulously whenever you are working. Suppose you've been working in any agencies. So you need to think in that perspective so that every aspect should be touched in that aspects. So maybe you have already heard about Mr. Saurabh Bhattacharya. Dr. Saurabh Bhattacharya, he is one of the finest, I can tell about the strategist, or who has got very lot of experience and inbuilt knowledge, inbuilt things. So how to move it, and all this program like we have been talking about that community management of acute malnutrition. So in that program, how the implementation science worked. So that is what I have showed it. So here you just see, first one is that because so I've got some eye problem. So yeah. So first of all, like formulations of augmented THR, which need to be fed to the children. So here comes the critical role of NIN, being the pioneer institution in India. They have in fact designed and vetted the means like augmented THR modules, means the product. They have tested and they had, okay, these are the quantity of, I'm not going to deep. But before rolling out the community management of, first part is whenever we are designing a program, the product or the therapeutic feeding, it need to be a context specifics. Like I was listening yesterday, one of the scientists from ICMR was telling about ROTF, the role and other things that was not suitable local context. So all this has come out through that. Then comes like ethical approval. So government of Odisha, they are doing it because if you are doing any kind of product, so that comes second. Then comes the manual development, how things will roll out. Then comes the implementations things. Then comes your sorry, I'm not able to see both the yeah, no, that will be better. Next comes your sensory evaluations. You might have heard about sensory. Whenever the child, which is the primary beneficiary of this augmented THR, so that we have tested whether they are consuming, is there apprehension, is there flavor, other things. So that parameter we are doing it. Next comes your food test. So this is like a batch testings. So any other program related to this is different in nutrition program. You need to also test the batch quality. Every time you are giving it to the children, need to be tested. So that parts. So when, but like many of the times you might have had emergency situations, they might be providing biscuits. So is it suitable? So all this aspect you need to know. And during this implementation science, or you may be designing a nutrition program, all this taken to be consideration. Then comes the role of standard operating procedures. You cannot roll it by giving it, because there is a tier of strength, means like the Anganwadi worker, the ASA, the supervisors, the CDPOs, what will be the role of medical officer, what will be the role of district administration, review all these things. So there comes the role of SOP, standard operating procedures. And this is again changeable. So that is what whenever the standard operating procedures is prepared, keeping in eye of the person who will be rolling out. So in case of this, suppose a Anganwadi worker, so will he be comfortable? So that kind of like suppose you will tell a child need to be provided body weight any feedings. So will he be able to do this? So there are some tweaking is done during these processes. The government always see that at scale it's run and doable. And also in the next you will be seeing the cost models also. Cost, because cost is the ultimate things which we cannot afford. Like suppose the ready to use therapeutic cost might be around 30 rupees for a 100-gram sachets, maybe other things like locally prepared with augmentations of milk powder and your vegetable oil, the cost may be 10-12 rupees. So in large scale, how? So this is the things. So here also, so that comes like in all this taken to be given importance while preparing. So you need to, for any small things, any things you want to give, you need to have all these cycles. Maybe you can tweak a little bit more, but like the product which we are giving, whether it's an invited, ethical clearance, other things, then training, other things, then who will be rolling out standard operating procedure, all this need to be done. Now, why I'm showing this Odisha journey is taking so long time. You just see from 2017 already, like to 2021 we launched, and 22, and here also this comes like piloting. Anything which to be done is need to be piloted. So here in case of Odisha also we have piloted in 2 districts rigorously, trained, then provided, and what are the issues, key challenges. Then comes, because you have been listening it that there might be very different things. Like suppose uh, uh, anything which is being done maybe at Karnataka, maybe at Tamil Nadu. So you need to be tweaking it for Odisha, or maybe Malkangiri, or maybe Raigada. So that is the thing. So here, so all this means like sometimes whenever, don't think that everything which is being what you will be planning will be agreed by persons immediately. There need to be constant, and for scaling it government level, there are thousands of very rigorous processes. You have to show pilot, then result, and other qualitative things. So this kind of things that took this long year to roll out. Now this outcome has come that we are able to address the cost effective model, train, and we are able to target the beneficiaries. Now they are consuming, and the result is visible in reduction of maybe severe acute malnutrition status. But it cannot be like, again, there is whole lot of challenges still now also. Suppose uh, mother's compulsion engagement in a tribal settings, maybe during season, she has gone to field for other things, fodder or many things others. But at that time, who will be feeding a 7 month or 8 month children? Obviously the mother will be feeding. So product, everything is there, trained, everything, but mother's compulsion is also there. So whenever, because you all are very young, energetic researchers, so you need to think in that sense. And here comes the role of Dr. Subhendu, like anthropology and in-depth analysis, all these things. I'm just quoting you one of the finest example that means like it has never going out of my mind, that we had been to a Kandhamal in a very remote area, crossing around 8 kilometers in the hill, and we asked the mother, she's having with a severe acute malnutrition children, why don't you take it to the NRC? Then she was guiding the harvesting things. So he asked the questions, if I will take this child, what my other family members will do? Because this is the things I have been gathering it for my whole family for the whole year. So what will be your answer? So that type of question is posed. Then we thought of, okay, we told that come to the village and arrange that. Some people will watch the, then the community and about everything they took support, and ultimately the child go. So here the numbers are not merely numbers, these are lives. So for that reason only you need to think in that perspective, that how you are rolling out, and mere implementation science requires that type of rigorous things. Then comes the second part comes knowledge management in nutrition program. Acha, could you tell between what do you think of knowledge? Very good. And you always think that there is nothing called right or wrong in nutrition. Many things, so don't hesitate to answer it, because your perspective might not be best suitable. But again, in many cases, everything is right. Yes, you are right, absolutely. Anything between data and knowledge, knowledge? Applied. Maybe simple things. You have raw vegetables and other things like everything. So that is data. And now we have prepared a delicious meal. Knowledge. Okay. So that's thing. But for knowledge also you require that quality of डेटा. आपका अगर सब्जी थोड़ा इधर उधर का अच्छा चाहिए चिकन वाला, तो फ्रेश चिकन रहेगा, 2-3 दिन का दे देगा तो फिर टेस्ट ये हो जाएगा. So for that reason, this kind of knowledge management, you need to go very deep over the period, not necessarily one go you will see, because whenever we see the data, sometimes the result shows one things now, but if you will disaggregate, maybe go down, maybe sex, male and female, maybe tribal, maybe you, many of you are PVTGs, and we have been listening Dr. Subhendu, like the status, what he has told To be honest, it's a eye-opening kind of things for everybody. How this modernizations and how this obesity, everything has penetrated to the tribals and to the then comes the mobile things reach. So you just think of like what will be the behavioral strategy. Maybe you can keep a reels which will be directly hit to the adolescent youth who is viewing it and can take action. So like that way. So capturing the tacit knowledge. So what is this tacit knowledge? In fact, to be honest, currently there is not at all anything related to the tacit knowledge, because it in fact captures the small initiative taken by Anganwadi workers, documents it. That is very, very key. Again, I am telling you one simple example. I have been to Sambalpur, and there I met like during a VHSND sessions, all the mothers are there. Even in fact, nowhere I have seen like the target mothers are there, maybe 3 or 4 or many children. Then I asked the Anganwadi worker, how come you pulling this 100% mothers to this place? Then she told in that typical Sambalpuri language, like I'm telling them that you are giving 24/7 to all your families, plus please give at least 1 hour in a month to me. So that type of feel works wonderfully. So that is called a textbook knowledge. So wherein what best practices the Anganwadi is doing, and he can motivate. So why cannot others? To be honest, you just see Anganwadi worker is providing these take-home rations, and then also in Anganwadi centers they are providing the other services. Then Mamata beneficiaries, then other Subhadra beneficiaries. So everything. But again, that even day before we have been listening about how to sell or how to tell mothers so that they will be. And on that day, Dr. Arpita Pal, she was also telling about IFA complex supplementations, how to consume. So all this knowledge need to be taken into considerations before doing it. Then second comes your data-driven monitoring. So like whenever we think of data-driven monitoring, ideally we never go many of the things like deep down. Why? How? And then maybe later on small studies or maybe a bottleneck analysis or dipstick analysis you can do and know that things are coming. But for taking data-driven decision, you need to have a kind of very robust data, very what you call reliable data. Now we have been talking about portion tracker, it has improved, but still it requires major things. So that is the reason why we've been talking about Advani foundations, so that it will make out very robust, almost like the error should be less than 2-3%. So there you have to take decisions. So that is the reason, like suppose Odisha contest Malkangiri is a PVTG area. So in that PVTG area, because you cannot make them fix in a place, they will be going their habit. So maybe if you'll go during the morning hour and tell bigger things, the village will be empty. Maybe second half you have to go and have to convince, or maybe you will fix a day in a weekly day, maybe during some time. So that type of things, then you have to take it, like suppose routine take home rations they are giving, how they are preparing with any other things they are adding it. So that knowledge need to be captured in a very systematic way, and based on that also you need to take decisions, both quantitative and this type of technical knowledge and other things. Then sharing lesson learned. So these are the platforms like you have been learning about. So this is very, very essential. Suppose in a implementations sites, there are some routine meetings are being conducted, like sector meeting, then comes the block project meeting or block level meeting, other things. So these are the ideal platform when the success story can be, or the best practices can be said. So it can be replicated. Then maybe in terms of preparing a small note of 1 pager or 2 pager can be shared with others. So these things might look very, because nowadays if you will take many regression analysis and other bigger things, but implementation science is the best because they could understand, and for that thing you need this sharing lessons. So here these are the platforms, okay, you can document, but other informal platforms are also there where you can share anything you related. And when it comes and now you are recording the success, so then that can be replicated in other places. Then comes the digital tool enhancement. This is again the key, because if at all you want to reach, how many people you can reach? Maybe with all your efforts, maybe just take an example of Anganwadi workers in Odisha. There are 74,000, more than 74,000. So how can you reach? But if the digital platform is there, you are doing something good, so then you can at once reach them. So that is the key. So for that reason also digital, you need to prepare content with that digital clarity so that people can understand, maybe a small infographic kind of things which people will understand. And on that day also we have been listening from some of the best experts about the early childhood development, how it contributes. So are they doing it? You have prepared yourself in a digital content and can you show it? So that is also again one of the major things that driving the implementation science, or driving the success of the nutrition program in knowledge management. Now comes the common implementation challenge, because many of the things, so don't think that your program will be wrong. There will be definitely, I'm just highlighting some of the core challenges, but other things will be there. So now the first things comes like resource constraint. So in terms of resource, what? Everything, maybe capacity building, maybe cost, maybe other things also, overburden others. So you have to identify what are the major key bottlenecks. So that also you can interact with the Anganwadi workers. Like suppose during the Subhadra times. So the Anganwadi worker were too busy with the Subhadra times in collecting other things. So maybe nutrition. So there you have to also suggest, because every time you work with any agencies, you need not identify only the challenges, but you have to suggest the solution. Otherwise, there is no solution, because it will be only highlighting the issues, challenge. So how to overcome this resource constraint? That was what I was talking about, like the ready-to-use therapeutic cost vis-a-vis the Indian augmented THR cost. Is it available? Suppose the simplest example is that in ready-to-use therapeutic feedings, you need to add around 26 micronutrients, but that can be mixed with a high qualified agency, means like the agencies. Yeah, but now what we did in Odisha is like micronutrient content, means like vitamin micronutrient supplementation in terms of from medical. So they are providing the supplementation for 90 days. So means like you have to think, that is the reason why for any implementation, large scale implementations, you need to have a very deep down thought. So how to overcome this resource, then common understanding about the different departments. Then comes your cultural nuances. You might have heard about that some of the PBTG means they have got the innovations like they don't eat milk maybe. So if you are designing a milk product, how best, or is there any solution you can feed them in other way or mix with anything? So this type of cultural things also need to be, because that is the reason why you might have designed. They will be telling also, okay, we are taking it. But when you will the outcome, or maybe what you will see the proxy indicators, that is not improving. Then comes your qualitative, or maybe you will stay there with their home and see what they are doing it. Is it is it the real practice they are doing it or not? So cultural things also, because once the cultural things is there in their mind, whatever things you will do, they will tell yes, but what they will practice, you might have heard about this CAPE, knowledge, attitude, and practice. So knowledge, attitude is very well. You have got very knowledge. Practice is the most thing. Suppose I'm telling you one simple example of a mother in a tribal setup. He knows that she need to eat, but cooking, then plogging field, then bringing things, and child caring other things. So they are not able to give. So practice is the really too difficult to manage. So then also you have to suggest how thing, what are the things. So that type of cultural things you have to build, like how she can do it. Next come your capacity building, because here comes the role of, because who will be delivering the things to the beneficiaries. So is it the Anganwadi worker? Is it the ASA? Is it the ANM who is coming to the Anganwadi centers monthly once? But that 2 hours is so vital that she could identify the risk mother, the risk children. So this type of very critical thinking need to be done. Like suppose you are assessing anything like a VHS indecision. So the major part is that, okay, routine examination is done, but is it that there during these examinations the A-name identified the high risk mothers or children, or even identified and given referral, or even tagged the Anganwadi worker or ASA, so that they will go to the NRC or maybe community health center or anything. So these things will be reported. VHSND are held, they are identified. If at all no, they are not reported, everything is missing. So there also capacity building in true sense it not to be done, and your results should speak. Once you are suppose trained a Anganwadi worker or anybody, I'm talking about in terms of very low level, but is it really identifying the severe acute malnutrition? For that reason, you need to go this external surveys, other things are done. So capacity building is there, but capacity building in true sense. I want to tell you one simple thing, like with the UNICEF support and department, we conducted a large scale training for all the Anganwadi worker supervisors. So the thing is that we have got no scope that the fast learner and the poor learner should be separately taught. There is no scope. So maybe what we can tell that, okay, those who are best learner, we can tell that, okay, you later on, whenever there is a sector meeting or anything, you just tag with like the body kind of things. So they will gradually coach, gradually mentor for things. Like here also, the 10-20% poor learners will be there. So because that is affecting the whole things. So that way you have to think of everything. Now comes the community ownership. Because as I was telling you, some of the core things where community ownership is very, very critical, especially all communities, all these programs, Panchayat Raj. In fact, Nagaland, Meghalaya, we had been there. In fact, I was surprised to see like how the community is owning everything there. Almost like they are taking, means the Gram Mukhyas or the Pradhans, they are taking every one of the villagers as their own member, family members. So once you build that kind of things in a community, your part is almost over. They will take care of their community. Anybody's referral, other things. So all these best practices to be incorporated. So while designing all these things, so I'm telling the challenges, and at the same time you have to define the solutions also. Okay. So now comes this like call to actions. So here comes what I have already told about the strategic planning, implementation science, then your collaborative knowledge sharing, then empowering local authority. All these things are very, very critical for a successful program. Or not necessary also, you will see that things will be very going. Then when you will think about all these things in equity perspective, the things will be very different. There will be issues. There will be issues. There comes that like your qualitative study or qualitative dipstick analysis, something. Currently, what qualitative study also demands, you need to go there, stay there, and really understand the issues. But currently, by visiting there for 4 5 hours, interacting with others, maybe service provider, maybe the beneficiaries, maybe other things, you could identify some of the issues. Then comes your, then always also, suppose the role of data. Yesterday and time and again, we have been listening about the lot of work, supervisors too busy, vacant positions. What simple things they can do. They have got the position tracker data. So they need not visit like 10 Anganwadi center or 15 Anganwadi. Let them identify the best 2 Anganwadi center or 1 or 2 Anganwadi center and worst to 2 or Anganwadi center, and let them go there and visit. The simple logic is that what they have been seeing in best, is it real best? Or they are missing there? And the worst is that, is it really worst or any gap? So in order to identify that, so for that time, so data driven did not do major bigger analysis kind of things. That is not, this is just common sense. You need to identify the issue. Even uh, again, I am quoting you one example. So in Sambalpur also, in that place, when I met, I seen like 3 months, everything was zero data, nothing is there. So I asked, what happened? What is this? You seems to be very active, other things. Then this she narrated one thing like last 3 months she was having a breast cancer and she was not able to do. So many things also there that what in superior sense may look same, look. So you have to also identify in that perspective also. Go deep down, maybe talk, a simple talk. When I asked, I could know very well. Then I thought like how to back off and do things. So these are the things like for this stronger nutrition program together, all this strategy, planning, monitoring evaluations, but community and the personal things of the service provider need to be also taken into care. So here I am just skipping it. Yeah. I was talking about this data and knowledge matters. The left side picture is about the Nagada when this incident broke out in 2015-17. We have to go there by walking almost 10 to 12 kilometers. So the children are there. So whenever you will go there, many things are very different. Like there we saw that almost every 100% were malaria endemic. Classic example of early age marriage. The maximum age of marriage was around 13 years there. So water they are drinking, uh, open defecation was 100%. Nobody was using. Even not, they are not able, they don't wash their hands. Patrare sabu pochi deutile. Many things. So there, then comes like why I'm quoting the examples. But now after 3 years, when I went there, the things scenario has changed completely. How this is possible? Like government prepared the roads, then the continuous visit of every 7 days, Anganwadi worker and ASA, they tested positive, all the positive malaria cases were treated. Then the feeding program government of Odisha started invariable to all the beneficiaries, starting from all family members, so that they can. So they are also once I visited, after that, like the cooked food is there, but nobody has eaten. I told, listen, I waited for around 9:30, then 10:30, nobody has come. I asked, what is the reason? You have prepared all these things. So they have come, no? So the person told like, no, sir, they have gone to the field and when they will come, they will take it, go. So I told, what is this business? Why don't you allow them to take maybe at 7:30 or 8, wherever prepared? Because by 8, if you are preparing, let them have this food along with them so that they can share it with the. So these are small tweakings you need to do. So for that reason also means like there is nothing beautiful than going to field and seeing everything by yourself and suggesting a things. Data will not speak everything. Data will speak like where to go, where to go to identify the critical issues. But there. So there comes like here also the evidence and knowledge that don't require kind of big things. Small tweaking, small things. Measurement is not happening. The worker, the Anganwadi worker who is very poor in not have brought anything, not able to see. Okay, one thing, simple thing you do. Tell the CDP or supervisor, go along with 4 or 5 teams, do the assessment completely for all children, then design. So for this also require investment in time along with supervisors, CDPOs, all these things. Then comes your knowledge, learning, sharing, sustainability already I have talked about, and this NFHS kind of things that is really helpful. So these are the majorly data management essentials, like different things. So here this I'm not going into deep, but simple thing is that between correlation between this low birth weight. So the correct things you will find out from health management information system. Actually, the institutional birth is more than 90%, so you can know who means like what is the low birth weight, and you can link. So these are kind of the sources of different data. Then comes the principle of accuracy, other things I'm not going to do, and then challenges. There are duplications, delay, weak analysis. So here also many core indicators are there, but linking that indicator is very essential. So here comes like you need not do major analysis, but simple things like how many of children who are low birth weight and turn out to be SAM or severe underweight. Is it any correlations? Or what is this? Then also you can see like what are the mechanics or what are the measures you will take so that the low birth weight children will improve. So the window of opportunity, for that reason only you need to know every program. Nutrition is a program like you need to MGNR is a program so that you can provide work, then water and sanitation so that they open a individual household latrine, then water quality, Jal Jeevan missions, then your ICDS nutrition program, money and SSG linked with financial. So all need to be done. Then only you can holistically design, think, link, converge with other departments. Otherwise, it's very isolation and one thing will not work in that sense. So for this only, so for this again, in geographical information system, anything, we just put layers, forest layer or any education layer, mother's literacy, other things. So is it affecting that? If you will see NFHS, the major result is that there is wealth quintile, there is difference, and also there is education. These are the two most important things. So I will be going into the frameworks, one or two beautiful frameworks. Then comes your how you will manage the knowledge management part. So what is the key of knowledge management? So here comes like first part is like identifications, like any good practices you have to identify what physically they are doing. Then knowledge generations. So how will one thing you will tell? So by in terms of maybe reels or in terms of a document or a visuals or what you will do there, knowledge generations. Then comes knowledge capture. So that's what I was telling you, where you will capture, what will be the best medium to capture. Then comes your knowledge organization. Because suppose you have learned anything, like if you'll see the NIN website and other NFHS, other big science, treasure of articles, treasure of studies, required dietary allowances starting from everything. So they have kept it for open so that organizing time and again, everybody can see storage, it easily retrievable things kind of thing. Then sharing disseminations. So these are kind of platforms where you can share. Then knowledge utilizations. That is very critical. That is what I think you all need to do. Utilization is the major gap. So that is why, in spite of all these bigger agencies like NIN, RMRC, plethora of knowledge, everything is there, but still we are not able to, even for the sake of sure. Just I was talking with some of the PhD students, they were telling like screening is one of the major for identification of sickle cell, other things. So that was not happening. So earlier they were targeting it to for 1 or 2 districts. Now screen other things. So this type of things, this is only kind of a utilization of knowledge, like how they're identifying the things. Then I was telling about the statistics knowledge, this like field wisdom and other things. So that was what I have seen here in Meghalaya and other things. In mostly that they are too good. Means like community own this. They have got a dedicated vehicle for this village, so that anybody who wants referral they can go. So that is that. So next comes your strategies. So the already I have told you about digital tools, then ensuring quality and access and use. So these are mostly here. The part is what I want to focus is about the validations. At least we not be able to do major validations, but any small validations and a total kind of then you interacted with other things. So that way. So knowledge management strategy here, structured documentation, sharing mechanisms, building institutional memory. Here also sometimes comes that the very knowledgeous person is there. So he has been handling with him alone. But the institutional management should be, memory should be there. So that is the reason why publications and other things, digital partner, everything should be stored so that it can be used later on. So this is like, I was more interested to speak a little bit more. These are the two conceptual frameworks. One was during the 1990s and second was come out to be 2020 Lancet series. So you just think, see the frameworks. What are the key major changes they have made it in this 1990 framework and 1992? So here I want to emphasize on 2 points. That is one first during this 90 framework, diet and disease. So during that time, NFHS has not come out, major studies has not come out. So they were thinking that, or that maybe we have been thinking about the child survival. So disease was the major reason, and diet, adequate diet, that was the major thought process during designing of this conceptual framework UNICEF. But later on, when it comes to 1990, it has changed to two things. That diet, then comes the care practices. So now the dominant factor is your care practices. So what Dr. Shubhendu was telling on that day, even many of the major studies they quote, see, they tell that at least 45 to 50% changes can be bring out in any nutrition scenario if the proper behavioral change or care practices can be changed. We have seen through Corona period, hand wash, other things. So these are the things. So this framework, why I'm emphasizing is that this only point is that here, when now the focus should be your behavioral studies, other things related to with the care practices. Is it mother washing her hand before giving the child feedings? In a proper bowl is given? Is consistently with? Is mother is aware about all these things? So care practices. So that behavioral aspect, like first day we have been inaugurated. Now this organization will be, along with UNICEF, will be providing many bigger insights to the behavioral aspect also. So that is again key. So you just think of in global level, all the major leaders like UNICEF, WHO, they also change strategies. They also change everything according to the current scenario. And again, it's implementation science and it's a research and studies. Based on that, we take these bigger decisions for the implementations of the time. And time is there, no? Okay. Yeah. So here, anything you just see. So suppose anybody you want to do research kind of things. So where you should focus? Majorly related to immediate determinants. So we could bring out quick change. So that is the core area. It might not require like too long studies, longitudinal studies, like things. You might have heard about these WHO growth models. They have from 1999 to 2006, and before that also for every child they have studied and other things. So for this like of implementations, research, all the things, you should work on different dimensions of immediate determinants. Maybe with immediate determinants, you can bring out a quick change. So that is the reason why you need to go to field and other things, do insights from there and do the things. And later on, like by doing this meta-analysis, other things, and incorporating all your studies, later on you can think of like publishing paper and other things. So that will be later for other determinants. But major things, if you want to bring out change, then these are the things. Or maybe during other issues like food, means like nowadays coming out to be like recipes. What is the best recipe? Like for all this, like what is, sometimes if you are able to see, you can see the local food compendium UNICEF has built. So they are also with 3 ecological zone, they have built the local compendium, taking into considerations the availability of the food at the local level and the cost model. I will suggest, suppose big things. Can the mother will have it? No, because cost is the bigger things. So for that reason, everything in terms of you want to see food quality, recipe, it should be locally available, it should be easily available, it should be affordable. On that also, you are seeing that the UNICEF specialty UPS are talking about the like healthy diets cost around 340. But no, in rural area, the people, the health expenditure and other per capita food consumption, you will see, you will be surprised. In fact, I do remember that might have a marginal increase like at around 6,000 something, that might have increased little bit. But again, these things you need to consider while rolling out. So that is the like our THR, everything. That is a very cost effective government is pursuing, but meeting the minimum required things. So we are telling that, okay, you take THR along with also you have your food, homely food. So here already data challenges is there, knowledge challenges already you know, poor documentation and child information, staff turnover, what I was telling about. In fact, today's I was meeting with one of the organizations also. The major challenge is that about the means like the data quality, because earlier we used to struggle in ICDS systems, because I've told, my predecessor has told about my ICMR stint. So there we used to actually strengthen this ICDS MIS. So we are struggling. It was talking about only numbers. There is no name. But now Potion Tracker captures the name, but quality is still a issues. So Advani is there to supporting us in data quality. So that is again one of the major challenges. So recognizing and sharing local innovations. So what the local, suppose a Anganwadi worker, which all children are normal. Anything special she is doing, anything local food they are providing, anything care practices they are doing, that kind of knowledge need to be there. Then integrated inter-department that we have already spoken about. And the low cost. Nowadays, the simplest and the very attractive is your reels. Actually, in fact, I was seeing the Subhadra kind of things. They are purchasing these silai machines, then selling things and also bringing good fortune to their family. And once the economic things, because that is also again key. If you'll see the wealth index, lowest wealth quintiles, they have got the highest malnutrition, educations, everything. So when they have got the money, they can do. So all these things need to be internalized. So I have thought of like telling, but you can just tell. Maybe we can discuss about the what do you think about major data challenge? Anything coming to your mind? Duplication of data, yes, little bit, but again, because Poshan tracker, they have got this Aadhaar seeded, so mostly it's a ruling, means it's not there. I'm talking about only nutrition data. Anything? Anything that is coming out in data challenges, because you have to, when you are going to field or all the time is like, suppose the weight is 3.5 kg, you are putting a little bit more, it will just do anything. So that is a very beautiful example. So again, the thing like, what is the solution then? He's telling absolutely right. Cross-checking also correct. Maybe the supervisor will. Yes, that is very, very essential also. Because the months before entering, if she knows that the what outcome it will have on the child, or how, whether he's what impact. So she might do, that is again a good things. So just now, yes. Yeah. So here also the solution lies with some of the times like how to catch hold of the things earlier through this digital kind of things. That is the things like with this, suppose that pilot is being done by Vadhwani, other things. Because manually correcting this, suppose in Odisha around 35 lakh children are there, not possible. But if you can define like error. So that is why the mobile things, they will take the picture and it will capture the weight and height, everything. So that will record it to minimize the error kind of things. And what she was telling, absolutely right, also rewarded. And also they should have the thing that, okay, we through identifying the is, there will be no issue, but I can treat the children. So like for Odisha, we have got a special program for severe underweight children. We are providing something special. Then for moderately acute malnutrition children also something. MAM also something. SAM also something. So the Anganwadi workers should feel that like they have got a program and the child can be included in that, and that will yield result in terms of improvement or can gain confidence. Sometimes we have seen like also one of the beautiful example is that in one of the PVTG pockets of Raigada, nobody used to come to nutrition and rehabilitation centers. Nobody has come. With a whole lot of persuasion, one PVTG woman came to Anganwadi nutrition rehabilitation center, and there she experienced all the things. The child become malnutrition free. Then she went there and she narrated her experience. So that changed the whole scenario. They have got faith because they are means like miles away from limelights. So that kind of things. So these are the things. These are the things like you need to do to address the issues. So for what is the kind of knowledge management issues? Few, I think we have already discussed about this best practices of Anganwadi worker, maybe a supervisors, maybe a village community, that not we are capturing. So that should be come out. real champions of the field. So that will give a highlight, incentivize, reward, and ultimately it will give a encouragement or to for others. So this way, I think so the major takeaways is that evidence-based decisions, then definitely technology as a tool, and cultural uh, things. Cultural aspect need to be there. So that is the reason why now suppose even if we have reached in a districts like Kendrapada, Jagatsinghpur or Khurda, this is one of the best districts in India. Best districts, 780. But at the same time, some of the districts like Nabarangpur, maybe Kandhamal's 3 or 4 interior blocks, the situation is very precarious. Not because of the government program, but many of the like social behavioral aspect, cultural taboos, and geographical inaccessibility, whole lot of factors. So for that reason, cultural things it need to be, it all need to be addressed in that way. So this is again a picture of Nagada. So these are the food they were consuming at that time, but now things are changing. But just my point, simple point is that if you will go to very interior pockets, when you will just not interact, you'll go and see what they are really consuming. ତାଙ୍କ ହାଣ୍ଡିକୁ ଯାଇକି ଯଦି ଦେଖିବେ ତାହେଲେ ଆପଣ ଜାଣିବେ ପ୍ରକୃତରେ ସେ କ'ଣ କ'ଣ ବହୁତ ସୁନ୍ଦର କଥା କହୁଥିବ ଆଜ୍ଞା ଏଟା ଖାଇଲି ଭାତ ଖାଇଲି ଡାଲି ଖାଇଲି ଇଏ ଖାଇଲି ବଟ୍ ଫିଜିକାଲି କ'ଣ ଖାଇଥିବ ଆପଣ ଜାଣିପାରିବେ and the worst thing I have seen about is women ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କୁ ରାନ୍ଧିକି ମାନେ ଏବେ ବି ଗୋଟେ ଆମେ ଗୋଟେ ଇନସାଇଡ୍ ଟିମ୍ ସହିତ ଯାଇଥିଲୁ କନ୍ଧମାଳର ଭିତର ଜାଗା ମାନଙ୍କୁ ସେଇ ଜିନିଷ ଆଜ୍ଞା हाँ मैं भी बात कर रहा था इस बात से कि किसी के Only English. Okay, all right. Okay, oh, so they are there. This is about the experience I'm sharing about in a Nagada in a place. So where many times what we see that whenever you ask the mother or parents what you have consumed, they will be definitely telling, no, we have rice and dal. Sometimes they have the imaginations. If I will tell, they will think otherwise. But when you will go and physically see what they have eating in maybe their pot, you could actually know what they are really consuming. And like it is very true about all the program. I'm not talking about food. I'm talking about also IFA supplementations. In 2004, I think during our baseline survey with Nelson, we find out that the major thing they told that because this tool is dark and they are not consuming. And they have got the apprehension that whenever a woman or anybody used to die, they used to have this kind of tools. So they have got this conception. Second, maybe 2007-8, when we interacted, they were telling like the children will become big and we have a cesarean delivery. So that type of experience was there. And also I'm telling about one of the best stories about immunizations. Earlier, they were not sending their children to immunizations on the pretext that the children will have fever and they will not be able to work for that day. But later on, when we told that if this injection is given, the child will be having a fever, but the fever will be for 1 or 2 days, but lifelong the child will not affect from tuberculosis or any disease. So that has gone their mind. Now Odisha is best in the country in immunization. A lot of other things are there, but things. So many behavioral aspect, many things you have to think in that perspective. Data, knowledge, everything is there, but small things also matters. So that is the reason why we have been working hard so much, but still the situation is not changing. You can just think about the urban women also, because delivery or pregnancy is a very, very personal things. Suppose the woman having, I am having 2 daughters and one of my daughter is studying in NIN, nutrition. So very different type of experience. So vomiting, other things. So even if she intends to, she cannot consume. So what kind of things to be there? They are having also low virtue with children. So these are the things as a researcher, as an academician, you have to think, or many insights you'll get only if you'll go to field, interact with and other things. So this is everything from my sides. I think I have said few things. And if you've got any questions, please ask. Anything related to anything? Yeah.
Thank you, sir. So actually, we are watching this, and can you please give us a knowledge what kind of foods?
In fact, they usually mostly were taking very local variety of this what called potatoes, but these are mushrooms in a hand, other things. Then this upureta chuda, popped rice kind of things. And the start one is good as this is a citrus kind of food. But the major is that suppose children who will be requiring your suppose a 7 kg children requiring 1200 kilocalorie. Even that 200 calorie is not meeting. Even what they are consuming and they are taking it. To my surprise, there I've seen like the things have changed now drastically. But at that time the things were poor. But government has taken so lot of initiative and everything, so that is changing. So when you go to field, other things will come out. But you have to think like what are the opportunity, other opportunity there. Because at that time we have seen that this take home rations, they are not knowing how to use. They were supplying, they used to take it raw without boiling or taking it. So like that kind of things. But with all these efforts, now things are very drastically changing, but there is a whole lot of scope for everybody. Yes. Any questions? Oh, okay. Any question from anybody? Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Afternoon, everyone. I am taking the stage on behalf of Sir. Thank you, Mr. Akshay Liman, Sir, for the wonderful session on the nutrition program implementation. I hope the session has been truly fruitful for all of the participants. Now, I welcome Dr. Raghavendra, Sir, for felicitate. Please, sir. Thank you, sir. Now it's time for the high tea. Again, we'll meet at after 5 minutes at 3:30. Thank you. All the slides. I'm so sorry, everyone. The tea is not ready. Just give us 15 minutes. We have been ready for that. Participants, please settle down. Welcome everyone to the fourth session of the day 3. It's now the time for the very important topic, emerging trend in nutritional research. For this, I'm delighted to invite Dr. Hers Wirtz to the stage. Welcome, sir. It's my honor to introduce Dr. Hersbert, National Program Officer at Vadvani Artificial Intelligence, with over 8 years of professional experience in maternal and child health, public health research, and healthcare innovation. He has successfully led pioneer initiatives such as first ever national-wide development of Anganwadi AI chatbots, benefiting over 100 million people, and spearheaded AI-driven solution for growth flattening, pregnancy risk prediction, and newborn anthropometry. Dr. Versa's serve in leadership role in Vardhani AI, Outline India, and Delhi University, where he has contributed to a large-scale studies, policy-relevant research, and capacity building in collaboration with institutes such as ICMR, the World Bank, Boston University, and University of Illinois. He holds a PhD in anthropology from the University of Delhi, specializing in maternal and child health, and has authored several peer-reviewed publications, a book chapter, and multiple conference presentations. His work has been recognized with prestigious fellowship from Indian Council of Medical Research, and he continued to be a strong advocate for evidence-based policy making, digital innovation, and improving health outcome for vulnerable population through research and technology. I welcome you, sir. The stage is yours.
Hello everyone. Am I audible? So how was the past 3 days? It's first, second. How was the previous days of the learning? So today we are at National Assessment, Dietary Profile and Anthropometry among Indian children, adolescent and adult. So basically you must have heard about anthropometry. So has anybody did anthropometry in field? Anybody? Can one person tell me how complicated it is? Just anyone? Is it complicated or not? It's complicated. Why? And most of you also have a lot of experience in anthropometry, it seems so. So just a thought for all of you that in India, 14 lakh Anganwadi workers are doing this every month for 10 crore children. And the data is itself so huge that to analyze it, you have to go it through one by one, and for each individual level, it would be hard to control the quality of the data, right? So what AI would do is something which I will press on, and I will talk about how Vadvani AI is trying to make an impact there. So let's discuss. So has anybody heard about Vadvani AI? So let me give you a brief overview what Vadvani AI do and how we do it. So Vadvani AI is a not-for-profit organization which works with Government of India to make the AI enablement in a government systems. So what does this mean is you have a system already in place. We are having certain issues in that system. How we can integrate AI in that system and make it efficient. That is what Vadvani AI does. So we are not creating a parallel system or something which is outside the gambit of Government of India. We are working for Government of India so that the access and enablement of AI can be done at ground. So how does we work? So the operating model of Vadvani AI is very simple. So we build, we deploy, we evaluate, we iterate. So this is very simple. For example, has anybody know what AI is actually before going into depth? What is AI? So artificial intelligence is a very abstract word. Can somebody specify what AI does? Has anybody used ChatGPT? Who has not used ChatGPT? So AI is like that. So there are different part of AI. What you are using in ChatGPT is LLM, large language models. But there are different kind of AI which is present in the system, which people are not aware of. So there are multiple problems, and each problem has a solution which can be AI enabled. So that is what Vadvani does. So first of all, we have to go to ministry to understand what the problem is. So 90% of the research that what we have done is defined by the aim itself, right? If your aim and objective is wrong, then what the outcome would be is always wrong. So you have to be very specific what objective you want to attain with this particular work. So this is what Vadvani does. So we have an MOU with the government. We understand work that they are doing. We understand the technicalities and understand where the AI enablement can be done. Then we work, do the data collection, do the analysis, do the model building, and integrate into that system, evaluate the model, and get out of there. And there, then the government take a stakeholders perspective and run it for the life. So we facilitate all kind of things. So I will tell you few of the solutions which I am heading in MNCH at Vadvani AI as a National Program Officer, from early pregnancy to birth and neonatal period to care up to 6 years of age. So all of you have heard about anthropometry. We require stadiometer, infantometer, weighing machine of two type, infant weighing machine, adult weighing machine. All these, just imagine you are an Anganwadi worker, you have at least 60 children average around with you, and you have to do the data collection for them each month regularly for 12 months and throughout life until the child is 6 years old. Imagine how much cohort you have. So if that person would be traveling with those instruments, that would be really hard. So let me start with AI for anthropometry, what the future of AI would uphold. So AI for anthropometry. So I don't want to get into the depth of understanding like what is the complication. Can somebody tell me what are the issues related to anthropometry at ground? Because you have been hearing about anthropometry from the past 1 or 2 days. Just what are the issues and malnutrition related issues at ground? Anybody? Very well said. So basically, anthropometry is a measurement problem. So the measurement problem, when you see, so I am starting with explaining about one of our project, which is NBA, newborn anthropometry. So newborn anthropometry created is on HBNC protocol. Is anybody aware about HBNC? Home-based newborn care. So what is that program? Could you just in 2 lines explain? So anybody knows who execute HBNC? Anybody? Asha. Yes. Yes. So it's written there. If person have seen the presentation, they could answer it. So anyway, so home-based neonatal care is a mission that is launched in 2011 for ASHA worker. So they have to do the visit at a ground level in which they have to take the height and weight of the child on consecutive days, which is mentioned day 3, 7, 14, 21, 28, and 42. So these are neonates. So you have to do the field work. You have to carry those instruments So there is a huge caveat that government wants, which can easily facilitate the data collection at ground level. Also, things like how accurate it can be, because anthropometry is very subjective. If you think it very hard, then it's subjective, as in how much experience does the person have in anthropometry matters a lot. How much calibration they did for the equipment, that matters a lot. What kind of environment they are working in, that matters a lot. So all this get into a lot of issues. That's why we as an organization try to work on it. There are issues like equipment issues, staff motivation, cultural taboos, data entry errors. So before this, Akshaya sir was explaining the data entry issues. So for example, if I've taken the height 169.7 centimeter, how many chances are there that Anganwadi is going to write 169.7 centimeter? Either she rounds off, that is normal. Very, even normal person does it, rounding off. But rounding off makes a lot of difference. When you go through WHO charts, you will find that even 0.1 centimeter from here to there can make a person stunted, wasted, or underweight. So those kind of error is something which we are seeing through the data sets. So what distinctive feature would AI enablement tool will make here? So what we will do is, frontline workers will take a short video of 30-40 seconds, just those videos, single videos in particular pattern which has been taught during the data collection trainings. So once that video is taken, that video goes into the model and give you the output of height, weight, head circumference, chest circumference, and mid-upper arm circumference without even touching the child. So let me give you a demo how this works. Then I will explain you. There is a different PPT for this. So you can see the child is laying on the ground in supine position, and one scale is just there with the child, and the ASHA worker is taking the video, and video is taken in CCBC pattern, basically center, left, CLRCC pattern. So center, left, center, right, center. So this is just a video that she has to take of a child, and once that is done, this completed, and she submits it. There is an option code to save, and once she submits it, the AI will take care of it. Now the model is started working on, and you have the results with you. This is the enablement. So you have an issue at ground. Now you don't require equipments, you just require a minimal viable phone which has an Android operating system. It just makes it easier. Now you don't have to carry equipments, you don't have to be very technically sound, you just have to be taught how to take a video, which is pretty comfortable in today's world, that everybody is now aware that how the phone works, and this can be enabled throughout India just by integrated in already used platforms of Government of India. So this kind of an AI is something which Vadhwani works. Any question on this? So basically on backend, the AI works as a computational neural network. It will take, for example, when the AI reads, it reads the pixels. So one picture is made of lot of pixels. So just imagine a graph. One graph is made up of lot of lines, right? Like that, each image is made up of lot of pixels. So using those pixels, AI understands what is present in that pixel. Using that, we have created a surface area. Surface area will be taken care and needs to be understood by AI, and then the output of the weight will be given, because the data Now, this is very important and very nice question. So how that actually understands the weight? For that, you need to train the model, right? To train the model, you have to give them input, right? What you are seeing is the final product. You will not know what works goes behind this. There are a lot of data collection happens on ground. Lot of children are actually weighed and entered into the values against gold standard as well as ground truth. For example, I took a weight of a child, then I entered that, then I took a video, then I entered that. Then on that, I trained the model and model tried to understand how that weight is there using the surface areas, using multiple pattern, using tabulation modeling. They understood that now this is an output. You just have a model, it take a video, it's given output. Anybody else have a question? Yes. Yes. Very important question. So, of course, accuracy is something which is very particular about anthropometry. So, in this, the mean absolute error of the weight is near around 110 grams, while height, mid upper arm circumference, chest circumference is less than 1 centimeter. So, although this is the absolute error that you can see on ground, but where it is used is something very definitive. So we are not saying we are as accurate as engineered equipments, right? Where we are working against, for example, if anybody has seen a spring balance, anybody has seen spring balance, right? Is spring balance safe? Is it safe or to use on ground on child? And how much error does that show? So accordingly, you have to define where your probable cause is. I'm not saying, so you have to present the solution in a way where it could be used. So it is not for commercial purposes, not for hospital issues. So it will be used on ground for the ASHA workers. They have to carry equipments. So to facilitate that, you have to compromise on certain things. We are not going as uh, so we have to be accurate, which can beat the ground truth. So for example, if I'm already having ground error of 150 grams, if I'm reaching 110 grams, that is, you require less equipments, less calibration, data tampering is zero, all the things have been taken care of. That is what AI enablement makes. Any other question? So this is our POC, which is 0 to 42 days as of today. This tool is ready and already integrated in more than 3 states, Daman and Diu, and in Daman and Diu, more than 400 ASHA worker is presently using it. In MP, multiple other states, we have already deployed. While now the question arises again, is it enough? No, right? Now, this is something which shall be increased for the age groups, right? So, what we have done is, so before answering your question, I will tell you how this tool required for adoption. What you would do is, we have already trained the model. If you want to take this into a new geography, so everybody knows particularly that on what data we train, the model is trained for that specific areas, right? If we take the model out of that area, we need to contextualize the data, right? So how does we do that? For example, I have did the data collection for creating this model in Chandigarh, Haryana, Gujarat, Rajasthan. Would this model work on southern states like Kerala or northeastern states? It may or it may not. You won't know the answers until you evaluate on ground. That's why always in AI, evaluation is very important. So whatever you do, even does not matter, it's AI or something else. Evaluation is something which gives you how accurate you are. You always have time to time papers. You always have examination going on in your life which evaluate how accurate you are. That is the same case with AI. You have to evaluate how much deviation this model is throwing. So we checked at a southern state that it is showing 125 gram error, mean absolute error. Then you contextualize the model. You take 1,000 children's videos, you give it to the model, model will reanalyze itself and give you the best outcome. The mean absolute error again goes down. It just model has to see that kind of a data, then it gives you the exact as accurate output as it can. So to answer this, to answer the question, what we are doing next is creating this model for 0 to 6 years with Ministry of WCD, ICMR-RMRC. So this is the place where we have started this initiative in which we are doing the data collection throughout India to make this tool available for 0 to 6 year. And this is the only tool that even the data collection is going to be collected in the Portion Tracker itself, which is a national government platform. Even the data collection is being done in that. So once the product is available, it would be available within Portion Tracker for the Anganwadi worker. Just that using a video, Anganwadi worker have to take a video of a child, and that video will give you all the anthropometry features, and even you don't have to enter. The data entry will be done by the AI itself. So there will be no data tampering issues. It's just a video goes input, output would be height, weight, head circumference, chest circumference, middle, upper arm circumference. Any questions? No. Very good question. I will answer in the next slide. You have a question? Yes. So basically what it does is, so anybody understood 3D modeling? 3D modeling, anybody has seen? I will give you the answer in next few slides as well. So basically it creates the 3D visualization of a child on the back end. So you would know how would the child look like. There is always an error. I am expressing, putting point on that. There is always an error, which is plus minus mean absolute error that you are showing. That's why I'm saying plus minus 1 centimeter. It can happen on the ground, but in reality, when you use the calibrated equipments of anthropometry, the chances are that you would get to know it is flat-headed or round-headed. But in that, as you said, on the back end, on the back side, we didn't have a video, right? It has to understand, that model has to see that how much deviation is going to happen, and on that it analyze. The rarest of them is always like, you always work for 95% of the population. There are always 2 to 3% of outliers in the data, and in as well as in the AI, which you have to think it through. Any more questions? Let's make it interactive session. I'm happy to answer as many questions as you want.
So the videos are they getting stored at the data storage points of government, or are they being eliminated after once the calculations are done?
So that depends. For example, how you will train the model if you don't have the videos, right? For data collection, video needs to be stored. For once the tool is developed, you don't need to store the videos. So final product does not store any kind of a videos. It just, the input is video, output is the tabulation answers, and video got scrapped off. But while the data collection and creation of model, the data has to be stored, and it's stored sometimes on government servers, sometime on Vadhwani servers, which is within India. So that how we store the data. Yes.
The videos we are creating, the data we get from the video, next time when we go for the follow of the chat, so does it shows a change trends, or it also help in that, or just it's a basic anthropometry measurements?
Very well said. And you also know the answers for the same. So what I do height and weight, right?
Yeah.
Very simple. Simple. But I have a DB at a backend, which is a database that always stores my information. What was the prediction last time? I don't need to remember it again. It's already there in my servers. Portion tracker has it for more than 10 crore users, user beneficiaries of 0 to 6 years. So the trends is always there if you have the backend data. If you create a use case for NBA, NBA is for 7 visits in HbA1c. I need to see the trend line, right? So I have the data of last 7 points. I stored it. Then I can have a trend line. If I don't want to store it, I can have a cross-sectional answer of this question. If I require it, I have a cohort answer of this question. That again depends on how you want it, how government wants it. Government wants the back data. We have the data. It's just storing that makes a difference. Any other questions? Yes.
Talking about the pixel.
Yes.
So, is there any interference or any disturbance regarding the color of the background where the baby is lying?
Very well pointed question. Yes, it does. So what we have seen that, for example, if you train and see a single color on the back end, then the chances that the model is showing a least error. While when the background is a multicolor, then there are chances that model would show little high error compared to others. But when you give model multiple more data onto the diverse background, then model will start recognizing that issues is happening at a background. Let me remove the background itself. So that also things happens.
Okay.
Any other? Yes.
So you basically said use the pixelated form of a data to actually analyze the height, weight, and everything. So I was basically thinking you can either use like LiDAR also, like LiDAR for the LiDAR sensor. Like you can incorporate more sensor to like eliminate these differences of 100 and few grams or centimeters, maybe.
Yes, definitely. A lot of work has been done on that as well. LiDAR sensors, there are different kind of gyroscopes in the mobiles as well. If you take a video of normal basic smartphone and of iPhone, there is a lot of huge difference on the metadata. So, and you all understand metadata, right? So metadata is something which you don't see on the front end, but on the JSON file, when you fetch, you will see multiple others variable which is collected along with the video. So what happens is LiDAR cheap? First. Second, is it accessible? Can I provide it to 14 lakh people? Can it be used thoroughly for 10 crore beneficiaries in minimal cost? So you have to understand all those points. So what I'm saying is, of course, the error can go to even less than 10 grams with certain sensors which you have. Even if you go for 3D scanners, the error would be almost zero. But 3D sensor cost more than 20-25 lakh. And providing that to 14 lakh Anganwadi workers. Just imagine how much the cost government would be incurring. So you have to understand all these points as well while creating the AI models for government. It's not creating an AI model, it's creating a sustainability of an AI model which can be adapted by government of India. So you have to think it through that they have to scale it. It's not for a limited and research purposes. It's the implementation that counts. Any more question? So basically how the model works, what you are asking, right? Very well said. You are asking offline and online, right? If I understand you correctly, application and model is two different things, right? Portion tracker is an application. This is a model. Model has to have a front end. For example, you see the data summary, right? All of you must have done the data analysis, right? I see the mean standard deviation, right? But does that define the complete data? Like that, we have the application front end. Everybody is using Facebook, Twitter, and ChatGPT, especially. Anybody has seen their base codes and the code that they are working on the back end. So this is how model works. Model needs to have a front end. It does not matter what front end it is using. And the best thing about this model is it works in offline. It does not require internet. You use your mobile's GPU as well as your mobile hardware to run the complete model. It does not require any kind of online connectivity. It would only require online connectivity for syncing the data. That is the output. Height, weight, head circumference, mid upper arm circumference, chest circumference. It needs to store that, and once internet goes in, it will sync it to the servers, and video got scrapped off. No require of the internet is there. So my cost became zero. So if just imagine, because this is a question that would be raised, if I make this tool online, how much it would cost me? Anybody? Why? Actually, the question is why it would cost me something, even if it is online. No, we can decrypt it. We can do the encryption coding for the uploading as well as downloading. You cannot break the servers, the API in between. But has anybody WhatsApped videos to each one of you? Has anybody of you recorded a video? Everybody must have recorded the video, right? And uploaded to somewhere, someplace. How much KB it is? How much MB it is? At least 100 MBs. At least, right? If just imagine 60 children, 100 MBs on a monthly basis. How much data can you upload? You have a limited of maximum 2 GB per day, right? You have to understand all these intricacies when you are working with the government systems. You will see there is no cost, right? It's a data upload. Data is free. No, it is not free. You think it, but it is not free. It costs you. So when it is of huge MBs, it takes time. You cannot get this answer in 10-15 seconds. Once it got uploaded, then model runs. In here, you don't need to upload it somewhere. You just put it into the model runs and gives you an output. So here, 90% of the thing goes off. Any question? Yes. 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 So, most of you use Instagram, right? If you just switch off your Instagram, if you switch off your Wi-Fi as well as internet, would you still see some videos? You see, right? That is the same case with the portion tracker. there are certain portion tracker work which is offline and something is online. So when you make an application, there are two parts of it, online as well as offline. If I create a module that is offline, it will load itself onto the mobile phone once. So when you download this application, the model will be downloaded from server once on your phone and put on your data, put onto your storage on the backend once. It does not require any more data. Once it would require to fetch the model from the internet, it would store itself on the application on the backend. Front end, you may not have accessibility of all the moduling, but for these, even the data collection, what we are doing is offline module. What happens? I am working in Anganwadi worker. That is very well question. I am working in Anganwadi. Anganwadi is located into the more rural areas, and rural areas does not have an accessibility of internet. So could I do the data collection? That is the first question. Again, we did it. How we did it is we think it through. What are the issues that come into the ground? There are 10,000 issues that would come into the ground. Now answer each one of them. First, can data be uploaded once it is stored on the backend? It can be. But once it is stored, you have to know where it shall be stored, how much data it would take, how much storage it would require, how much permutation and combination you have to think it through to see that even the application itself on the front end is online, but the data can be saved offline. Whenever the internet comes on, I will upload it into the servers. So मैं अपने पास सारी चीज स्टोर करके रख रहा हूं. I will save everything on the back end. Once I hit the internet, I will send it to the servers and it will be removed from your application. So this is how all the application works. It's just that, has anybody cleared their cache memory? Cache memory. So that is the memory that is actually used on all these things. What, even when you open Facebook, Google, especially YouTube, you will see that you have 1.2 GB of cache memory. What it has? It has all those videos on the back end. Once you clear the cache memory, all the videos of the cache memory goes out. That is what engineering utilize. Any more question? So let's move forward. So this is the U6A, which is under 6 anthropometry. What we worked is, we know this is a major problem in India, malnutrition. So we try to solve it using a AI enablement. We do the data collection throughout India, and on that we will create an AI model which will be integrated in the portion tracker. And what does is the anthropometry, which becomes easier for Anganwadi, which becomes easier for data entering. So this is something which we are working on. Now, this is what different type of age group requires. So you know 0 to 6. So every problem requires different kind of solutions, right? 0 to 6 month child can lay in supine position, but does 2 to 3 year child can lay in supine position? आप लिटा के देखो वो भाग जाएगा. Because it happened to us. We did it in lot of pilot. We understood it with lot of experimentation. What will be the issues at ground? 0 to 6 months tak you can lay the child in supine position, it won't move. But as soon as you cross 6 months, the child will try to go away as soon as you ask the child to sit. Even child can't sit sometime, right? These are the issues that you can only know when you go onto the ground, which is very important. So I'm emphasizing in that as well. To create an AI as well, you have to go out of labs, you have to go onto the ground, test your extensive research. For example, I came with 10 hypotheses for AI. If you don't go on the ground, you say that using this, I will give you 99% of accuracy. Using proper particular method, I will give you 99% of accuracy. But when you go onto the ground, it cannot be applied. Does it make a difference for me? It won't. So you have to understand the technicalities and the reality of the field, then create an AI model for that. Modeling is not a modeling is a difficult part, of course, but it is something which you need to understand before going into the ground. You have created the best AI model with lidar sensors, with best sensors in the world, with gyroscope, but how do you get the phone for? Do you give 14 lakh Anganwadi iPhone? This is something which you need to understand, and you won't know until or unless you do all these research at ground level. So what we did is, using 3D modeling, we tried to identify which are the childs and which are the best positions that child could sit on, and how we can take the videos to get the best output available. Then we did a thorough pilots at ground to see which protocol can be used for the data collection. Then we got to the result that let's do 2 to 3 protocols for each age group, and we will try to train a model. Then we will see what best we can get it, we can get the results. We tried out on the 3D model as well as the backend modeling, but those data does not have the real videos. Now we are looking for the real videos to understand this. So just for the Anganwadi worker, we have created these GIFs so that it would be easier for them to understand that how we are doing the data collection. For example, now I don't have to explain you, right? It's pretty easy understandable. This is not an AI first. This is just a creation of multiple images into a GIF. So it's just a simple animation in which it is showcasing you that see center, left, center, right, center. Same protocol, but into the different positions. 6 to 15-month child needs to sit with mother. Otherwise, you can't hold a child for more than 10 seconds. They will go away. So this is only you will get to know once you work on ground. For 15 months to 2 years, child could stand but could not stand. It may happen, right? For that, we have considered that as well. So you ask child to stay in front of mother and take a video. You ask child to sit and ask mother to hold the child so it does not run away, because this is very common issue for 15 months to 2 years child, they run away. So for that video, you require that child to be there, right? 2 to 3 years, child can sit alone and you take a video. For 2 to 3 years also, sometimes child does not sit. And that 3 to 6 years, it's little easier because child could stay and could understand you. So you just ask the child to stay in a position as in you have to extend your hands and legs a bit, and there is a scale. So has anybody noticed every one of the GIFs have one thing in common? Nothing else is common in any of these videos. What is that? Why it is taken? Anybody just want to answer? So it's a reference object. So uh, all of you must have, most of you have a background of anthropology, right? Somebody has done archaeology. You must understood then reference object from anyone else, like so reference object is something which remains constant. If I take photo from 1 kilometer or from 10 meters, that reference object give me a depth perception. Depth perception is very important in 3D modeling. Until or unless you understand the depth perception, you won't know the actual pixelation at a minute level. So to understand that, scale is something which remain constant. It's a wood scale, cost 10 to 15 rupees, easily acquirable, easily available, sustainable. Wood is there. We are not even using the plastic for that. So till now, anybody has a question? Could be, but again, the question is cost would come, and throughout India, 14 lakh Anganwadi is there. Just imagine. Could you acquire that much of graph paper? Yeah, of course it can be, but let's be very practical. The situation is we don't want to learn something in particular ambit. For example, if I learn in that environment, could I execute in the worst situations? I can't, because I have not seen the worst data set. I have to understand the complexity at ground level, then I would know what are the best things that we can do. There has to be a diversity in the data to understand what kind of issues would happen on ground. Because model has to be executed by not you, by me. It has to be executed by Anganwadi worker. So they have to understand and they can execute. So to them, when you are making, you have to understand your user. That's why user study is always executed, because if it's not acceptable by them, even if we create it, would it make any sense? Right? If I create certain complicated instruments, if government is already training them on anthropometry equipments, now they have to train on more equipments. So you have to understand their problem as well. You are just creating a load for them, not a solution. You have to understand how much easier you can make it. That is why it's AI enablement. You have to make it easier for them, not for you. It will be complicated for you, but for them, it shall be easy. Any more questions? So it shall be a minimal clothing. So all these videos and all these GIFs that you have seen is into a minimal clothing. So what does the minimal clothing defines here? So in winter as well, some minimal clothing. So it has to be, so where the height and weight of the child is taken. In Anganwadi, where does the weight and height of the child is taken? And within Anganwadi, right? So according to WHO as well, whenever you take the video, or whenever you take the weight of the child, it has to be taken with minimal clothing, right? WHO also dictates that. For MUAC, you have to remove, right? You have to, yes, you have to easily take. So let me explain. So basically, how does that work is you have to take MUAC. There are two different points. First, AI model and ground truth. For ground truth, you have to ask the child to unfold his sleeve and then take an MUAC. For the AI, you just have to take the child in minimal clothing. What does the minimal clothing define here? Which is very important to understand. Minimal clothing is something where the child half leg and half hand is visible. So below knee and below elbow hand shall be visible to the AI model. It can do the predictions and remove the other layers and could understand the exact depth as well as the circumference of a child. So just understand this. The mother is sitting on the back end, right? Mother is sitting on the back end. Everybody could see on the 6 to 15 months, right? So wouldn't that model show the mother's weight? Right? You have to understand this is called masking. So it masks that I do not want to include this in our modeling, and model understands this. So basically, whenever we read, how we read, you try to read any concept in the world, you will start from the bottom. You have to understand the first point. You have to, in mathematics, when you understand addition, then you go to subtraction, then you go to multiplication, then you go to division. It's like that. AI understands like that as well. So you have to teach them point by point. It grows with the data that you provide. Any more question? Yes. So reliability coefficient is something which is statistical, right? But this is an AI model. It works differently. So statistics and AI works hand in hand, but the metrics that you use for the representation is different for each models or each problem that you use. For example, if I create a classification modeling, classification can be given you the answers into sensitivity, specificity, right? Like that, when you are using a video modeling, you have to know how it will give me my errors. So in this, it goes through mean absolute error. Mean absolute error shows you the error on ground into the mean against the ground truth. So even the evaluations of this has been done, which shows 100 gram of plus minus mean absolute error. Any understood? Yes. A laugh. Very good question. Again, asked by multiple stakeholders. Government asked the same questions. So what we did is we used the basic smartphones. Even with 2 megapixels or 5 megapixels, we have limited our library to that. So what we did in the backend is we have created a modified library for us in which does not matter what mobile you are using. We will redefine the pixels of that video into the 2 to 5 megapixel is that 1024 pixels, which is minimum of any mobile phone. So 2 megapixel to 5 megapixel, it is available. Even if you have 52 megapixel, does not matter to me. I will convert it to 4 megapixels so that it can be applied to those people who only have 4 megapixels. 52 megapixels, if it is giving me, then of course the data, the model would show better results. But even if it is 4 megapixels, it will show you results. Any more questions? Anyone else? So till now you have been understanding about vision modeling. Till now, these are all vision modeling. So vision modeling, I've shown you how vision model works. So now let's get to other questions. So this is another project that we are working on is growth filtering. How many of you know stunting, wasting, underweight? Have all of you heard about this? Can somebody define me what is stunted? Wasted? Underweight? Less than 2 standard deviation. ठीक है? So before me, Akshay sir was explaining about the ICDS data. So in India, as I've already explained, 10 crore children are there with 14 lakh Anganwadis doing the anthropometry of a children onto a regular basis in a monthly interval. So could I do something for them using that data? So this is something which we came up with, growth filtering. So what we do is we predict the child who will go into stunting, wasting, and underweight. But does that solve my problem? Yes or no? Why? So what you are telling me is interventions. So intervention matters, right? But before interventions, the prediction also matters. So stunting, wasting, underweight, for example, so anybody knows the prevalence of stunting, wasting, underweight in India? Although it is written there. It's a portion tracker data sets. It's an open platform You can go into the portion tracker, you will get a public dashboard, you will see these data sets. So 36% of the children are stunted, 5% wasted, and 16% underweight. Club them. 36 plus 5 plus 16. What is the total? Speak loudly. 58. Right? And this is average data sets. This is average. So just imagine out of 100, almost 56 to 60% of the child are already malnourished. If I create an AI model, does it make a difference for them? You have to give the interventions to almost 60% of the children. AI won't make difference here. So you have to understand where can you work with an AI. So now the thing is you have to identify structural gaps and you have to see what are the consequences that they are leading to. So what I would do is I would not work on the prevalence. I would work on incidence. Because incidence is something which I can work on and have better interventions. If I could prevent child from being stunted, wasted, underweight, wouldn't it help me in a long term and could make an AI better? Because the prediction is very risky in here, as in not risky, it's something which is not visible to human eye. You would not know today the child is going to be stunted, wasted, underweight, right? But tomorrow, could we predict? You would assume, but you won't say it accurately with numbers, but AI can do that. For example, the children who became wasted with no 3 months of history wasting is 90.1% in the wasted children. So what I want to mean by this statement, what we did is we analyzed UP datasets. UP datasets has nearly around 2.1 CR dataset of 1 year, 2.1 crore datasets. So I analyzed what I can find. Can I find the incidence first? Last 3 months, I do not have an history of stunting, wasting, underweight. Into the next 3 months, does the child have a stunting, wasting, underweight prevalence? I found it that 90% of the child became wasted after 3 months using the simple data analysis, right? But now this is where statistical analysis stops. Now AI model comes into place. What AI does is predict the future and forecast the height and weight of the future to know that the child is going to be stunted, wasted, or underweight or not. Today, I know that child is not in any of the defined diagnostic criterias, but future, you would know that the child is going to be, you can create a preventive interventions around it. So once you do that intervention, the child itself does not go into stunted, wasted, underweight. This is where AI makes it different. This is what we are doing. So for example, if I stipulate these numbers to India wide, total children is about 7.26 crore, wasted children is 36 lakhs, and out of those, we can easily help save and identify 32 lakh children. And on that, intervention is something which has to be implemented so that we can prevent the child from being stunted, stunted, underweight, or wasted. Because if it is already there, there's already defined protocols which they have to follow. NRC is there, the CMAM protocol is there. CMAM is chronic malnutrition, malnutrition community based. Yes. So the protocols are already there, laid by the government of India as well as WCD, in which they have to follow particular pattern for the diagnostic interventions. So for that, it's already there. But can we make it better? So that's how we are approaching this. So this is same case with underweight. We have seen the underweight prevalence is 16%, while 21.86% of the child does not have an history of 3 months, while in the next 3 months it became underweight. Same case with stunted. Now, how this tool will help you rather than doing a static tracking. So you know today the child is stunted, wasted, underweight, but I will know in future. So one size fits all, that you will create a personalized risk-based targeting. If the child is at a scenario in which it can have a higher chances than other child, that child needs to be highlighted first compared to the other childs. So this is the same case. So it's a simple AI solution overview in which you will get an input features, AI model would run, model output would be there, then the high priority list would be generated and shown onto the application that these are the children that you have to prioritize and give the preventive interventions accordingly. Anyone have a question on this? Hey, I'm open for questions, always. Anyone? Yes. So you have the answers within your question. So what stunted means? Weight for age. No, height for age, sorry. What wasted means, what underweight means. How do you define those criteria? Would I require other parameters for this? I would not. If I require it, I will use it. If I don't have those criterias, so earlier MUAC was used for SAM and MAM children, but Portion Tracker and Ministry of WCD didn't use it now because the reliability of MUAC was low, as in the person who are taking is not taking accurately, so they have been discontinued. We can add anything. If you give me the data, we can create a model. So if you give enough data, anything can be created. That is how AI works. Just give it enough data, it would learn what you want to say. Even when you have just a normal query, anybody who use chat GPT, ask them about yourself. Through the history that they have about you, they will tell you about themselves better than 90% of the people that you interact with. And that is the reality of today's world. Chat GPT knows you better than your friends. We already did it. Yeah, in this. So this is different solution. There are two different solutions. So in here, when the output was shown, it shows the MUAC as well. So the under 6 anthropometry project shows you height, weight, head circumference, chest circumference, and mid upper arm circumference. Future of these projects is actually the combination of growth filtering as well as U6A, but again, it would take time. Anybody have question? Anybody related to any questions, AI based, anything that you have in mind? Then I will go to the next project.
You have a 100 terms difference of like that. So this is a huge difference. It cannot face that. So there are apprehensions, but there are also opportunities and intentions.
Yes.
I have the idea and how you can think of. I have to train myself to make it as a tool, not as a object. Right. So you just like your entity, independent tool, Anthropometer, and all this things, another tool to
Anybody? Yes, yes, yes. So basically, like sir said, 100-gram error. So let me explain that as well. So before this, I've answered this question, sir, before you joined. So basically, 100-gram error depends where you are using it, right? If I'm comparing it against spring balance, it does not have error. If I am comparing it against Sika, of course it would have error. But Sika would be available to everyone, right? So you have to understand what is the ground reality. So AI does not create something out of a air. It has to understand the reality as well. Then it will create that. For example, in ChatGPT, you will give a prompt that let's make this letter little diplomatic, little, and correct the grammar. Then it will do it. If you just write it, it will do something. It will try to understand what you want it to do, but if you don't give it a prompt, then it would not understand. These are the same case with all the issues. For example, tomorrow if I want to do a nutrition related thing, just example, it's a vision modeling, right? Does not matter where I can use it. I take a photograph of a plate. Could I calculate the calories in it? Today you can. Healthify Me already does it, right? So whatever you think, always think from the perspective how could we make it better. The problem is always there. The problem does not go away. The problem introduces the new problems. Reality is that. So before mobile there was different problem, after mobiles there are different problems. The problem remains there. The solution that you create, it creates new three problems, then answer those problems. That is how world works. Any questions related to your work or something you want to ask about?
Sir, I'm actually, there's a fear getting into me, but I'm level 2 anthropometrist from myself. So now we have already got into that. You are simplifying the process of calculating anthropometry and all. As an anthropometrist, now since you have eased the calculation and you have eased the measurements, but as an anthropometrist, how can I enhance upskill? How can I upskill myself so that uh, my role as an anthropologist, anthropometrist remains relevant with aided by AI? That is what my one question is. And now you, I think you have entered till the age of 6. I am working on middle childhood age, that is 6 to 12, 11 years, and I see there is data. There is no data, longitudinal data and all. What are the next steps in that age group? There are two questions. You can answer one by one.
So first question, how does, so it's not the same anthropologist question, it's the main question. It's an AI related question. AI is advancing at a pace that it's hard to catch up, right? So what we are actually doing is, so no AI would be done without an human intervention. So every AI would need an human intervention and human in the loop approach. So WHO has defined the particular criteria that whatever AI that has been created always have a human in loop. So how anthropologists could work? First, I create this model. I will take it to anthropologists to evaluate this, right? Anganwadi person can use it, but it has to be evaluated by the expert itself. I will ask you to do 1,000 children data collection using proper anthropometry. I will do through video, then we will compare the results. So this is something which you need to acquire about, like where I can use my technical skills with a skill that is coming into the reality now. So AI is something which we cannot let it go. It has to come. It will come one day. So you have to understand where I can use my skills better. So to evaluate this, we would need an anthropometrist experts to even train people who are on ground to take these measurements. Like Dr. Raghavendran and Ramakrishna Saras there, they helped us to do the training of those field investigators who are doing the data collection on the ground, because they need to be expert in data collection. Like that, the thing does not goes away, it changes the pattern that you use it. On to the second point about extending the age group. So presently, this 0 to 6 year is also a dream we are working on. If we complete it in next 1 year, of course we will think about in future, but still it's something which has not been done in the world. We are trying very hard to do it, but still it's a research part now. Any more questions? Yes. Yes. That is very also important question to remember, guys. So people in today's think that I will create AI models. We have to identify the problem as well. For example, 6 to 12 children, do I need an AI? Because government has already distributed equipments, you have the best engineered equipments. Would I need an AI in that? Where do you use it? Who would use it? So you have to ask those questions, right? It for the research purposes we can create a model and put on the back end, but it's not useful. But who would use it, how we would use it, where it can be put, these are the questions. Whenever you create something, always try to answer those questions. If you don't answer those questions, you will not see the future of your project. Because if I want to see the future of the project, especially at a national scale, I want to answer those questions, like the questions raised about offline online. If I remains offline online approach, I create any model, it shall be online, would that work? It would not work after certain point of time. So I need to understand how can I scale things. You need to understand the ground realities, and if it is done by a simple software, you would not use an AI for that, because AI would be first consume a lot of engineering resource. It would require GPUs to run. So that would compute, the compute cost is very high. You have to see where the both actually making sense and getting me optimum results. Any more questions? Yes. No. So what we are doing is, how would I put this? For example, one more solution I will show you after this is anemia screening. So what we will do is we will create a screening thing. We are not doing the diagnostic accuracy, right? So there are two parts. We have to understand how much accurate it can be. We are still doing the development. We don't know how accurate it can be. But if the plateau has reached to a certain point and not going to the accurate level as diagnostic accuracy, which you require 10 grams, 5 grams, if it is not, then you create it as a screening tool. And screening tool is like, I have 10 kids at my Anganwadi, right? Would I take height and weight of all 10 kids? I would take 2 kids, which has been highlighted to me by AI, that these 2 kids take the height and weight. And you randomly check as well key height and weight given by the uh, AI and ground truth is equal or not. So in future, probably in 4 or 5 years in future, it could happen that you won't need an anthropometry to be executed on ground. But again, here comes the evaluation part. So AI is something is always needs to be taught again and again. You always remember like GPT is coming with new model 4, 4.2, 4.3, 5. What is the difference on the back end? It's the data. So basically after 1 year, what I will do, I will ask 1% of the population of Anganwadi to execute the data collection, and I will take that data and to see what my model is showcasing is right or not. If needed, it will contextualize itself. then the model gets retrained. So in AI, this is very important. Model needs to be retrained. For example, just imagine growth faltering. Growth faltering. Today I do a predictions, right? I do the predictions, you do the interventions, right? This is the pattern. If you do the interventions, would my AI prediction didn't go wrong? Your intervention application success defines that my AI would fail, right? So in future, the trend line of the data would shift. Then I need to understand from that data that what is the shift happening. So this is something which we need to understand. So for example, if today I am predicting using video, height, weight, and using that you are trying to have a better supplementation at ground, right? That would lead to change in lot of efforts and the supplementation would be given to the children. Tomorrow, the supplementation and the average height and weight of the child shifts. But my data collection was done in 2023, 24, 25. During that time, we have the average age or average height, average weight is different. But the shift happens. You always have a decimal height weight. You have must heard about कि 10 years में the height shifts toward 1 centimeter, 0.1 centimeters. That is same case with an AI. It needs to understand. Any more questions? Yes. Yes.
As I have involved in person tracker, not as Anganwadi doing any work.
Yes.
As my mother is working in ICDS supervisor. So in some of the days at night, she came from office and told me to put the data, and I, from my own way, put all the height and weights of all the child, because of the Anganwadi workers are not well trained for taking height and weight measurement correctly, and also they have overburdened by the government system, so they don't do the accurate weight and height thing and fill the data. So many time I have my only thinking, measuring and calculating by age, putting the data. So this thing is when I heard about this thing, I was really relieved, and I now my mother is retired, but I shared with her that this is the system is coming in future. That's I want to just say it.
So that's a reality, right? This is the reality at a ground level. So it happens, of course. So issues like this and issues like the Anganwadi is little aged, she has a eyesight issues, for example. So when I take the height, I have a very minute lines, right? Within centimeter, I have like 9 centimeter, 0.1 centimeter gradations. So if it was 164.2 centimeter and was noted as 162.6 centimeters, it makes a difference. So difference like these are actually happening on ground. That's why these enablement would help me in solving those issues at ground. So error remains there, but it got limited. I would know the error is there, but within this parameter. You don't have to work in these parameters, which is extended beyond your control, but in the parameters which you can control. I would, using that definitive criteria, say that the error is this. It can be plus minus, right? You can put a standard deviation and you can calculate, for example, 1 kg, 2 kg plus minus 2.1 kg, 1.9 kg. But with ground error, you would not know in reality, because machine can be have a defect on the back end. It already has 2 kilogram of errors, and plus one you put in, the child shows minus 2 kg. It happens on a ground, right? So that's the point. Any more questions? So last project I would cover is AI based visual screening tool for anemia. what we do is you have an issue related to anemia in India. You have 67% of the children, according to NFHS 5, who are anemic. 59% adolescent girl, 52.2% of pregnant women. So this is a huge burden in India. For that, target beneficiaries, for example, if I create this tool. So presently, do you know who can execute the CBC or even HB test at ground in a frontline worker? For question is, who can test the HB of any of the followings: mother, child, or adolescent girl at ground? ANM. ANM. How many ANMs are there in India? 8.9. Population of India? Divided. You would know they have the overload, right? And you do not have enough equipments at ground level. Even now, the government have introduced another method of anemia detection, is using a small chips. You have to just take a drop of blood, put it there, and it will give you the HB of a person. Again, how many are easily available at ground? Try to do a field, you will get to know. There are limitations, like, right, government is working and government is working very hard. But the reality is the population is high, the ground staff is low, and too much workload has been allotted to them. So what we can do is we can add another beneficiaries who can do the data collection and who can do the HB detection. Those are Anganwadi workers as well. For example, if I introduce a new user base, which is 13 lakh, it will help me in more detection. Because earlier 88.93 lakh are only executing. Because it would require a skill. You have to be phlebotomist. So you have to know how to take the IV blood. Even if you want to do a prick method, it has to be executed in front of person or by the person who knows how to do it, right? And with children, it is not easy. Even with the prick method, it's not easy because the child could scream. Prick does pain a lot, right? Anybody has used it? So it pains. So what we would do is we would work on these children, and uh, using AI, we would detect those children who were at anemic. So what are the missed opportunities? So basically, Anemia Mukt Bharat initiative estimated cost is 805 crore, which is yearly spent to detect anemia and try to decrease the anemia prevalence in India. So they are working splendidly, but still the anemia is not decreasing because the detection sometimes happens late and even the detection does not happen. So what we would do is we would use a simple solution, taking a photograph of a palm, tongue, nail beds, and conjunctiva, and on the back end, AI model would work and give you the HB. So it's a simple image input via app, input validation, and inference model gives you an output that these are the high risk. Again, to answer one of the questions that is raised here, would this replace diagnostic tool? No, it's a screening tool. I have, for example, 10, for example, today I can test 10% HB. I have chips with me. Hemoglobinometer chips are there with me for 10 people. But who are those 10 people I can execute? This tool will help you facilitate that. I have a 50 strength. Help me facilitate and find those 10 person whom required it most. If I highlighted that person severely anemic, I would create an interventions that this child has been identified as severe anemic, refer it now to an ANM and ask to execute the hemoglobin test and report to me. So 90% is how you define that results. AI model can give you, so it's at the end of the is mathematics, right? It can give you any output. You have to interpret that output into the best maximally possible method which can be used sustainably by government. So that's all from my side. So basically, to before taking the questions, so this is the quote that we always work at Vadhwani. It's a blessing to work on something that consumes your mind, helps the world, feels like art and science, business and passion, and what we are uniquely put on earth to do. If you feel this, do not waste a moment. This is your chance, and you might never get it again. So with this, I closes and open for question.
Or community works as well in future.
So presently, Vadhwani AI mandate is work with the government. So if tomorrow apparently the user comes and asks that we would require it, then it's an public health digital good. So what we do is we will create the model at certain point and reach an optimum level, then we make it public so that anybody who wants to use it can use it on ground.
Thank you.
Yes. Next question.
Access is big question. Now AI is a luxury. So all that change. So what Dr. Hurst was telling, that where we will use, where we will not use, because it's a huge money we are investing to AI, because it's in very early stage. You will find that as we are talking about anthropometrist, he asked a very important question, that where I am going to be in the whole system. And that is, yeah, where my utility is there in the society. That is what you are asking. And this same question is being asked by many industry. Where am I? And there is a lot of layoff going on in that line. In a single day, 10,000, 12,000 people are losing their job due to AI. So the call is earliest is always to make yourself acquainted with this new technology, learn it, use it, and you will find one day, I think he can better suggest, it will be just a part of our life, like as we are using Excel, we are using Word, we are using PowerPoint. So it may take some time, but it will be in a time, it will be what you call just a tool, but we do not know in what way it will shape our life. We don't know. It's changing in such a unimaginable way. Now the thing is, people might have heard Sam Altman, who is the OpenAI's owner. He's telling that the machine is now in a position to code itself. You understand at what level we have reached. No human is required. It can transform a movie. You might have seen many movies in Hollywood where the machine is becoming or behaving like a human. So these things are becoming reality now. We are at that level. In India, we are in a very stone age of AI. Okay, but the urbanism, modernism, postmodernism, जो है ना, वो already happening. So he knows how difficult to get fund to develop AI in India, because still we do not realize the importance. Okay, so things will improve. My suggestion will be, please give your efforts to acquire these new technologies, new knowledge, and empower yourself and come up with the time. When the system is there, I am there. So I will be available and I will be viable to the system. If you are not viable for the system, you will be thrown out. That's the policy now. It's a very painful scenario, but we have to go in that way. Anyway, Hers, I think I told your points in a very
of course, sir.
Animated way. So coming to the anything anyway, yeah.
Sir, is the height weight the first model? Is this only available in India or in other country? What are the other advances other than this are available?
So there are multiple other scenarios available into the multiple other countries, but each one of have their own limitation. For example, the lidar sensor has been used to create and models in Africa, but again, on ground reality is you cannot use and can sustainably use that at scale level. Apart from that, there are multiple 3D modeling effort that has been done again from the research purposes, but implementation is something which is really hard onto the AI side, because just understand like how you want to get into those scenarios where normally AI is like just put AI on the side, implementation of anything, how it works, right? Today I am creating something which is not understood by people, and I have to tell how it would be helpful. Then I have to present and then sustainably integrate it within a system. That is how it works. But from answering the question, there are multiple other people who are working. Height has been worked onto the models. Even your chat GPT would try to estimate that, but weight cannot be.
Sir, I just tried in ChatGPT. It's a I can't able to determine the height and weight by seeing the image.
Yes, that is why we are working on it. If ChatGPT has done it earlier, then we wouldn't have explored it, because it was an issue which hasn't been solved by the world. We are trying that. It's still a dream. Let's see. Yes.
Okay, what I'm going to ask now is out of curiosity. So this program has been dealing with only with the government.
Yes.
So how convincing are the government?
How convincing?
How convincing? How do you convince, or how responsive are they in this approach?
This is the USP of me.
If that is not the problem,
Of course, of course. So basically, what it actually works in reality is, first of all, you have to understand the other person perception before you speak out. So if I know that person has a technical knowledge, I would speak in that language. Let's go into the RAG pipeline. Let's go into the vision modeling. Let's talk about the computational neural network. How does, for example, if I talk about body plethysmography, which 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 directly calculates the weight, if anybody knows from the anthropometry, using that same concept I can analyze using the video. That kind of a thing could happen for the person who understand from the technicalities. But from the government stakeholder, you have to see, you have to create the demand first. You have to first understand their point, like where they are coming from. They know ground reality far better than us, but now you have to persuade them to something which has not been done by anyone in the world to them. Then you have to create and point like why it is important. How can this solve the problem? It may happen that you may fail. It may happen. But the chances are always, if you can succeed 1% or 2%, and if that person's who at a top leadership today agrees that you can take this effort, then that's why today I'm standing here, because WCD recognized this effort. They have given us a go ahead, and even the data collection of this has been done within Potion Tracker, which is the first time in India that the data collection for any AI creation is done within a government platform. So this is something which is again their requirement, and you are just there at that point who could facilitate that. Then it's the point where you can easily help them and see like we can do it, You are already there. Let's do it together.
Okay, thank you. And that really needs an appreciation, that effort.
My question is like you said your like first model is for with baby already working with many states. So in your view, what are the thoughts and reviews you got from ASHA workers and Anganwadis about this model?
So I didn't have that on a video as of now, but we have that in the videos, and lot of inputs has been coming to us because it actually helped them at a ground level. So it a lot of ashas today also messages like we don't even take now anthropometric equipments with us. It's just a mobile phone, and today we are proud to say to our child that I know how to use AI better than you because I am regularly using. So actually, uh, it empowers per person who is actually working on the frontline worker. So frontline worker are the people who are having the highest workload. If you empower them and if you facilitate anything to them, you will really get a good output from them, which we have seen. We are seeing in the ground. Anybody else? Yes.
And to add to his point in this case, there are two things we found. One is excitement, another is apprehension. What is the excitement? He told empowerment. Apprehension is those who are in Anganwadi and there will be so many stunted. So because they have been management with the data. So now the AI will not allow them to do the adjustments. So the first question when we are in the field to validate our tools and we told them that this is going to be, then there will be so many stunted, what we'll do. Okay, so this fear has to be addressed. It is not to be because they are working in many odd scenarios. So we have to help them. We have to empower them. Then they will come up with a very good result and helpful way.
So basically, my question revolves around the reliability you've told about that there is a difference of 110 gram. So basically, I have learned from my experience from the different AI agents that I have used in a different manner, I would say. So I have gotten to understand that as you increase the data sets you have trained the model on, you can increase the efficacy or the efficiency of the tool, right? So I was basically asking you that how many data sets you have already used to develop this model, and what are the projected number of data sets you are thinking of putting so that this model can be like maybe close to the point where you can say that the difference is negligible.
So this question has a 2 points. Let me answer one by one. So first is getting more data. So again, how much data and how is a question mark, right? Secondly, would that data would help me or not? This is something you will know only when you have the data. So presently, this NBA model has been created nearly about 10,000 videos. And for under 6 anthropometry, we are doing nearly 1,45,000 children data collection throughout 5 states in India. But we don't know, in real, we don't know when it would reach the plateau and where we can reach to maximum. Because how much data would you collect is again dependent on how much funds you have. So again, with government stakeholder consideration and their buy-in, you would have more access. Once I reach, imagine 14 lakh Anganwadi, if I do just one data collection every day, one data collection, I would have 14 lakh data points with me. So actually, it's a learning phase for AI as well. So today, you just create a POC that this can be done. Tomorrow, I have a better model. Day after tomorrow, I would have much better model. But again, how remains a question. Today also GPT is learning. Tomorrow also it will learn. Hope answers the question. Any more questions? Yes, sir. So, mm, to answer that question, sir, first, the GPT is working on different objective. We are working on different objective. So, first of all, GPT may or may not come into this line because this would require another data set that to be created. So, to create any model, we need to have a data set. If they have an excess of data set, they may train models, but they do not have those data sets which we are trying to gather throughout India. Secondly, in future, we can forecast to certain limits, but after point of time, you would not know. But to that point, as of today in India, we are the only one that are trying to solve this problem at national level. There are other organizations that are trying to work, but they are not being that successful, which we did already using NBA. Yes, yes. It may, it may in future, of course. But again, if everything has a limitations on the back end, because today we are reaching a AI stage, but tomorrow we also reach a stage of AI evaluations. You have created 15 models. How accurate they are? That is where the difference would come. They may be giving you the results, but how accurate are they is something which is becomes question. Today, when we do any AI model building, we came up with the same answer, that is AI evaluations. We evaluate the model for any entity that we are working for. We will tell you what are the deviations that you are going to see in future. Classification model, we will tell you sensitivity, specificity on the data that you provide to us. So that is the same case with these in future. Even with an under 6 anthropometry, you are talking about images. What the video is actually, so what video is composed of? It's a lot of photos clubbed together and played within minimal seconds. So using that, we are actually also taking the photograph onto the backend and to reanalyze those pictures. So those are happening actually on the backend. Hope that answers, sir.
So I think I will take a clue from him. There where the future job perspective is one of the major area where you people can get in, the evaluation of the AI models, right?
Yes.
So as well as developing AI and evaluation of the models is also a very good area where people can come up and train themselves, be experts in that area. And I would inform you people in this context, you see, Government of India is now very, very interested and active with respect to funding this particularly AI-based setup. ICMR has come up with a MedTech Mitra platform where they are funding such type of technology-driven approaches. There are similarly other facilities, funding supports from ICMR, DBT, Government of India. Now government is very much keen in getting into this particular AI-based innovations in various parts of it. You know, there are various incubators that startups, then your entrepreneurship, all these things. They are also promoting, if you people are interested to take some sort of similar practices, then you can be easily funded by government. In Bhubaneswar, there is one company, when I was searching for this hemoglobinometer, if there is any AI technology based in non-invasive machine is available or not. I found a single company who is in Bhubaneswar, he is the highest sold that machine. And his sensitivity and specificity is very low. But they have, they are the best seller in the market. So when I tried to know, he has got many, what you call, funding for development of that application. So they're improving upon that. But there is one solution where entrepreneurship has come up. So it is not that he is a biotechnologist. People are from management, they are also coming to do this entrepreneurship and doing all this type of thing. So you don't think that I have to be a clinician or biochemistry or a biotechnologist. You need to have the understanding of the idea. You can come, bring people to job, you can come up, you can collaborate, and you can develop these things, right? So the idea is, as AI is an innovation, you people have to also aspire in that line. Then we can match that innovation and aspiration. When they took those, both will match, then it will be like supernova, you know. So that is what I think. Yeah.
Sir, it's not about this two model. In general, it's in my curiosity, asking for curiosity. Many of the anthropologists, not maybe anthropologists, but who have worked in field, we regularly faced a problem that people are not men tell about their age, what their age. Is there any AI available that we can?
So best thing is ask Aadhaar card. Simple solution.
Detail is not always correct.
Yes.
Aadhaar detail is not always correct.
But government has validated it.
Lie about the race.
But maybe lie or they don't know.
The, the person is here for your answer. You see, age. Yes. And at the same time, there is a biological age, there is this whole numerical age. If you, I think if people go to this bioelectrical impedance, they take the face, sir can better explain tomorrow. They go with the fat in your body, they'll tell how much actually your body is biologically. You may be 50, but your body is actually showing that you are 39. Right. It happens in a different way. So, as we say, age is a number. So, maybe that is what the whole idea is. Anyway, you people can keep on discussing on this with him. He will be in WhatsApp group. We will formulate in WhatsApp group. It's a very interesting area. So, the idea is it's a very vast thing, but just you people have an idea that where the thing is going on, so that your imagination will go. So coming to the end of this session, thank you, Harsh, for in a very short notice, he could make it, and it's all about his dedication to the science and his very much high sincerity about the bringing this whole science to the community level. So be in touch with such people. They will always take your spirit to high. So Harsh, uh, uh, he was actually my university junior when we. So thank you for being here. And we both are also collaborator now. That is why I am telling. Uh, Yesterday, Professor Kausik Sir was here. He told when you are complete, as long as you are in PhD, you are a student. When you are complete, you have completed PhD, you are colleagues. So it's same way when you people, when we are in the labs, we are friends. We were working in the field, junior, senior, that one bala, जो vertical ये चलता है ना, junior हो. So the seniors take the benefits. Hierarchy. But now we are collaborators in a AI project, that AI Anthropometry we are doing together in Odisha. In six different states we are working. So this is how you people here be in touch. Tomorrow you will be somewhere, someone else once will be somewhere. You people can come up with one idea, same interest. You can collaborate and you can come up in a very good way. Right? Life goes in that way only, in collaboration. So, Harsh, I thank you so much for coming. So, it's a very small token of appreciation. I thought I will. So, with this, today is functional end. So, go to the masters, so tomorrow I will come up with an idea that the problem is that change your time and the better way you want. Proudly